So, that is pretty special, in all fairness. So, I suppose in a way it's not quite the same, but it's a little bit like Stone Cold and The Rock having one last match. I think if we look back at the history of wrestling, and we certainly look at that Ruthless Aggression era, and we have a look at that PG era, there's two names that are going to really tower above most of the others, and that is going to be John Cena and Randy Orton. So for us to now be on the verge, literally hours away from their final ever match, like that will be it. That will be the end of their story. Obviously, we can have some moments where they get in the ring and kind of confront each other. I'm sure we can do some stuff in the future where we can have confrontations, whatever, at WrestleMania, teasing one more match. Maybe even do Team Randy against Team Cena at like a Saudi show or something like that. But actually getting them in the ring at the same time, this is it. This is it. So if we get nothing else from this show, I think this show will be remembered for that. I suppose in a way a little bit like how King of the Ring 98 is remembered for Undertaker Mankind and not much else. I kind of feel like this show will historically be remembered as the final meeting between John Cena and Randy Orton. So that's why I'm saying, genuinely, I think tonight is going to carry a little bit of weight from a history point of view. Obviously, we're expecting Cena to win. I'm expecting Cena to win. I think you're expecting Cena to win. He is coming in as a minus 5,000 favourite. But as well as that, we do have other matches. I'd say the rest of the card feels a little bit of a step down from the main event, of course. Only 5 matches, which I personally don't mind. There was a lot of affection for those from like 2015, 2016, 2017. There's a hell of a run there where the takeover shows are just, I don't know. I remember watching them and I wasn't like talking about wrestling on the scale that I talk about wrestling now. And I just remember like watching them as a fan, and each one just felt like it was better than the last one. They just felt like they were getting better and better and better. And honestly, some amazing shows. So I kind of look at that and I look at how well those shows went. And I kind of think, well, they were a massive success. So, we've got 5 matches here. Don't forget, we do have Saturday night's main event in just a couple of weeks' time. So maybe if we weren't having that show, we would have had a few more matches. Yeah, I'm sure if we weren't having Saturday night's main event, we would have had Jay versus Logan on this show. But rumor mill is they're going to save that for 2 weeks' time, and they're going to do that at Saturday night's main event. And so you kind of look at the amount of shows that are coming up. I mean, we've got Worlds Collide coming up. We've got Money in the Bank coming up. We've got Battleground coming up. We've got, we're taking over Tampa. Like, there's loads of shows constantly coming up. I sort of feel like, do we really need, like, to just flood these secondary pay-per-views with loads of matches when we might as well have a monster main event and have some well-built matches underneath? Now, what I would say is, I don't think this is actually a well-built card. I think that it's a bit too close to WrestleMania. So, for example, Dominik Penta, very undercooked, needs a lot more time, needs a lot more build. It's hard to kind of get 4 people in a triple fatal 4-way. It's hard to get a lot of heat between 4 people. It took a lot of work to get a lot of heat between 3 for the main event of WrestleMania. So, like, LA Knight and Damian, LA Knight and Drew, LA Knight and Jacob, Jacob's problems with Drew, Jacob's problems with Damian, Damian's problems with Jacob, Damian's problems with... Do you know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of story that you've got to build, and we haven't done that work. So, I would say that they're coming in a bit undercooked. Pat Gunther is really just one segment, isn't it? It's just Gunther choking Pat out. And really, other than that, a little face-to-face thing, that was your build for that. Lyra, Becky, again, not much of a build, but at least it's got, a bit of something behind it. WrestleMania and Bayley being attacked, Becky attacking Bayley, and all of that, plays into it. So that feels a bit better, to be honest. And they've had some good promos, so yeah, I feel like it's a bit undercooked. Feels like it's a bit undercooked. I would say some people are criticizing the size of the show. For me personally, that doesn't bother me, and certainly not if I think that Saturday night's main event is just round the corner as well anyway in 2 weeks' time. So that doesn't really bother me. I do think there could be a bit more star power on this show. It does hurt not having Punk around, not having Seth around. I think it's a shame that Seth and Braun are not on this, considering they've been one of the hottest, most talked about things since WrestleMania. So it's a bit of a shame they're not on here, but maybe they go on to the Saturday night's main event card. So, yeah, lots to talk about anyway. I don't want to keep sitting here rabbiting away. But obviously, we're a couple of hours away from the start of the kickoff show. So I always like to start a little bit early so that we can kind of get into your thoughts. But my thoughts are, I know this show is undercooked. I know that some of the card looks a bit mid, but I think that we've got another show in 2 weeks' time. I think the main event is something that could be historic. And to be honest, if we're going in with lower expectations, that's probably not a bad thing, considering the fact we went into WrestleMania with high expectations and ended up getting disappointed. Brandon said, I'll be watching Backlash reruns on NBC Sports. It's a channel on Roku, says Brandon. Brandon, shout out to you. I don't know much about Roku. I only found out about Tubi the other day. That's pretty good though, isn't it? Free. And you get adverts, but it looks like there's some pretty good stuff on that Tubi. I went on to watch Evolve. I was quite impressed. Connor said, do you think we'll see Bayley return tonight? She could do. She could get involved in the Lyra-Becky match. And she could cost Becky the title. She could do. After Becky said she attacked Bayley, Bayley could help Lyra win. Do you think that could happen? Yes, it could happen. I don't know if it will happen, but it could happen. That is definitely a direction they could go. The other direction they could go is they could have Becky win and then Bayley confronts Becky on Monday. And then, of course, that would set up Becky for the Women's Intercontinental. What that means for Lyra, I'm not sure. Lyra could retain and Becky could beat her up. Bayley could come out. That could set up Becky Bayley, but not for the championship. So it's one of those, isn't it? There's a few different directions they could go. Howdy and Wyatt Sicks said, Days Ringside Collectibles has the Dexter Mercy Buzzards up for pre-order. Yeah, I retweeted that, but thank you. Kelly said, everyone can relax. I'm here now. The fun can begin. Paul said, do we think after WrestleMania 41 main event, they should have stacked the card a bit more? No, I don't. I don't think that makes any difference. I think if they had stacked this cards, I think that you would have just had a load more matches that are undercooked. I think the problem with this cards is that it's really close to WrestleMania. So we've not been able to really spend the time and give these matches the segments they need to kind of really make them feel important. Like, you know, Jacob, LA Knight, Damian, Drew. I mean, does that feel really important to you? Because it doesn't to me. And if I look at Pat Gunther, does that feel important? I mean, it doesn't to me. And Dominik Penta, I mean, Dominik's already got the belts. So, you know, if Penta wins, that's fine. If Dominik loses, okay, you know, shame it wasn't a longer run, but it doesn't really feel that important. They feel undercooked. They feel like you could skip these matches. And I've seen that criticism online. So, honestly, I don't think adding more would make it better. I think in this case, keeping it limited, trying your best to make these matches feel important. But to be brutally honest, I think that they've looked at this. I think they know that it's too close to WrestleMania. I think they've tried to get a card that's, you know, got something about it. Like, you know, Pat Wrestling does absolutely nothing for me, as you know. But it is something which could grab some casual fan attention. Yeah, he's got his fans. So let's put him on the card. That's a bit quirky. So let's do that, right? Let's have a bonkers, fun, fatal four-way, yeah? That could be a lot of fun. Might even open the show with it. That could be fun. Dominik, crazy over at WrestleMania, yeah? One of the biggest pops at WrestleMania. Let's have him defend the Intercontinental Championship against Penta. And you go, okay, and then Lyra, Becky. Let's get the women on. Let's go with Big Time, who came back at WrestleMania. She's probably maybe the biggest female star. I mean, I feel like it's her or Rhea. Io feels like she's the most over at the moment, but if we're talking about star power, it probably is Rhea, Liv, Becky, Bianca. It's one of those. So again, Becky's bringing you that star power, and she's taken on Lyra, and we've done a little story. So I can see what they've gone for. I can see why they've booked this. I understand, but I just think it's too close to WrestleMania. It's too undercooked, and so it needed a bit more time to, you know, kind of marinate, and for us to kind of care about these matches a little bit more, for there to be a few more interesting developments. And so I really don't think on this occasion adding more matches would make for a better show. I think this is better kept short, sweet, and let that main event do the heavy lifting, because it really is. The main event tonight is doing some serious heavy lifting. And that's fine, to be honest with you. That's fine. I mean, Randy against John, as we said, historic final meeting. I think it's absolutely fine that it does, you know, quite a bit of lifting of this show. And then, as we said, in 2 weeks' time, Saturday night's main event. They've already got seemingly Logan Jay lined up for that. I think it would have been nice to have had Seth and Braun on the show somewhere. Maybe they could have been in a talk show segment. Maybe we could have done something like that. You know, we could have had a bit of a segment where we dig into where that group's going and what their mindset is, and maybe they could have called out Sammy and CM Punk for Saturday night's main event, and that could have set that up, you know. So maybe we could have done some of that. Maybe we'll still do something like that, you know. It's not impossible. But yeah, I think this is perfectly, for a B show, I think this is perfectly fine. That's just personal opinion, though. I know there are others that are like, no, we needed to have CM Punk, we needed Roman Reigns, we needed Cody Rhodes. I get all that. You might get Cody. Cody could make his presence felt at the in the main event. So there's rumors that Goldberg could make his presence felt, impact Gunther. So yeah, I mean, there's plenty of opportunity for, you know, an Asuka return, a Goldberg return, a Cody return. We could get Seth and Braun. There's lots of potential, so I don't know, man. I see why everyone's down on the show, because I've just been reading people talking about how the show just does not hit for them, and I really do understand that. But part of me is like, yeah, but this is better. It's better that we're going in with lower expectations. It's better that we're not like crazy hyped and swinging off the ceiling, like, because we did that for WrestleMania and we got disappointed. Edward said, Daze, how are you? I'm going to go to the pub for a few hours today, just before the wrestling. I should be back at about midnight. If not, can someone contact me via DM? See you later. Edward, shout out to you. Have fun. Mean Murshizzy said, best people, it's game day. What do we think about that four-way United States Championship match? Well, I'm thinking the champion retains. I'm thinking that they want to get LA Knight on the show. I think they want to get Damian and Drew. I think they want to get like these people onto the show. And a fatal four-way felt like the easiest way of achieving that. It's, you know, a fatal four-way. I think if it was elimination style, that would be good. If it was the case that you had to, like, you know, if you get pinned or submitted, you're eliminated and we whittle it down, that could have been fun. But I just think this is going to be multi-person spots. It's going to be pretty hard-hitting. Any match that's got Jacob or Drew in is going to be hard-hitting. But, yeah, I think I'd be more excited for this if it was Jacob versus, like, Damian in a singles match, or Jacob versus Drew. Imagine Jacob Drew in a singles match. The only downside with that is that would kind of be heel versus heel, but, you know, whatever. I expect Jacob to retain. I think it'll be, I don't know if it's going to open the show. It absolutely could. It could be one of those kind of big opening bonkers type matches, you know. Definitely got potential for that. Hello, it's game day. Netforce said, what if Alexa wants to change Charlotte? like Howdy was trying to change her, and that is how it ties into the Wyatt Sicks. It could. I don't know that I see Charlotte going into like that Wyatt Sicks kind of group. That would be a hell of a gimmick change for her. I know that she's spoken about wanting to evolve her character, but I don't know that I see Charlotte kind of going in that direction. It's just, that would be very weird. And I don't know that it's needed either, because I think the Wyatt Sicks are already too big. I think that if you're in the Wyatt Sicks, you're going to struggle for promo time. You're going to struggle for the spotlight. You're only going to get fleeting moments because there's 6 of you if Alexa joins. And that's always been my concern with that group, is that group for 6 is too big. But I just think, like, if you then add Charlotte to make it 7, I mean, it's getting NWO bloated. So, not the direction I would personally go. For me, I would have Charlotte and I would have Alexa going after Liv and Raquel. And I think visually that makes sense, because you need someone with some size to go after Raquel. And they could win the tag titles, have a little run. Maybe they fall short. Maybe Charlotte turns on Alexa. This is maybe where Nikki comes in. Maybe then we actually, I don't know. I feel like we could get Judgment Day and Wyatt Sicks in a feuds. And it could be that this is how we get there. Will Charlotte turn a bit darker? I don't know. I'm struggling with it. There was some rumors, though, a long time ago that Charlotte was going to have a darker persona. There was rumors a long time ago, but nothing really came of that. So maybe we're just about to start on that journey. So, don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. There's lots of people with lots of different thoughts on it. I've been reading what people have been saying about it today. A lot of confusion, but people are kind of like, let's see where this goes. I think people are just happy to have Alexa back, to be honest. Stoked for Backlash. St. Louis has got a legendary wrestling history, said John. John, shout out to you. JMB has said, I still can't find the Evolve episodes. Oh, it's up, but I think they uploaded it as a video rather than as it being a live thing. So it did go up eventually on YouTube. Ryan said, who should be in the Money in the Bank and who should win it? Well, I don't think we're going to sit and list everyone that should be in it, because that's, maybe a bit too much of a task to do on the fly. But in regards to who we would like to see win it, that's obviously an interesting one. Personally, I'm always going to go with Sammy. I think that Sammy... it's maybe not ideally how I would like him to get his first world title, considering he's always trying to do it the right way and not take shortcuts. But there's been plenty of people that have got championships via cash-in, and we don't look like down on that. So I really, I'd be doing cartwheels if Sammy was to get that. There was some thoughts that Dakota could get the women's. I know we were talking about that, but I mean, obviously she's no longer with WWE now. So I think, you could be looking at maybe a Roxanne. You could be looking at a Naomi. You could be looking at some people like that maybe that are... I mean, I could have said maybe a Zelina, but I think they've given her the United States Championship, so I don't think she needs it. But maybe that frees up Chelsea to now get it, Chelsea in the Bank could be pretty fun. So definitely some options for the women. In regards to the men, I think Finn Balor would be great, because he's not had a world title since 2016, so he would be good. Sami Zayn is always going to be my go-to. Sami Zayn is always going to be someone I'm going to kind of turn to. They might want to look at Bron Breakker, what we're trying to build him up, I don't think they'll go Seth. They could go Punk, I suppose. That would be pretty fun. You could go CM Punk. I don't think they'd go Roman. I don't think they would go Cody. They could do, though. I mean, the story could be that John tries to ruin wrestling, keeps it all the way to the end, and then right at the very end, Cody cashes in on him. So that's a potential option. So, yeah, I mean, there's, again, lots of directions that we could go. I would not go anyone Wyatt Sicks. I would not go Alexa. I don't think their motivation should really be championships. Although it's very interesting because Alexa's right now might be championships. Her motivation might be to try and get that women's tag title. But I don't think that should be her motivation, long term. Not if she's going to join the Wyatt Sicks. I sort of feel like the Wyatt Sicks should be here to kind of right wrongs. The problem you've got is that there's not loads of wrongs to right, really. Not for a group of that size. There's obviously lots of heels for them to go after, but as a group, it becomes very challenging. So, yeah, I think lots of different directions that we can go. Miss Clown said, time for lashback. I've got some bathtub booze for you. Ooh, lovely. Thank you. JMB said, I still can't find the Evolve, and we answered that one. Lovely. Right. Cena will win out the year and then leave with the belt. I've heard rumors of WWE retiring the belt, so it makes sense, says Brandon. Connor said, do we see any of these returning tonight? Tonga Loa. He could do. He could come back to try and help Jacob. He was expected to be back around WrestleMania, so there's chance. Goldberg, yes, I think there's big chance. Elia, no, still out injured. Kyrie, maybe. I know that she's back training. I don't see really a place for her. We've got Becky and Lyra, so there's not really a place for Asuka or for Kyrie. Maybe Bailey gets involved there. Omos, don't see much of a place for him. Plus, he wasn't at WrestleMania, so hard to see why they would use him here. Wyatt Sicks, no. Do we think any of those? Yeah, I think there's a couple. I think Goldberg's the one that feels the most likely. Beer bottle being thrown at him was funny, said Sweet Pie. The guy that threw it where it needed to be in the garbage, just like John's heel turn. Who is right in this? Said Sweetie Pie. The heel turn is obviously divided opinion, and we've heard a lot about it. So I think the problem with the heel turn is that there are... genuinely, I think John and Triple H sat down and they were like, okay, this is your last year. What shall we do? Should we do something that's never been done? And I can understand why they did that. I can understand why they sat there and went, look, you can either spend each week going around waving, kissing babies, saying thank you, or we can get our teeth into like one last big story for you. Something that will, really add towards your legacy, which is to finally do that heel turn. And I think John was quite interested in, okay, I'm listening. And I heard Triple H in an interview say John was really good at just listening and, thinking about it. And he said he didn't get loads out of John when he initially pitched it. But apparently John went away and then Triple H started getting all these messages like, I could do this, I could do that. And Triple H was like, okay, yeah, he's on board. So I think John in the moment was also a bit reluctant. In the moment, I think John was also a bit like, don't know. This wasn't what I had planned, and is it going to work? And I think after he left the meeting, he was thinking about it, and I think then he was like, yeah, how about this? How about that? The problem you've got is that the original plan, I think, was that he was going to turn at WrestleMania. And then, of course, Ari calls up The Rock and says we need some for Elimination Chamber. And then I think The Rock wanted Cody to turn. But the problem with that is they already had plans for John to turn. So you can't turn Cody because then you've got heel Cody against heel John. And that is not great for the main event of WrestleMania. So I don't know the exact timeline. But at that point, I think John says, how about I do the turn not at Mania, I'll do it at Elimination Chamber. And so John's heel turn was kind of brought forwards. And they didn't, this is where The Rock came up with the idea of selling of the soul. And, I mean, you can just see how they got to where they got and how much of a cobbled mess it was. This was not someone that sat down and wrote this out from start to finish and what we've seen is a well-executed story. This is a mess. It's a mess. It's a cobbled together mess where they've tried to do something which I appreciate the ambition, yeah? I would rather WWE try and fail rather than not try. I would rather us get, like, things that they try and they're bad rather than them just keep playing it safe and the show's being dull. I would much rather they try and fail, right? So, however you feel about the heel turn, not a heel turn I would have done, as I keep saying, however you feel about it, I appreciate the fact they went for it. And I appreciate the fact that they, went big and gave it a go. But you can see that this is not a well-written out story. You can see that The Rock has got involved and then run away. You can see that that's resulted in plans changing. And, him doing the whole sell your soul is so out of sync with where the company is right now. It's so out of sync with, like, Triple H's booking. We don't have anything that's like, sell me your soul, There's nothing even remotely like that. I mean, the closest thing we've got is, like, Wyatt Sicks, but even Wyatt Sicks aren't doing, like, sell me your soul kind of stuff. I mean, it stuck out like a sore thumb, that sell me your soul stuff. You could tell that was not Triple H. So, this is kind of the problem they've got, is that there's a bit too much involvement, too many cooks, all that stuff. It's getting in the way, blah, 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 blah. And, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. WrestleMania suffered as a result of that because the story really set up The Rock to be there, didn't it? And, of course, The Rock wasn't there and everyone got upset. So, yeah, it was frustrating. A frustrating watch WrestleMania. But as we keep saying, that now is behind us. I don't think anyone is now really expecting The Rock until at least SummerSlam, if at all, right? So that means that The Rock situation is done with. I would like to see him one last time before Cena retires, because if Cena's going to turn face, I would like The Rock to sort of be a part of that, because he sold his soul to The Rock. So if he's now going to go back to being a face, I sort of feel like The Rock should be involved. So I'd like to see Rock one more time, but I'm not expecting him tonight. I'm not expecting him at Money in the Bank. I'm not expecting him at Crown Jewel. I don't even know if I'm expecting him really at SummerSlam, but it'll be interesting to see if he is there. So I think the Rock situation is in the rearview mirror. I think the selling of the soul, we know there's nothing bigger on the way. I think the 1, 2, 3 thing, they can always go back to it, but I think people know that's a load of nonsense now. I think people know that, there's nothing there. The Rock, when he sat down and said, listen, I'm a long gamer and all that, load of rubbish. They can always go back to it and pick up the thread. But if they do, I've heard enough now to know that this is not a well thought out story. That 1, 2, 3 thing is not something that's got great meaning. And if they go back to it and give it some meaning, then good. But I'm not going to sit here and listen to them telling me how this has been part of the plan all along, when there's been enough documented about it now to know that that's just not true. So it's very frustrating. But as we said, I think we're past the worst of it. And I think now what we're going to have is we're going to have heel Cena saying that he's going to leave with this belt. We've got heel Cena saying that he's going to walk out. He's the last real champion. Something else I'm not crazy about, because as people know, I keep saying, if he walks out with the belt, it won't make any difference, because we'll just create a new title and we will carry on. And we've had to do that in the past when people have got injured. Now, granted that we haven't necessarily had to make a new title, but we've made new titles. We've changed the design of the belt and created new titles in the past. This isn't the same belt that Buddy Rogers had in 1960s. The title has changed its design, and we've had people that have had to forfeit the title. So if John Cena wants to walk out with that championship, and we have to then create a new belt, a new design, and crown a new champion, it's really no drama. It's not, wrestling is not ruined. And you're never going to convince me otherwise of that. And I don't see the fans talking about this at all. well, as I'm going through social media, I don't see people saying, oh, I hope Randy wins. I really don't want John to ruin wrestling. I'm just not seeing that being part of the conversation. Like, it doesn't feel to me like it's resonating at the moment. Maybe it will as we get more towards the end of the year. Maybe as we get closer to the end of the year, maybe it will start to resonate then, but it ain't doing it at the moment. So, yeah, I honestly, I think we've just ended a big Bloodline story. I think we're in a situation now where we've got to try and fill the void that is left by the Bloodline. And I think now we're starting to see that maybe some of the ideas they've got are not the strongest. I think the Bloodline story ate up a lot of TV time. It was very compelling. They'd struck gold. They mined it for as much as they could mine it. They got all the gold out of it they could get out of it. And now they've got to try and find new gold. And this year, of course, makes sense to dig into a John Cena story. And this is the story they've gone with, John turning heel and, you know, trying to see if they can make that work. And, well, I would say it's mixed results at best at the moment. But maybe it looks a bit better as we move forward, you know. Michael said, John won't stay retired. He's too young. CM Punk will get him out of retirement, says Michael. Humble Rumble said, do you think that Cena will leave with the belt? That would be wild. Personally, I don't think that. I think that John is going to turn face before he goes. And I think he will drop the belt back. I think John is someone that understands the history of wrestling. I genuinely believe John's going to retire. I think he's going to retire because I think, unlike other wrestlers, he has actually got something else to move on to, which is Hollywood. And I think that I think he knows his body is starting to like pack up. He's not got the explosiveness that he had before. He's not got the athleticism that he had before. And I think he knows, I think he prides himself on his in-ring and what he has meant to people. And genuinely, I think he's carved out some time out of his schedule to wind up his career. So, look, could he be tempted back for one more match? Maybe. I personally don't think so. I genuinely think this is it for him. I think he'll do like a Shawn Michaels, which is, you know, walk away and not want to return. They did manage to get Shawn, against his better judgment, to come back for one more match in Saudi Arabia, which I bet he wishes he had never done, because that was DX against Brothers of Destruction. It was a flipping nightmare. But really, he didn't want to do it. They really had to convince him. And really, it was Saudi money that, like, you know, I think did the job. John, he said he's done. He said there's no money that any promoter, any organizer could offer him to get him out of retirement by when he's done at the end of the year. Is that true? Well, time will tell. I believe him because I think he's got something else to go on to, which is Hollywood. And I think that he'll be very busy in Hollywood. So I think he is looking to really put a full stop on his career here. I think John also knows, and he's never been afraid of, you know, putting others over in recent years. He's done a lot of it. I think John knows that with his star power, he can put someone over at the end of the year and give them a big boost. If he keeps winning and getting wins and keeping the title, get into the end of the year, keep banging this drum about I'm going to take the belt, I'm going to ruin wrestling. Whoever can prevent that happening will get a little bump. We'll get a nice little, you know what I mean? It'll be a nice little moment for them. And I think that I'm thinking it's going to be Cody that will stop him. But it could be someone else, you know. It could be that Cody stops him, leave him with the belt, and then someone else gets that final match, you know. So I think Cena will look to give back at the end of the year. There is an old tradition in wrestling which says that you lose your last match because of all the times that people have laid down for you in your career. Certainly if you're someone like John Cena. John Cena's won 17 world titles. That means that 16 times people, champions, world champions, have been told to lay down for him. And so he can beat them so that he can get the belt. And think of all the challengers that he's beaten. Yeah. I mean, pro wrestling is obviously a scripted sport. So even though John was best for business, He's only as good as the people that help make him look good. He's only the best because he's been able to beat people. And those people have laid down for him, And so there's an old tradition in wrestling, which is that because people have done that for you throughout your career, the final way that you can give back, the final way that you can give something back to wrestling is by losing your last match and putting someone over, which gives them a little boost, I mean, imagine Trick Williams beating John Cena in his final match. Imagine Bron Breakker beating John Cena in his final match. Certainly if you can have John feeling quite important at that point, Certainly if you can make it so that John's, there's no way you're going to beat me. You build up the match, make it seem like a massive deal, and, then someone gets a little rub off it. I mean, Batista lost to Triple H in his last match. Ric Flair lost to Shawn in his last match. Shawn lost to Undertaker until they dragged him back for that tag match, but he lost to Undertaker in his last match. I was quite surprised Undertaker won his last match, the Boneyards. I don't know if he knew that it was his last match, because obviously that was during the pandemic, and I'm not sure. I don't know. That'd be interesting. If when they were recording it, they knew this would be the end of the Undertaker character. Because there was no crowds. So I don't know if he thought, well, I'll do this and then I'll have one more match. But perhaps it just came out so well that that was it for him. So I know that he was looking for that great final match to kind of end the career. And I don't know if when they're filming it, he knows that the Boneyard is that match. But I think when he sees it afterwards, I think he knows. And so I think he ends it there. Whether it was all planned, I genuinely don't know. But I was surprised. I really thought AJ was going to win the Boneyards. I thought that would be how they would end Undertaker's career, have him in that grave. Have him put AJ Styles over, then AJ could brag about beating The Undertaker. They didn't go that way. But yeah, tradition says that you would lose your last match. So I think Cena loses. I think he puts someone over at the end of the year. I can't see him wanting to beat Cody and not give it back. I mean, that would be a surprise to me. For him to beat Cody, get the belt off Cody, a friend of his as well in real life. Get the belt and then not pay him back further down the road. So I'm thinking Cody is the one that will get the title off John. But yeah, another big conversation. I do find some of these conversations we have could be just hour-long discussions in their own right. But, John Cena and how it's going to end for him is obviously a big, big conversation. Same with what's going on with Alexa and Charlotte and the Wyatt Sicks and all of these are big, big conversations. We only just really scratched the surface, but yeah, they're good. They're good topics. Really good. Mohammed, shout out to you, bud. Said, Daze, what's up? Hope you're well. Said, Backlash proves to be a stress relief for me as the war tensions were on this last week here in Pakistan. I hope that I can get some relaxation. Well, I hope you get some relaxation as well, but I saw on the news that there's a ceasefire, which is excellent news. There's no one that wants that thing to, continue or get worse. So hopefully cooler heads can prevail. And, a nice distraction, this. But some positive news I saw earlier today about a potential ceasefire there. So fingers crossed that holds and, we can put all this behind us because... the world is not looking for India and Pakistan to start kicking off. We're trying to get flipping the Middle East sorted. We're trying to get Russia, Ukraine sorted. We don't need your countries kicking off now. Thank you. Yeah. So hopefully that news about a ceasefire earlier is true and it holds. So yeah, I agree. A welcome distraction. But Martin said, "Good evening. I have a sneaky feeling that the American Nightmare might occur tonight. On another note, I'm looking forward to seeing Gunther speared back to Austria by Oldberg." You think we get Goldberg, do you? Yeah, I think there's a chance. We know he's been training. We know that 2025 is going to be the year he has his last match. That clearly has not happened at WrestleMania. I don't know when they're going to do it or where they're going to do it. But yeah, SummerSlam would probably make sense. 2-day SummerSlam. Gunther Goldberg being on that card. The only thing is, it's quite early for that because SummerSlam is August and we're sat here in mid-May. So it's a bit early, but yeah, not a problem. We could start it. We could do a couple of matches. It could be a feud. That could be Gunther's Summer. Could be a feud with Goldberg. And, SummerSlam could be the final match of, a series of 3 or something. So, I don't know. There's definitely a good chance that we do see Goldberg today. And Cody is going to be on SmackDown next week. So a lot of people thinking, I think there's even been some rumors that he could be appearing on the show today. So, yeah. I think there's definitely potential for some surprises tonight. We do have an update, though. Travis Scott is not scheduled to be at Backlash tonight. He is currently in Barcelona for an event. So, yeah, we're not expecting to see Travis Scott tonight. So, Martin, really appreciate the support, dudes. Thank you, my friends. JPville said, hopefully we're going to get Goddess Alexa back. Well, that would be good. That would be good. I would like to see Goddess Alexa for a bit. I think that, I said that I would like to see Goddess Alexa and then see the Wyatts trying to bring her into the group. My mind hasn't really changed on that, to be honest. I sort of feel that now that we're past WrestleMania, there's not really any big major event other than SummerSlam that we need to work towards. If I was Triple H, I would want Wyatt Sicks at SummerSlam, and I would want to know who they're facing, and I would get that figured out, and I would work backwards. And so, if it's going to be them Judgment Day, how do I get to that? Is this just the first, piece of that puzzle getting us towards that? What do we do with her and Charlotte? I'm guessing they go after tag titles. Liv eliminated Alexa from the Rumble. She eliminated her from Elimination Chamber. So there's a reason as to why she needs to go after Liv. She's the reason as to why she wasn't at WrestleMania, right? Alexa, if she'd have won one of those, would have been competing for a world title. So Liv is the person that prevented that. So I know people have said Charlotte ripped up Lily and whatever, but that was 4 years ago. I sort of feel like there are more pressing concerns, which would be Liv, because it's Liv's fault Alexa was not at WrestleMania this year. And don't forget, last time we saw Liv before she went away for a couple of years was after a loss to Bianca. So I don't think she's going to hold anything against Bianca, but she could do. She could blame Bianca for her, if Bianca was heel, then that would make sense. If Bianca does turn heel, Bianca and Alexa could definitely go at it, because Alexa could blame Bianca for, driving her away for a couple of years. What you did to me at Royal Rumble 2023, it broke me. And it took me 2 years to get back, and I'm going to now break you. Something like that. So I sort of feel like there's potential feuds for Alexa in lots of different places. But it does feel like Liv is the most pressing of those. Liv's the one that I think we need to address. So that's why I'm thinking tag titles. But yeah, Goddess Alexa for a bit. I'm down for that. And then the Wyatt Sicks come on the scene. She ends up joining them. Could be good. Could be fun. JP said India and Pakistan have already broken that ceasefire. Have they? Have they really? That wasn't long ago. And it's already been broken. Breaking news. Pakistan committed to ceasefire. Pakistan's foreign minister has responded to a statement. Pakistan remains committed to the implementation of a ceasefire. Don't know. That's the latest out of them. They're saying they're committed to it, Pakistan. So We'll have to see. Star Wars fan crazy said, Daze, big fan, what time does it start tonight? Well, actually, we're only an hour and 15 minutes away from the start of the countdown show. Then we will be at Backlash. Backlash will be starting after that countdown show, and it is very main event heavy tonight. Tonight is really all about John Cena, Randy Orton, and other than that, should just be a fun little watch, honestly. Daze, have we got any idea what time it starts central? No, I don't know that. The only thing I know is that the show will start in about 3 hours. 3 hours, 10 minutes. So wherever you are, add 3 hours, 10 minutes to that. Nathan said, you're right about Alexa Charlotte as a team. I know that people are anxious to see Wyatt's bow was injured. People have got to get back to in-ring shape and have got to get creative ready, says Nathan. Yeah, I mean, I think Wyatt Sicks fans have been very patient. I wouldn't say that they lack patience. I mean, they've not seen the Wyatt Sicks all year. We know there's been reasons for that, and we know, I'm sure that there's things WWE might have done differently in retrospect. I mean, without being actually sat in the meetings and knowing what conversations are being had and knowing exactly what, we don't even know how bad the injury was. Like, there's so many details that we don't have that, we're just kind of really trying to put pieces together using little scraps. I mean, there's just really not much info. So it's just one of those where you'll see them when you see them. You'll see them when you see them, and, they've not been released. I don't think they were ever in danger of being released. I don't think we've really even got started with the Wyatt Sicks. We did one feud to introduce them. The second feud we had to abandon without finishing, and that's all we've done. That's it. We did an introduction feud, which was Chad and American Maids. Then we did a feud with Final Testament, which we had to abandon before we could finish it because of Bo's injury, and we have done nothing else. So it does not even feel like we've got started with this group. The only concern I have with the group is that is it too big? I think the size of the group is a problem. I think that it's hard because they are going to struggle for promo time. We're going to struggle to get to know all the different characters unless we use them on a regular basis. Like, do you know what I mean? We need to see them every week, really. And we need to get vignettes out of them every week. We need to explore the background for Rowan. Like, where's Rowan been? Why is he back now? What's his motivation? Same for Joe Gacy, same for Nikki Cross, same for Uncle Howdy, same for Alexa Bliss, same for Loomis. So, we need to go through each member and, we need to know their relationships. One of the best things about the Bloodline was knowing how Jay felt about Sammy, how Sammy felt about Roman, how Roman felt about Jimmy, how Jimmy felt about Heyman, how Heyman felt about the Usos. Like, we really dug into those relationships, and it got to the point where they could just do little looks at each other, and we knew exactly what they were thinking because we knew how they felt about each other. We saw little segments throughout the show, and if you've got a group of 6 people, like, I feel like we need to get to that point to understand what's happening and understand, the dynamics and of the group and everything. I mean, I know there needs to be an air of mystery, but this group needs serious, serious investment. And so, like, for me, I think trying to present 6 people at the same time it's really difficult. It's going to be really difficult. And I think we're really struggling with finding a big group for them to go after as well. Who do they feud with? We've only got like a Judgment Day, and outside of Judgment Day, who else have we got? I mean, what other groups can they go after? What other heel groups are there? I mean, even Legado del Fantasma splitting apart, but they're only 3 people. So it's hard, isn't it? Where are you going to find a group of 6 for the 6 to go after? So I that's my concern. I don't know if we don't need to break it down and have them going off, doing like their own thing. A bit like Bloodline, where you had the Usos going after the tag titles, you had Roman going after the world title, you had Sammy helping out the Usos, you had Solo trying to, help out Roman And they were kind of all, if they collectively needed to come together for something like War Games, they can do it. But other than that, they're sort of, they're together in segments, but they've got their own little thing. Like Roman is saying to the Usos, "Don't you let me down," and all that. Then they would go off to have their tag match later in the show. Maybe we need to take a leaf out of that book. Perhaps it's just too hard to get like a whole group, a whole faction going after another group, another faction. So yeah, it's difficult. There's a lot of moving parts. Long Beach Hippie, shout out to you, said, I visited Melrose, Fairfax area yesterday. Saw Brie Bella with Maurice and her 2 kids. They were going shopping. They're gorgeous. Did you really? That's crazy that you bumped into and saw Brie Bella and Maurice. So Long Beach Hippie, shout out to you. AB said, imagine Travis Scott comes out to The Rock's music. Well, thankfully, I don't think we need to worry about that. I don't believe we've got Travis Scott's tonight. The man who threw the beer bottle at John had another one ready to throw, but dropped it when he was grabbed by security. That's interesting, isn't it? So he actually had another bottle that he was going to throw. What is up with this guy? What was this guy's problem? Why the flip? Why did he think it was a good idea to throw one bottle? And then why did he have another one ready to throw? That's crazy. That is crazy. You don't expect that from kids, do you? You don't expect that from kids, let alone flipping adults. Crazy. Do we think that we should get Travis Scott returning tonight? No, Connor. Word on the street is he's in Spain. Dean said, there's enough people in the Wyatt Sicks. They could have been used whilst Bo was out. There's no excuse for the absence. Any idea why they didn't go that route? Well, I don't think they had really established the characters. There's not really a leader. I mean, they did actually do one match without Bo. You might remember Bo wasn't around, which is why rumors started about him being injured because he wasn't around one week. We actually did Dexter Lumis versus The Miz. And then I think Final Testament got involved and the Wyatt Sicks got involved, but there was no Bo. So we did one match and we did that. And then I think, it was clear Bo was injured. The problem you've got at that point is you can't do the final showdown with Final Testament because you haven't got Bo. So you can't do this big final showdown. They advertised it on Raw Talk that there was going to be a big final showdown match. We never got the match. So I think what they did was they were like, right, Bo's injured. Let's move the Wyatts over to SmackDown and, we'll line them up for whatever they had planned. And then I don't know if Bo's injury did not get worse or maybe he didn't recover as quick as they thought or what the situation was. But to be honest with you, I think at this point we're hitting January. At this point we are looking at the Rumble. At this point we are pretty much WrestleMania season. And at this point, I think Triple H's priorities are let me use my TV time for people that I know is going to be at Mania. The way that you book is the way Triple H books is he books in 3 months chunks. So he will book WrestleMania and he will work backwards to wherever he needs to go back to, right? So he will have the WrestleMania cards and then he'll work backwards. So if the Wyatt Sicks are not going to be at WrestleMania because there's too much uncertainty about Bo, he'll use his TV time to focus on the matches he knows is going to be at WrestleMania. And, he's got to focus on what's going to happen at Elimination Chamber. And he needs to focus on what's going to happen at the Royal Rumble, right? So once he's dealt with all of that and he's made sure his premium live events are good, then he will look at TV time. And so he'll look at his options and he'll be like, where do I want to spend my TV time? Because, he'll set up some championship matches that won't take place at premium live events. And he'll set up some feuds that won't take place at premium live events. Like, I don't think Chelsea was at WrestleMania, for example. So a lot of the Chelsea stuff was just playing out on TV. So he's got his TV time for the premium live events. He's got TV time for some people like Chelsea, who I don't think any of us would say shouldn't have been on TV, right? She's been brilliant. But you've got her. I think there was a project that he's just done and continuing to do with the tag division as well on SmackDown. So I think he's looked at Street Profits, Motor City, DIY, Pretty Deadly. And I think he's looked at that and gone, I want to really build that tag division. I want that tag division to matter. And so I think he's had a project that he's done with that as well. So the bottom line is, with Bo being injured, I think he's worked his way down a list like that. And by the time he's looking at, like, shall I use Nikki for this? Or shall I use Rowan and Joe Gacy for that? I think, he's got other options on the table. He's got other teams that he could use. He's got other women that he could use. He doesn't need to use Nikki when he's got, like, loads of women sat in catering. He had Zoe Stark, Shayna Baszler, Zelina Vega, Chelsea Green's around. Like, I'm not even talking about the Livs and the Rheas and the Biancas. Like, he's got a pool of women that are just in that mid-card. Like, he doesn't need Nikki for that. That's not really what her focus is. Like, she is righting wrongs and, her stories are very creative. I don't think he's looking at her going, oh, I'll use her for a match against Chelsea, when he's got Meechin and, he's got B-Fab and he's got all these other women. I just think it's difficult. You know what you want to use the Wyatt Sicks for. If you can't use them for that, you've then got to use them in a different way, but you've got other people for that stuff. Like, why do we need to use Rowan and Gacy as a tag team, or Loomis and Gacy as a tag team, when we've got Motor City, DIY, Street Profits, Pretty Deadly, Los Garza, Legado del Fantasma? Like, those are your teams for the tag division. So if I need something in the tag division, that's my pool of talent that I'm using. Wyatt Sicks were meant for something very different, which was big story, righting wrongs, very creatively driven. I mean, I've no doubt that we were going to get Wyatt Sicks Judgment Day and that was erased. I think that would have been the first 3 months of the year, and I think it was just erased. We just couldn't get to it. But you don't know either about how often was it that Uncle Howdy was ready to return, or, okay, yeah, another week, give me another week kind of a thing, Getting medical updates like, how's it looking? No, still not quite right. Damn it. I was going to use them this weekend. Who knows? So I can sort of understand, honestly. I can sort of understand. I think in his mind, he wants to use the Wyatt Sicks as a unit, as a faction. I think that is proven now, from what we've just gone through, to be very, very difficult. I think that's very hard. And maybe now, looking back, he would have done it different. Maybe now he would have gone, well, knowing what I know now, maybe I should have leaned more on using them. But in the heat of the moment, do I blame him for not going and using them? I don't, to be honest. I don't. Because in his mind, I think he wants to use them as a collective. And if you use Nikki, then you've just got another woman sat in catering that could have been used as well. So it's someone's always going to miss out, aren't they? Someone's always going to miss out. There's always people sat in catering. There's always good talent that just can't make it onto TV. I mean, you could have used someone you could have used Rowan or Loomis in like a feud. But I mean, you've got Karrion Kross just sat around kicking his heels in catering, There's just a lot of really good talent. And that is both a blessing and a curse in some ways, because it's a blessing that you've got so much great talent to work with, but it's a curse because you can't get everyone on TV. And I think with the Wyatt Sicks, he just made a decision of, if I can't do the story I want to do, if I can't do what they are meant to be doing, I don't want to deliver something lesser than that. I don't want to deliver something that's watered down. Because if you had Nikki going up against Chelsea, you're going to expect QR codes. You're going to expect all this amazing booking and twists and turns and, you know, all the kind of Wyatt Sicks stuff. Well, if that was never the plan and none of that is planned and they don't have it all set up and, do you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to get any of that. You're not going to get that. You're just going to get Nikki just doing just really bland stuff, rather than it being all, like, you know, planned out and being perfectly executed. So that's my take on it. That's my thoughts. JWC said, I hope that Dominik wins tonight. They should let him have that title a little bit longer. He is one of the best heels in the company. I think he will, buds. I think he will. Dawny said, I don't think Triple H knows what to do with the Wyatt Sicks. Mohammed said, I hope they don't give blunt end to Cena Orton. Cena is looking like a weak character. If he loses and turns face tonight, that would be goods. I don't know that we'll see him turn face tonight, to be honest, buds. I think that they're pretty committed to this heel turn at the moment. I think he will turn face by the end of the year, but yeah, I don't know that we're going to abandon the heel turn. I think it was a big call, and I think it's one that they're really looking to commit to. JWC said, thanks for reading me out. No wonder, buds. No worries. Daze, R-Truth will cost Cena the title, said Higley. At the beginning of the show, we'll see Truth sell him, knock off Cena merch, and in the main event, he'll try doing the loyal thing and give Cena his cut, which will end up costing him, said Higley. Connor said, do we see El Grande Americano getting involved in the Dominik Penta match? He could. I don't know that I do see it, only because we can't have involvement in every match. Like, we can't have Cody getting involved in the main event, Bayley getting involved in Lyra, and Becky, Goldberg getting involved in Pat and Gunther, El Grande getting involved in Dominik. I can't see all of that happening, so I would say a couple of those things, you know. I'd say a couple of those things will happen. So will El Grande be one of them? Maybe, yeah. It's a good shout, but I don't know that is... I don't know that is one. I do expect some stuff like that tonight, though. Those would be the kind of things that we're looking for. Daze, I've got cancer. I don't know if I will survive. My dream is to meet you in real life. Kai Plays, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. What's, where are you, bud? Nathan said, I think Spooky Things might be out of his depth to book. I think he needs someone that's in horror movies. To be honest, I think a lot of it is driven by Rob Fee and Uncle Howdy. I think they drive a lot of it. And I think that Triple H just gives his final sign-off. I think Triple H just wants the tone of the shows to be similar, you know? I think he wants the tone of the shows to kind of feel like they fit. This is why the whole selling of your soul thing was really strange. Like, that just really did not fit with the tone of the show. It doesn't fit with everything else. You can tell that was not written by him and his creative team. And so I think that, and I don't disagree with this, I think that the Fiend stuff and the Alexa stuff and stuff that's supernatural, I think it's really hard for WWE to make that work because they're just not committed enough. I think if you're going to do something that's supernatural, you've got to have everyone react to it. The backstage interviewers, the commentators. Too many times the commentators will be like, well, I don't know what that was, but let's move on. So coming up next, and we just move on. Do you know what I mean? Like, they just very quickly just go, well, I can't explain what that was, but let's move on to our next segment. And it's like, there's not really any concern. They don't really sell it. It's just sort of left. It's kind of like, yeah, I don't know what that is. Let's move on. And it's just sort of, it just doesn't work. Like, I said this about when the Wyatt Sicks debuted. They still hadn't fixed that. Because the Wyatt Sicks debuted, there was a massive massacre, right? Bodies everywhere in Gorilla. Show ends, right? And then immediately after, we do Raw Talk, and you've got Kathy and you've got Jey Uso just chatting away. Like nothing's happened. No concern. Not worried. You've got Jey yeeting. You got Kathy chatting to him. They just, the structure's not there. Like, if you're going to do something like that, it has to impact everyone. There has to be concern from the roster. The roster should be talking about it. Like, the commentators should be talking about, like, it needs to be a major focus. And they're just no good at doing that. It's too big for them to do. I don't know why they can't get everyone on board or everyone to sell it. But they just can't do it. So I think that Triple H has probably looked at it and gone, you know what? It's easier. It's simpler if we don't go at that far. Keep it spooky. Keep it mysterious, right? But at least that way it's not affecting everyone else. I don't need everyone else to sell it. I can just keep it in its own space and keep it its own thing. And it's all right if people want to be like, well, that was unsettling, but let's move on. And that it doesn't ruin it or anything, right? And I wonder if like he's trying to just keep things within the overall tone of the show, you know? And I don't disagree with him trying to do that. So I think that, you know, Rob Fee and Uncle Howdy driving the story forwards, Triple H just looking over to make sure it just fits in with the rest of the show. The tone works. You know, Spooky's fine. We had Spooky from The Fiend. But I think just making sure that you can just move on from it and it doesn't hurt that segment, you know. I think that I'm okay with that personally. I don't think that's the challenge. I think the challenge has been, honestly, the chemistry of the group. They've not teamed in NXT, so they've not been together in NXT, have they? Like they have not worked things out. So it's a case that they're having to work stuff out on the main roster, and we haven't worked out the relationships. And you know, there's so much stuff, like how they walk down to the ring and what mannerisms have they got? Are any of the characters a bit hesitant? Are they all just looking to rip heads off? Like, what's their motivation? What are these characters? Like, we're having to work that out on the main roster because we haven't done this faction in NXT. Normally, a lot of these little things you would have worked out, but we're having to work it out now. So not only is it that you've got maybe some creative issues, but also you've got a group that don't have chemistry at the moment because they've only just been thrown together. You've got a group that I don't think fully understand their characters. You've got a story that's quite different to anything else on the roster. And you've got commentators, backstage announcers not selling it, right? Which is a big problem as well. There's problems everywhere with the Wyatt Sicks. It's a big, ambitious project. This is not just Judgment Day. Do you know what I mean? This isn't just Judgment Day. Judgment Day are largely themselves playing characters that they've developed over years. And it's a group that can work individually, work collectively. It changes its members. You don't need QR codes. You don't need any kind of spookiness. Like, they're just a group. They're a gang. Easy. That ain't the Wyatt Sicks, is it? That ain't the Wyatt Sicks. Wyatt Sicks is a project. Wyatt Sicks is a commitment. Wyatt Sicks is a lot of work. It's hard. It is hard. I think we have to acknowledge this is not easy. It is difficult. And if they make mistakes, I think that's understandable. But it doesn't help when one of the members is injured and out for an extended period of time. And it happens just as we approach WrestleMania season. Do you know what I mean? And that person just happens to be the flipping leader of the group. The guy that does the most talking, the guy that steers the ship, the guy that brought the group together. He's the one that got... It'd be all right if it was Gacy. It's flipping Uncle Howdy. So, yeah. Clearly, it has been challenging, but hopefully we're past the worst of it, and we should, rumours are they'll be back very soon. But Mohammed said, thank you, love the videos. Is there any name which you can call your viewers' YouTube family? Just the community, but just the community. I'm not a mark for myself. I'm not after Daze's ravers or flipping whatever fans or whatever. We're just a community of people that love wrestling and talk about wrestling. So if you want to collectively call us all the boomers, that's fine. But now we're just a community of wrestling fans that just talk about wrestling. Or listen, you lot have great ideas, great theories, great thoughts. All I do is I just chuck them around and go, well, this feels like where we're going, or I've read this, or I've heard this. I'm in a fortunate position where I get to spend my time reading reports and looking and seeing what's on social media. And I am very fortunate to do that, but I have to do that for Unseen. And so it means I see a lot of the rumor mill, and I see a lot of what's being said, and I read a lot about where things are going, and I don't catch everything. Sometimes you guys tell me about things I've not seen, but by and large, if something's being reported through Wrestle Talk or Wrestle Purists, or it's come from Dave, or it's come from PW Insider, or Sean Ross Sapp, or Fightful, or PW Nexus, or wherever, right? Wrestle Votes. I've probably seen it. And I've probably read it, and I probably mentally have kind of pieced it together as to where we're going, right? Of course, there's still things that catch me off and surprise me. I did not expect Alexa to team with Zelina, because that didn't make any sense in my mind. I think, to be honest, it was just a way of bringing her back into being wrestling, yeah? It was just a way of bringing her back. And then we saw that actually the real thing for her yesterday was her going up to Charlotte saying, let's chat. Really, we didn't need the match. The match, I think, was irrelevant. It was just a way of getting her back on TV. They could have just had Charlotte out back with Alexa closing the door going, let's chat. And you could have just done that yesterday. I think that was the real thing. That was the real focus. But I didn't predict that happening either. So that's all we do. So, if ever someone says something, and they're like, what about this? And I'm like, I don't see it because of blah, blah, blah. I'll give you reasons as to why I don't see it. Doesn't mean I'm right. Doesn't mean that whoever said that is wrong. It just means that, well, mentally I'm thinking it goes this way because, and I'll always try and give reasons. I'll always try and say, well, I'm saying that because I've read this, I've read that. Dave Meltzer said this, WrestleVotes have said that, or blah, 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 Just like how I don't think Alexa is going after Charlotte because she ripped up Lily. I don't believe that. And the reason why I don't believe that is because it was 4 years ago. I think if she wanted to attack Charlotte, she would have just attacked her. I don't think she would have gone up and said, let's chat. That's a very friendly thing to do, isn't it? That's like reaching out an olive branch. It's kind of like Alexa is saying, I need your help, really. That's how it comes across to me. I need your help. I don't get the vibe. Could it be a trap? Well, it could be a trap. But I don't think Alexa's looking to set a trap for something that happened 4 years ago. I think there's been a lot of water under the bridge, and there's been a lot of other things that have happened since then. A lot of stuff that's happened since then. Plus, she's back with a new Lily doll now, She's got a new Lily doll. So I don't know that she needs to be that upset about the old Lily doll being ripped. So, yeah, maybe she's still got a bit of a grudge about it, and perhaps it will be brought up. But I don't think that she's looking to go after her as revenge for that. I think that she wants to work with her. The vibe I get is, let's chat, is I need your help, and I think you need mine. And I think that's why, to me, I'm like, okay, well, if they are going to work together for a bit, what would they work together for? And the immediate thing for Alexa is Liv, because she got eliminated from the Rumble. She got eliminated from Elimination Chamber. We all thought that it was going to be Liv and Raquel against Nikki and Alexa. And we know that Judgment Day Wyatt Sicks was planned. It was on that whiteboard from WWE Unreal trailer. So we know that was going to happen. So do you see what I mean? Like, if you put the pieces together, that's where it leads me. It leads me to them two working together, potentially going after tag titles. Maybe not a long-term thing, maybe a short-term thing. Perhaps Judgment Day get involved, perhaps Wyatt Sicks get involved. Perhaps that's how we get to that feud. But again, that's just me putting pieces together. It doesn't mean that I'm correct. It's just me going, this is how it feels to me. So, yeah, it's just community. It's just a community. We're a community of boomers that love wrestling and we just chuck stuff around. But I'm certainly not right all the time. My track record will show you that. But we do okay. We do okay. We haven't got a bad hit rate. I just tend to get the big things wrong. There's no way CM Punk's coming back to WWE. There's no way. He hates Triple H. Triple H hates him. There's no way. Oh my God, he's back. Can you believe it? Moldy Spoon, hello. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing well, buds. Greener said, what pizza toppings are your favourites? Pizza toppings? I'm really boring. I don't have pizza that often, to be honest. If I was going to have pizza, it'd be like chicken and sweet corn, or some sort of meat thing. Sometimes I find the meats toppings, like where you've got pepperoni and ham and all that, I can find that a little greasy, to be honest. Sometimes that's what keeps me away from having all that. Is like, it's really great. Pepperoni in particular is quite greasy, I find. So yeah, I do like you know, a meatalicious meteora, whatever, right? But honestly, probably chicken and sweet corn, because you tend to get a lot of chicken, and chicken is the king of meats, as we all know. Yeah, very versatile, and I don't find that to be as greasy either. So probably something like that. A nice tomato sauce though. I did go through a period of having barbecue sauce on pizzas, and that's fine. But you can't beat a really nice, tangy tomato sauce. It's very satisfying. Very, very satisfying. So, yeah, probably like a supreme chicken and sweet corn. Nice, tangy tomato sauce. Lovely. Daze, I've got you on the TV in our restaurants. I'm getting you exposure. Enjoy your meals, everyone. I really recommend this place. That I've been to Corey's restaurant, and the food is bellissimo. Yeah, bellissimo. So, yeah, enjoy your meals. And they've asked me to announce free drinks for the next 15 minutes, everyone. Woo! Free drinks. Go get your free drinks, everyone. Yeah. Nice one, Corey. Nice one. Yeah. Tell me the backlash time, said Zoya. Backlash time, an hour, 40 minutes. And then we've got the countdown show, and then it'll be another 2 hours after that. But, so 2 hours 40, and then we'll be underway with Backlash. Daze, the TV has got no volume. Oh well, there we go. Hopefully the subtitles did the job. Listen, you don't need volume if someone's yelling free drinks. If someone's yelling free drinks, volume's irrelevant. Yeah? I can understand free drinks in any language around the world. It's a skill. I think we're all born with it. If someone in flipping Taiwan was stood behind a bar, yeah, speaking Taiwanese, and they announced free drinks in Taiwanese, I would understand. You would understand. It's a skill we're born with. You can't explain it. So they will have got the message. K-Play said, I'm in Indianapolis where the Royal Rumble was. Oh, that's in America. I'm in the UK. That's very cool, though. Did you get to go to the Rumble, buds? Did you actually go? You surely did. On your doorstep. Surely. I'm there for free drinks and food, said Cringe Wolf. Corey said, no, we've got volume. We're laughing. Oh, you might be laughing now, but let me know if you're laughing in 10, 15 minutes when that bar has been drunk dry. Kind of said that means we're going to have 6 English teams in the Champions League. Yeah, come on. I don't know when United's game is. Like 11 days, something like that. I think it's like a week, Thursday or something. Big game, that. Man United in the European final. LJ said, Daze, are you going to do a watch-along for UFC after? No, buds. I got videos to do, unfortunately. When it comes to like wrestling shows like this being on the same day as UFC, it's a nightmare. I wish I could do UFC after, but it's not just about doing the watch-along. As soon as the watch-along ends, I've then got review videos to do, unseen video to do, probably some reaction little clips go up. Bits like that, which, to be honest with you, will mean that I won't finish until well after UFC has ended. So it's bigger than just doing the watch-along. Brony said, have you seen the rundown of the show? It's Dominik Penta opening. Oh, really? I thought they'd open with the 4-way. Oh, well, that's all right, actually. That's all right. Dominik Penta will be fun. And then it still saves the 4-way, doesn't it? I don't think that show's going to go that long. I think it'll be like 2.5 hours. Something like that. 2.5 hours. I think we'll be done, really. I mean, it starts at midnight in the UK. Right now, it's 25 minutes past 9. And so, we've got 2.5 hours-ish to go until we actually get started with Backlash. I think then it'll probably be another 2.5 hours in total. Maybe knocking on the door towards 3. They're going to give each match time, which is good, honestly. It's good. I think matches, need a bit of time in order for them to achieve what they need to achieve. Dominik Penta, given some time, could really bang, Could really bang. Is Backlash 2 nights? Yeah, we're going to stretch 5 matches out over 2 nights. It's pretty brave, to be honest. It's definitely brave. No, it's not, but it's 1 night. 5 matches, that's all we've got. It's all we deserve. You get what you deserve, and you deserve 5 matches. Mohammed said, I think you must think of a name. You've got a good fan base. People like to hear the thoughts and reviews. You can't be a boomer. Oh, no, I am a boomer, buds. I am a boomer. No, I don't. I'm not interested. Honestly. To me, like, this is the community, and that's it. It's a community of people. It's a group of us that gather together to talk about wrestling, talk about what we like, what we're excited about, what we don't like, what's irritating us. That's it. I don't know. Perhaps like if I was trying to like market and trying to brand and all that, we would come up with names and all of this. But that's for others. That's not for us. I like to rock up, chat with you guys, and then run away into the night. That's what I do. So put whatever name you want on that. Poppy Croc said, I think another celebrity is going to come out to help Cena. Maybe Kai Cenat or something. Maybe. Yamil said, did anyone pick up WWE 2K25? I didn't, personally, but I know there was many in the community that did. Only 5 matches, and the main event, it's sad, said Dave. A. Jobson said, wrestling fans are a different breed. Cringe Wolf, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Cringe Wolf said, Daze, I'm related to Steven Tyler from Aerosmith. My aunt did an ancestry a few years ago, and I saw that his grandparents her grandparents, you mean? My aunt did Ancestry a few years ago, saw that his grandparents and my great-grandparents were the same name and city in Italy. Hang on, let me get my head around this. Okay, so you're basically related to Steven Tyler from Aerosmith. That, however we got there, we got there. Got you. I've never done anything like that. I would hate to know what I would find out. I've got no doubt I'm probably related to, I don't know, some pervert. Do you know what I mean? Some village pervert. The village idiot is probably my great-grandfather. So I'm all right. You've got something cool like being related to someone from Aerosmith. That ain't me. That ain't what I'm gonna find. Trust me. That ain't what I'm finding. So I'm happy for you, my friends, that it worked out so well. I bet that is quite interesting, though, to actually like dig back and see. But I don't know. Yeah, I wonder if I went back. I know my mom's side comes from Germany. My dad's side is English. My mom was born in England, but my mom's mom was from Germany. But yeah, I don't know where my dad's side would go back to be honest. Interesting. Daze, thanks for the commitments to the craft. Dave, are Queen Charlotte Flair will arrive? Well, there was rumours of a dark persona. I don't know how dark we're going to go. I don't know that we're going to... I mean, she said that she wants to get a bit more of her into the character. She doesn't find the Queen to be relatable. And I think that she is looking at... And I agree, because Charlotte comes out in all these robes, puts her arms outstretched, gets in the ring, your Queen has arrived, people boo her, and she doesn't really let people in to see what she is about as a person. And we don't really get to know her that well. And I know people don't like her, whatever, but I do agree that the Queen character is very limiting. So I think that before she came back, there was rumors of a Dark Queen persona for when she came back. That never showed itself. Now that she's back, and now she's been through that feud with Tiffany, I think she wants to find a way of injecting a bit more of her true self into the character. So I don't know that that dark persona thing has not just been dropped, because that was a rumor that I think was doing the rounds before she even returned months ago. And I think that Tiffany feud has shown her that actually I need to be a bit more relatable. I need to put a bit more of me into the character, because the character's too restrictive. I mean, look, she's about to get into a story with Alexa. This could take us anywhere. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold that we're definitely going to go down a dark Queen road, because I think that feud with Tiffany has really changed Charlotte's mindset. And I think she's now looking like, I need to get a bit more of me into the character. It's going to be interesting. Charlotte wants to bring her Smashly gimmick from her drinking days, said Frankie. Alexa teaming up with Queen Charlotte. They're going to go after the tag title, said David. I'm trying to see if I'm related to the guy who called the iceberg on the Titanic. My maiden name is Fleet, and his name was Frederick Fleet. His mom abandoned him when he was little, and he settled here in Mass, said... What, he survived? Did he survive? The guy that went iceberg, he survived. I only know of Rose that survived, and I don't even think she's real. So I have no idea who actually made it from the Titanic. I've not gone into it in that level of detail. But that's interesting. I didn't know the guy that went, iceberg, dead ahead. I didn't know he survived. I didn't even know if he'd actually said it. It's hard to know what's true and what's not true in that film. Daze, what's your favourite live, WWE live, that I've been to? Probably the first one I went to. I think it's special when you're a kid, isn't it? I went to Birmingham NEC, which is, as I've said, like a big convention centre in the UK. And the arena was not that big. I don't know how many thousand it could hold, but it was not 20. Like, it was a lot less than that. It probably, I don't know, 10, maybe less than that, 8,000 people. But it was a house show like 94, 95. I went a couple of times. And it was just magical. I mean, we've spoke about it before. I remember, well, I don't remember much. I remember being there, and I remember kind of seeing the merch stand and everything, but I don't remember the journey. But my mum tells me that I just kept asking, will Undertaker be there? Will Undertaker be there? Do you think we'll see Undertaker? I hope we see Undertaker. And apparently I was just going on about that. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to not go with that. I mean, when you're a kid, it's so special. But as I got older, like, I've not been to loads. I've been to, like, Raws and SmackDowns in 2002. But, yeah, 2019 was special because of seeing the Fiend for the first time. He wasn't there in person, but it was the show where he goes, do you want me to show you a secret? And then it's the Funhouse. I think it's like episode 4 of the Funhouse where you see the Fiend for the very, very, very first time. We'd never seen him before. The first unveiling of that character, like episode 4 of the Firefly Funhouse in 2019. That was done in London at the O2. They aired it on the screen. And I remember sitting there thinking, this is not being shown live anywhere, right? To my knowledge. It wasn't being shown live in America. It wasn't being shown live in the UK. And so I knew that I was in a room of about 20,000, maybe less, that was seeing this before the world was going to see it. And I was like, I have to do something with it. I don't know what I have to do, but I need to tell people, but I can't tell people because I don't want to ruin it. So I was so... There's a video on the channel of me outside the O2 on my phone recording it going, guys, you need to watch Raw. I can't tell you why, but you need to watch Raw because what I've just seen is mind-blowing. You need to watch Raw. And I'm trying to not say what it is, but I'm trying to tell people, oh my God, so much just happened. And of course, flipping other people that were there, film it and put it up, you know? Just record it and put it up. It was funny, actually, because I went with... Well, I went on my own, but I bumped into some people that had helped make some Wrestling Daze shirts, right? Because there was some merch back in the day. We haven't done it for years and years and years. But I bumped into those people because they also did stuff with WWE. They did shirts for WWE. And they were like, oh, how you doing? I'm like, I'm good. You all right? And she's like, listen, I don't know loads about wrestling. So can you just give me a pointer of like what to look out for? And I was like, yeah, no worries. I was like, look, there's a pretty big thing going on at the moment to do with Bray Wyatt. And it's getting loads of buzz. So when you get to the Bray Wyatt thing, like whatever's going to happen, focus on that. And she's like, okay, brilliant. Thank you. And I bumped into her after and she was like, Daze, I recorded that Bray Wyatt thing. It's gone mental. And I was like, oh, well, I'm pleased for you. But I was like, oh, man, I can't do that because I don't want to put spoilers out there for you guys, you know? So I didn't record it and upload it. Instead, I just did a video of me going, oh, my God, you need to watch it. You need to watch the show. It's amazing. So, like, all of that, it's just a fun little memory I've got of, like, being so confused, not knowing what to do, running out of the arena, recording a video, bumping into that woman that told me that she'd recorded the actual thing. She just recorded it. So Bray appeared in the mask for the Fiend. She recorded it on her phone and just uploaded it and got loads of views, obviously, because it hadn't aired in America. It hadn't aired. And she didn't even know what she was doing. She only did it because I told her keep an eye out for Bray. But so she had recorded that and chucked it up and she was like, my God, it's getting so many views. Thank you. I was like, you're welcome. I think I've just contributed to spoilers in some way, but, you know, you're welcome, whatever. So, yeah, I kind of think back to that and I'm like, yeah, that was pretty fun. But, yeah, there's a few. I mean, I love seeing Tyler Bate win the UK Championship. As James knows, like, I was there for when Gunther made his WWE debut. I saw Rhea Ripley win the UK women's title in Birmingham, actually. She was in NXT UK before she went to NXT. And she was the first ever women's NXT UK champion. She beat Toni Storm in the final. I saw Toni Storm versus Rhea Ripley, which, I mean, you think about that now in 2025. How much would you love to see Toni Storm, Rhea Ripley in 2025? But I saw it, NXT UK, in a room that probably held 1,000 people, something like that. It was really weird, actually, because it was actually a convention hall. So what they had done is they had got a convention hall, the kind of place you go to for like a Comic-Con or something like that, right? They had one of those halls. They obviously couldn't fill it. The ring was right in the middle. They had chairs around it. They had the entranceway, and there was just loads of empty space. They even had like a merch stand, and they had like a food truck. And it was weird. It was one of the weirdest places I've been to watch wrestling, was inside this convention hall. And where they would do a Comic-Con or something like that. And they actually did NXT UK, taped episode. They taped several episodes. I remember watching Dakota Kai compete in the like semi-finals for one of the episodes. And then the big finale was Rhea against Toni Storm for the NXT UK Women's Championship. And Rhea got the win. So obviously Toni wasn't doing her timeless thing then, but good fun memories. This is going to wrestling's so much fun. I mean, so many great memories. I got great memories of just going to NXT house shows in America. I've said I'd go to them all the time. If I lived in America, I'd be broke because I'd just go to NXT house shows, just have a great time. Kind of get to know the crew, be like, John, how you doing? How's the kids? Barry, how are you? Sold much merch, have you, buds? Oh, quiet is it, really? Well, I'll pick up soon, won't it? Pick up. That'll be me. I'd be one of those guys that feels like, I know everyone that works there. And they're like, how you doing? I'll be like, yeah, I'm all right. You're all right, mate, like that. I'm in with the crew. If you need me to help take the ring down, you give me a shout, yeah? Like that. And secretly they'd all be like, God, what a nerd. What a dweeb. Hasn't he got a life? Why does he keep hanging around with us? That would be what they'd say. But I wouldn't know, because they'd say it behind my back, so it'd be fine. Hannah said, Daze, massive backlash ahead tonight. This has got potential to be the best one in history. What would you say is the best backlash of all time? 2005 with Tag Team Turmoil, or 2023 was fun? I don't have them ranked in my mind, to be honest. I mean, obviously, the most recent one with France, that crowd, you're going to be hard pushed, actually, to find one where it gets a 5-star match like AJ Cody did. So, but honestly, I don't have them ranked. We watched the 2008 one the other day, and that was all right. That was pretty fun. I think we gave it like a 7.25. I do think they are shows that are worth revisiting because they are the shows that kind of move the story forward following WrestleMania. So they are good shows to kind of go back to. But I do agree with you. I think this one could be historic. I think this one could be one we remember. Probably not because of the bulk of the card, but as we said right at the start of the stream, Randy, John facing one final time is pretty special, isn't it? Connor said, Days, my predictions tonight are John Cena, Lyra, Dominik, Gunther, and Jacob. Sick Horror Kingman said, do we think The Rock is going to wear that New Japan shirt? Oh, who commented on that? Was it Kyle Fletcher? No. What's his name? Just for Gabe Kidd. Gabe Kidd said that he wanted to slap the taste out of The Rock's mouth or something like that for wearing that shirt. Gabe Kidd was like, he only did it to get a bit of buzz. So I wonder why he did it. He still has not kind of come to light as to why he did it, has he? 2023 Backlash without that crowd would have been shiz, says Tom. Steve said, Alistair Black said he buried his old self 6 feet deep and found truth along the way, and the camera zoomed in on a cross on his face at the same time. It's probably nothing, but still interesting, said Steve. Speed Slayer said, I don't know if Backlash is going to be good or bad, but it looks good for the match card right now. Days true, this Backlash could be historic. Yeah, I think it will, genuinely. I think that we will look back on this show, and the show itself overall might not be anything special. The actual show at the end, we might be like 7-2-5, right? But if this really is the last time John Cena and Randy Orton are going to face each other, that is, you know, I mean, you had The Rock and you had Stone Cold in the Attitude Era. I think if you look at Ruthless Aggression and like 09 Randy and, you know, the success of John Cena and how many times they faced each other, the fact they combined have got 31 world titles. I mean, it's a shame in a way that we are doing this story of Cena being heel trying to ruin wrestling, because actually it feels like the story should be one last time. It feels like the story should be their rivalry, and it should be, you know, about the fact that this is the final chapter in that story. But unfortunately, it's been a bit overshadowed by Cena being a heel trying to ruin wrestling. And so I think the message that this is the last time these two are going to wrestle has really got lost. It's just been written on the poster one last time. Do you know what I mean? That's it, really. And I know there'll be some nice video packages going back through the history and all the matches they've had in the past. But, I mean, if you're a kid that got into wrestling during the pandemic, or even 2019, 2018, I mean, unless you've really gone back and watched all the old WrestleManias and watched all the old shows, you might not know of the history between Orton and Cena. You might not know how many times they faced each other, just how big that rivalry was, how they just always seemed to be circling around each other. And so, you know, I don't think WWE have done a very good job at all of kind of making this feel special and making this, it feels very rushed, doesn't it? This whole show feels very rushed. I don't think they've done a good job of making it feel special. I don't think they've done a good job of telling you how great of a rivalry this is. If you're going to rank the greatest rivalries top 50, this is definitely in the top 50 of rivalries in WWE's history. Probably top 30. Maybe top 20, honestly. So I sort of feel like for this to be the final one, I think this definitely is a moment. I think this definitely does carry some weight. I think this definitely is something that we could look back on, and people could revisit and watch again in the future. It obviously depends how the match goes. Obviously depends if it's going to be good and compelling. We'll have to see kind of how it plays out. The rest of the card, though, you know, there's not much there. I think this is going to be, you know, the interest in this, I think, is quite muted. I'm seeing plenty of people, like I'm saying, I'm just not bothered by Backlash. And I do understand that. I do understand that. I think it's very close after Mania. And I think that there's a little lack of star power. Just a little. I know that we've got Becky. I know that we've got Randy. I know that we've got Cena. But, you know, there's no Roman. There's no CM Punk. There's no Seth Rollins. Like, do you know what I mean? There's no Rhea Ripley. There's no Bianca Belair. There's a lack of a bit of star power there. But it's, as we said, the main event, really, that's going to do a lot of that heavy lifting. And should still be a very enjoyable show. At least I'm hoping so. Should have been Cena Orton for 17, said Frank. I'm not sure that a bra panties match could even save this Backlash, said Chris. Well, I say book one, and let's find out. Meat for CFC said, I'm not sure if true, but Jeff Cobb is rumoured tonight. He is rumoured to be there. Whether that means he's going to be on the show or not is obviously unknown. So we don't know if he's actually going to be on the show. But yes, he is rumoured to be actually in attendance. Including tonight's Backlash, only 3 superstars have worked every PLE so far. That's John Cena, Drew McIntyre, and Damian Priest. That's interesting, isn't it? Only 3 superstars have worked all the pay-per-views so far this year. Right, Daze, I've been meaning to ask the beef with Stephanie's finisher. I think it looks devastating. It looks like it hurts. I just don't think it's good. I don't think it's impactful. Not a fan. It's like she picks them up and puts them like into a backbreaker. I think she does a lot more moves that look a lot more impressive. It looks like it might hurt, but it doesn't look like a finisher to me. It doesn't look like something that's going to put someone away. Like, you know what I mean? Like a big final flurry, a big final thing. I think it's dull. I think it's dull. I don't think it's very special. I don't think it's, you know, as eye-catching as a lot of the other finishing moves that I see. I think it's a perfectly fine move. But as a finisher, it seems, I don't know, it's weird. It's weird when people are doing reverse Ranas, poison Ranas. Do you know what I mean? And they're doing all these flips and all this amazing stuff. And then you get something as kind of simple and as basic as that. I just don't rate it. I just don't think it looks very good. I think that it is a perfectly acceptable move, but not finisher worthy. I find it to be a little clunky as well. I don't find, like, think about how smooth the Soul Snatcher is. The way that Sol Ruka can deliver that. Or the way that Cody can hit a Cody cutter. Or, do you know what I mean? Like, there's with a finisher, like the RKO out of nowhere. Or the stunner, or whatever it might be. There's lots of finishing moves that you can deliver. Like, even Nia Jax. Do you know what I mean? Like, she can just go up, look at the crowd, boom, come down into her finisher. With this one, I find it to be a little clunky with the rotation into the kind of backbreaker and, like, I don't know, it just doesn't strike me as a finisher. So, but as a move, it's fine. And as we said, not everyone's going to have the same opinion. So, if you like it, that is, I ain't got no beef. It's not for me. It's not one that I think is showy enough or impressive enough. I don't look at it and go, oh, that's it, they ain't getting up from that. I sort of just see it as a move that, I don't know, would feature in a match. Where do I want to go? I want to go Netflix. Let's go. Oh, do I want to go Netflix? Actually, I might want to go YouTube. Yeah, I want to go YouTube, don't I, for the countdown. I don't think the countdown is on Netflix. Do you want to see Dominik AJ at Backlash? No, I'm all right with this. I don't need to see AJ instead. Penta's a good talent. I've enjoyed his work since he came into WWE, so no, I don't need to change that. It's fine. I was a bit worried about Penta because I have found him to kind of no-sell quite a bit in AEW. But that was more as a tag team with Phoenix and in matches with, like, the Young Bucks. But actually, since he's come into WWE doing singles matches, I think he's been excellent. So, no, I think this is pretty good. It's a little undercooked. It needed a little bit longer, but, yeah. No, I'm all right with it. Don't need to change it. Would you be in favour of a panties fight in the current WWE? No, I was joking, but is the final plan going to be Becky versus Julia at SummerSlam? I read that on some page online, said Mohammed's. I've not read that. They could go there, but I don't know, because Becky's a heel and Julia's a heel at the moment, so that would mean one of them's got to turn face. And I can't see us turning either of them face, because Becky's only just come back as a heel and Julia's only just been called up. So are we really going to turn her face by SummerSlam? So I don't see that. Who thinks of animals flying out of Stoner's ass? Was that Vince? Who thinks of animals? Riddle, you mean, with the flip-flops? I didn't know what you meant then. I don't know whose idea that was. That was like when he kicked the flip-flops off, like different animals kind of came out. That was weird, wasn't it? But then as a stoner, I don't know, did it kind of work? Did it fit his character? I thought it was pretty fun at first. I don't think it was... I think it was something that was a bit overdone, but yeah, I thought it was all right at first. Pew Pew Barbecue said, I respect the opinion. Yeah, and same to you as well, but same to you, honestly. If you like it, you think it looks impactful, I have no qualms with that whatsoever. I think we're pretty good at understanding that people have different opinions, so shout out to you, but very good. Daze, if a lady asks you to kiss her elbow and call her pony jockey, are you okay with that? Of course. Jesus, mate, I'd be over the moon that a woman was talking to me. Of course. Jesus. Call her whatever she wants. RJ said, any thoughts about R-Truth potentially getting involved in the Cena match tonight? He could do. Cena's going to retain. I don't know how he retains. I don't want R-Truth to get involved tonight, because if R-Truth costs Randy, you're getting heat on R-Truth, and that's not good, because I think Cena is going to beat up R-Truth. And I think that they want the fans to feel sorry for R-Truth when that happens. If R-Truth is going to help Cena cheat, you're not going to get that same sympathy, are you? So I would not do that. I think that R-Truth should be a lovely guy who doesn't do anything wrong. He just wants to support his childhood hero. And he just tells people, you're misunderstanding him. You misunderstand. Listen, you're just misunderstanding him. He's great. He's a lovely guy. You know, he does all the Make-A-Wish stuff. And like everyone's like, oh, he's changed. He was never a good guy, R-Truth. He was lying to us. And like R-Truth just won't accept it. And I think then when Cena beats him up, you're going to feel sorry for R-Truth. R-Truth just won't accept the truth that John Cena's a heel, right? But if he's going to help him cheat, you're going to start running the risk of the fans not caring if R-Truth gets beat up, because if R-Truth's going to help John Cena, then, that's going to get the crowd are going to boo him. The crowd will boo R-Truth doing that. Certainly in St. Louis, where I would imagine there'll be a sizable Randy Orton fan base. This is his hometown. So I can't imagine the fans will take too kindly to R-Truth helping John Cena win. So, I wouldn't do it for that reason. I think we're building to John Cena beating R-Truth up. If it's any more than that, I'm not sure. Some people have said that he might have a match with John. I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure. I sort of look at it and I'm like, well, you could do. Crowd would like it. You could do it on Raw. It doesn't feel like a premium live event match to me. You could do it on a Raw, but yeah, I don't know. It really depends if that's a story you want to tell. You could do it. You could easily book it. But it's just with Cena only having so many dates left, and with a lot of those needing to be premium live events and then a couple of weeks building to those premium live events, I don't know how much extra time you've got, if any, you know? I mean, we used an appearance yesterday, didn't we? For like a 10-minute promo. And, he gets laid out at the end of it. I mean, that ended up that we used up an appearance for that. So, yeah, I don't know. It's tricky, to be honest. It's tricky. It is tricky to see if we can fit in an R-Truth. It doesn't strike me as a PLE match. But if they want to do it, they can do it. Speed Slayer said, R-Truth, in my opinion, is always hilarious when he breaks character with other wrestlers. Bro made on one of the most popular memes on the internet. Steve said, do we think WWE should scrap the women's tag titles? No. No, but I do think the fans should understand that we are not looking for those titles to be tag titles, where at the moment we have like female Usos, female Nasty Boys, female Natural Disasters, female Legion of Doom, female Demolition, do you know what I mean? We're not looking for the female Hardy Boys, because if we were, then we would be producing them in NXT, and so we're not looking for that. And anytime that we create like a team in NXT, they're quite short-lived. Like, we did have Lash and Jakara. They felt like there was some potential there, but then they split them up. We did produce Caden and Katana, but then we've just released them. So there is a place for tag titles, and it's a way of getting talent on TV. It's a way to get girls on TV that are not needed in that main event scene. So, for example, Liv is not around the world title at the moment, but we still need to get her on TV. So we put her into the tag division. I think that's fine. I think if fans understand that that's how we use the belts and that's why they exist, if fans understand that, then I don't think there would be as much of a problem. Eventually, one day, hopefully we can then start bringing through some proper women's tag teams. That's definitely something which we can, do some work on, but I don't think WWE are looking at that at the moment. We've only just brought in mid-card belts earlier this year. I think the United States one was that like December. Intercontinental was January. It's only been a few months, really, that those belts have been around. So maybe we do have a bit of an opportunity now to start looking at the women's tag teams and actually start creating some. But no, I don't think there's a need to get rid of them. Darwin said, I thought that SmackDown did a good job of building up the women's and men's tag division, plus setting up some good matches and storylines. I hope it keeps going. I'm excited for Backlash tonight. Becky Lyra has been getting my attention. I love that feud. And Cena Randy, said Darwin. Darwin, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. I really appreciate the support. And, yeah, I agree with that. Cena Randy, I'm looking forward to. Becky Lyra, I'm looking forward to. I think there's definitely those matches. Dominik Penta should be fun. The Fatal 4-Way should be fun. I'm guessing Gunther just smashes Pat. I mean, I don't know how long that match will get. I don't think it needs long. But I think they'll want the images to be all over the internet. I think they'll want the images of Pat bleeding and being smashed. I mean, it'll be flipping horrific if there's a bit of skullduggery and Pat gets the win, but I can't. You can't rule that out, can you? I don't know. We'll have to see. That's the match I'm obviously least hyped for, because there's not really much for Gunther to get out of that. The best he can get out of it is to just destroy Pat. That's the best he can get out of it. Which I'm thinking is what they do, but you never know. Here is Randy just stepping out of his coach's bus. There is John Cena. Is that a bus for Cena, or is that everyone's got a bus these days. I don't know if that's a bus or just a locker room. There's Lyra arriving. Michael Cole is on commentary. Odyssey, do we think The Rock will do something like a Montreal Screwjob? Not expecting The Rock for this show, no. Dude didn't even show up at WrestleMania. I'm not sure he's going to pop up at Backlash. He could do. He popped up at Bad Bloods, but I'm not expecting him. There's Jacob. Travis said, what is that city for your backdrop? Oh, that's Telford's in the UK. Just down the road. It's very nice, isn't it? Picturesque. It's just, I bought the place because of the view. And, I actually think it might be Hong Kong, to be honest. I'm not too sure. Okay, we are in St. Louis, Missouri. There's more names for the writing team Bushwhacker Daze, King Boomer, Daze the Boomer Heenan, and Perv Hawkins. Okay, here's our countdown panel. We got Big E, Wade Barrett, and Michael Cole. The arena is obviously very empty at the moment. I don't know why we have to start 2 hours before. But then I suppose people say that of this stream, don't they? Why do we start 4 hours before? It's because I like talking. That's why. It's like Bubba said, The Rock could have called Triple H and said, hit my music, and that would have been enough, said Chris. Mohammed said, Days, I can only watch one video at a time due to my internet instability. But we will meet after Backlash, says Mohammed. Mohammed, shout out to you, buds. Stefano, shout out to you. Yeah, we are here just keeping an eye on stuff. I think a lot of this is just going to be them talking about how we got to these matches. Probably some backstage interviews. We'll keep an eye on things, of course. Days, when do we think that we could see Solo turn on Jacob? Anytime. I would not be shocked if that was not the SummerSlam match. So maybe it's a bit too soon now. But, yeah, we're going to need a good build for that. So I wouldn't be shocked if that was at some point in July, late June, something like that. I don't think it'll be any time now. But I suppose they've got lots of shows. I mean, you could do it at Money in the Bank, couldn't you? Solo Jacob. Doesn't have to be SummerSlam. So, anytime. How you doing? Stone Cold Fella, shout out to you. Cena is the GOAT. Randy and Cody both suck, said Yemil. Cena has got a 144.3% chance of retaining, said Scott. It is true. He is coming in as like a minus 5,000 favourite. The bigger the minus number, the more of a favourite you are. And he's coming in at like minus 5,000. It's ridiculous. Here's Byron Saxton. Talking of ridiculous. Look at his suit. He's got a grey suit, black suit with... I don't even know what you would call that. Red... pattern. Even his tie and his little pocket square are pretty wild. So we got a little countdown, and I think, are we starting to see some people coming in or no? I don't even know if the doors have been opened yet. Think about how personal John Cena has made this, says Byron. Days, what's the thoughts on Asuka returning facing Io? I'd love that, Jamie. And when she does, is she going to come back with Kyrie for the tag titles? Yeah, she could do. I think they both will probably need each other, actually, because they've both been out with injury for a long time. It's probably not wise to bring them back into singles matches. So, yeah, I think actually bringing them back as the Kabuki Warriors would make a lot of sense. There isn't really damage control anymore, is there? I mean, there's only Io. Dakota's gone, of course. So, and to be honest, I don't know that we need Io with Asuka and Kyrie. I sort of think Io needs to stand on her own now. And so, yeah, I don't think I'd necessarily bring her back with Io unless you just do it for a short time, have a turn on her, and then you could do a singles thing. But I'd probably have them run as a tag team first. Days, that's true. Why do you start 2 hours before the show? Waffling is a streaming sport nowadays. It's true. I'm just very aware. I mean, like, for me, I wake up, I have something to eat, and I'm really just ready to go, you know? I don't really have a need to wait for later. If I'm up, you know, I'm just ready to go. I can't really do anything else. I'm not doing any other videos or anything, so it just makes sense, really. We always start a few hours before Raw and a few hours before SmackDown. So, I mean, it's a no-brainer to start a few hours before the Countdown show. So that, there's not really any more to it than that, really. If I'm up and I'm awake and I'm ready to go, why not? Why not? We got Pete Rosenberg then, just saying a few words. Who do you want to win Money in the Bank, said Steven. I would love to see Sammy win Money in the Bank. I don't think he will, but I would love to see Sammy win it. I don't mind Chelsea winning it for the girls. Okay, we've got Jackie. Cena, Randy have shared the ring 93 times. Cena and Randy have shared the ring 93 times. Greg said, I disagree. The Fatal 4-Way could be match of the year potential. Speed Slayer said he defended them on Raw, but Seth runs off with the Wise Man and Bron Breakker. Squirrel said, I would rather have more title shots on the non-pay-per-view shows. Now there's too many matches. They're just BS outcomes because they only want the legit matches on pay-per-view. Okay, talking about Gunther. It is interesting watching these people walking around in the background. There's a dude there that looks like he's got a pizza. Gunther has had 76 matches in WWE without ever losing back-to-back matches. LA Knight has got the most wins in 2025. LA Knight has the most wins in 2025 with 12 wins. That is interesting. That's good. That is interesting. She said it might surprise you who's got the most wins. It's LA Knight with 12. And that is surprising. Daze, if you needed time to spare before a stream, a nice jog or playing sports can make the time fly, but I know streaming takes long enough. It's a grind. It's not a grind, it's a pleasure. The Fatal 4-Way match would be great if Jacob retained the championship. He's got potential to have a long reign, said Speed Slayer. Dr. Peanut, hello, said Daze. Are you a celebrity in your wee English town? No. Does like an old man with a pipe walking his sheep down cobblestones shout, love the Wyatt Sicks take, boyo? Sadly not. Sadly not. Although I do like that imagery. We don't have cobblestones around here, unfortunately. We have country lanes, so quite thin roads with like hedgerows either side, and just lots of fields. So, but to be honest with you, it's not like you haven't got to travel too far to get to somewhere, you know. 10 minutes, 15 minutes down the road is like a town, and 20, 25 minutes in the other direction is a big city. So I'm surrounded by fields, you know, like my nearest neighbors are a good distance away. They won't hear me. And actually, we haven't even got any neighbors that side. I don't even know. I couldn't even tell you where our nearest neighbors were on that side. There's just nothing but fields. Same in that direction and the same in that direction. But our next door neighbors are not too far away. It would take me just like a minute or so to get to them. Go out of my thing round to theirs. But yeah, the other three directions, it is just all fields. So quite a bit isolated, but no cobbled streets. No. I'm not known. I'm not even that. I mean, to be honest with you, I would probably get the odd person saying hello if I went to like a live event, but it wouldn't be anything crazy. I think all of that stuff just gets blown out of proportion, to be honest. I think like there might be some, you know, maybe your cultaholic lads, whatever, your wrestle talk people, but I don't know. It's just, I don't know, we just chat wrestling, don't we? Tamplin Reese said, do we think the Wyatt Sicks could return tonight? I'm not expecting them. In a similar way to Bray did Extreme Rules. Doesn't have to be for a feud, just show up at the end of Randy's leaving, just like Riddle did. I don't think so, to be honest. I don't. I think there's a big difference because, like, with Bray coming back at Extreme Rules, it had been teased, and we'd done White Rabbit, and that led to it. And this was Bray's return. Plus, also, you know, the match that kind of went before it was Seth versus Riddle in a match that didn't really matter. I mean, it wasn't really. It was main event worthy-ish, but I don't know. It was a fight pit match. Seth Rollins Riddle main event in. It wasn't for a title. It was you could sort of tell that Summit was going to go down after, you know? They wanted that show to end with Bray coming back. Tonight is very different. There's been no build, no teases, no glitches, nothing teasing that we're going to get the Wyatt Sicks back today. We've got a main event that is absolutely a main event that could main event WrestleMania. You could have done John Cena, Randy Orton at Mania. So this is very different to Extreme Rules. And it's for the championship. And it's the last time Cena Orton are going to face each other. What's the closing image that they're going to want tonight? What is that closing image? Is it the Orton is gutted? Is it that Cena is holding that title up? I don't know. Whatever it is, I don't expect it to be the Wyatt Sicks. I don't expect the Wyatt Sicks to be the closing image. So I think there's a lot of differences between Backlash and Extreme Rules. I can see why, though. I mean, Wyatt Sicks fans are just so, like, desperate to get them back. I understand. But I don't sense that there's a real place for them on this card. Ray said, Cena's heel headshot on the match graphic looks like a mugshot after getting started for drunk driving. Well, he does look a bit moody, yes. Looks straight ahead as well, isn't he? Whereas at least Randy's got his head kind of tilted a little bit. What do we think about the TNA title being defended on NXT PLE? It's fine, yeah. I'd imagine TNA are thrilled with it. It doesn't do anything for me. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything. I've heard rumors that Trick might win it, which would be very interesting to see how people react to that. People said that Joe Hendry was buried at WrestleMania, so if Joe Hendry then loses the TNA title on an NXT show to an NXT talent, it'll be interesting to see how Twitter reacts. So, yeah, I don't know. It's not one that I'm bothered by. I think it's good for TNA. It's good. I mean, like, NXT TakeOver or Battleground, whatever, I mean, that's going to get some eyes. That's going to get some attention. And to actually get your top title defended on it, that's a good thing. So yeah, I think it's good for everyone. It gives WWE another meaningful match, and it gives TNA some exposure. Right, I think they should give Eddie Guerrero's old lie, cheat, steal persona to Carlito, said Squirrelix. Rizwan said Backlash 2025 has taken place on May 10th. However, if you're looking for information on similar events or you want to know start times, here are some. Rizwan, what, are you all right? Are you just copying and pasting? Drops of Jupiter, hello, hope you're doing well. Shout out to you, buds. Chris said, I'm so here for that Twitter meltdown. Sorry to hear that Cynthia sending positive vibes. Cynthia, what's up? I can't see Cynthia's comment. I can't see a Cynthia comment. Well, Cynthia, I am also sorry, but I've not read the news. Right, we've got Sammy and Jay. They're watching and reacting to Backlash from Puerto Rico. Do you think R-Truth will join John Cena and turn heel? I don't think so. I think he's going to get attacked, and I think that's going to build up sympathy. I don't think he's going to turn heel and join up with John. That would be, you could do it. It'd be pretty wild. That would take us down a road I'm not expecting. I really think that they're going to try and have John attack R-Truth and build up sympathy for R-Truth and build up more heat on John. But maybe R-Truth loves John so much he'll be willing to help him out and turn heel. If we do that, then I don't think we get the attack. I suppose you could a bit further down the road. Yeah, so I'm not expecting it. Brandon said, LA Knight is going to win the Money in the Bank and he'll go after Jey Uso, says Brandon. Darwin said, you missed my super chats. Darwin, thank you. Here's a fun question. Which matches, Cena or Randy, do you enjoy the most? I think their rivalry could be top 3. It might be the best rivalry of all time in WWE. Well, they had loads of great matches. The one I always think of first, because it was such an important one, was, do you remember when they unified the belts? And they had the WWE Championship and I think it was the World Heavyweight Championship. And they, I remember, was it Triple H in the ring trying to talk about how historic of a moment this was going to be, and the whole crowd were chanting for Daniel Bryan. I think that might have been that. I remember that kind of being overshadowed at that moment a little bit. But the actual match itself was kind of like a really big deal because we were unifying those 2 championships. And I remember that being fun. I remember that being really good. But, they've faced off quite a few times, singles matches, triple threats, loads of different occasions. I think the story between them, the fact they came through at the same time, the fact that really John Cena was the face of that generation, Randy was the heel of that generation. I think you're right. I think it's really cements them as being... I've got them as definitely a top 30 rivalry. I think you could go much higher than that. You'd have to sit and kind of list out all the rivalries, But, I would not be shocked to find out that, they would feature in a WWE top 10 list, I've never watched something without 5 opening bottles of Minute Maids. Yeah, that is weird, just having them on the table there, isn't it? Right, so we were just seeing a bit of a reaction there of Jay and Sammy. They were just watching back some action from an old Backlash. JWC said, Daze, what's your favourite match of all time? My favourite match is Shawn Undertaker. That's my favourite match. I watched it with someone that wasn't a wrestling fan, and I saw how much they got into it. And honestly, they were just freaking out. I mean, they just flipping loved it. And they just didn't care about wrestling, so, I mean, it was so impressive. Metal Mama said, what if John is taking R-Truth with him? John ruins wrestling, as we know. My heart would break. R-Truth could retire. He's been doing a lot of music again. Oh, do you know what? That would be sick, actually. That's a great idea. John Cena, R-Truth retirement match. The loser has to retire. So if John loses, he retires early. And if R-Truth loses, he has to retire and have John beat R-Truth. Yeah. But, I mean, what would you do with R-Truth then, though? I mean, would he still be on the show? I don't know. Because he's on the show and he doesn't wrestle much anyway. But it'd be a great way for him to go out, wouldn't it? Losing to John Cena. That's a hell of a way to go out. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. It'd be pretty fun. Daze, do we think or remember the episode that we got the twerking Gunther before GTA 6? Do you remember what episode of Raw we got twerking Gunther before GTA 6? Have we had twerking Gunther? Am I not remembering twerking Gunther? In my mind, I have got Gunther doing this now, and I'm like, I've never seen that. I've never seen twerking Gunther, have I? Hey, are you excited for GTA 6 Wrestle with Andy? Is that your thing? It's coming out, isn't it, next year? In about a year's time. I'll be sat here on my own watching wrestling with no one around because you'll all be robbing cars and sleeping with hoes. And it'll just be me sat here watching wrestling going, where is everyone? Where is everyone? And you'll be off doing missions, doing drug runs. I don't blame you, to be honest. I don't blame you. It does sound more fun. Have you got your snacks ready, says Connor. I've got my caffeine pills, my water, some bananas. Let's go. Tom said GTA 6 is going to effing blow up my Xbox. It will. Mohammed said, just think of it and return. I think Cody will return, but somehow cost Randy the title accidentally, says Mohammed. Now I've got an image of Gunther doing that, said Dr. Hart. Yeah, you can see it, can't you? And you know, in my mind, he's really good at it. He's really popping that booty. Oh, I've got an image now of Fat Gunther doing it, and that's worse. That's worse. It was Thin Gunther doing it before, but now I've got Fat Gunther doing it. Thanks, Andy. I think you can play basketball in the new GTA, like 2K. Oh, really? I might buy it for that then. I might buy it for that and just play some basketball. I think there is loads you can do. I mean, like on previous ones, you could go in the arcade and play on some games as well, couldn't you? Like the amount of content in the game, it's like games within games. I mean, it is just its own world, isn't it? It's like a flying game, a driving game, GTA, but then you've got arcade cabinets. Do you know what I mean? And the trailer was so impressive. Really sharp. Looked really good. Corey said we should all have a community gang when GTA 6 comes out, and we should take over the streets online. Let's go. Tom said, yeah, Daze, basketball. Oh, no, I'll sleep with prostitutes. But I'll do the basketball as well. Matt Pete said, I've got an image of Daze twerking now. Oh, yeah, me going. Like that. Imagine me, fat me. Well, just me, really. Just like that. In a thong. Imagine that. Nothing but a thong. And some nipple tassels. And I'm like twirling them round at the same time. Could I do that at the same time? That's hard, actually. Have you ever tried that? Have you ever tried twerking whilst also getting the nipples round? That's hard. That's hard. Something for you to try at home, innit, really? Something for you to give if you find yourself being a bit bored. Okay, here's Lyra. Let's see what Lyra's got to say. She's embarrassed. She gave herself the ick. She would have had a friend for life. I'm going to show that I was never a stepping stone. Thank you so much, Lyra. Thank you. Thank you, Lyra. Thank you, love. Person in the chat gave me an idea of searching up Daze twerking on YouTube. Oh, I'd imagine there's a lot of videos of that. Vic Joseph? Why is Vic Joseph there? Vic Joseph is on the panel. It's good to see Vic Joseph there. Fans are coming in as well, so we're seeing some fans in the background. If you want to if you want exclusives, get Nintendo Bob or PS5. If you don't care, get an Xbox. What's a Nintendo Bob? Is that their new console? Have they followed up the Switch with a Bob? Coming soon. Nintendo Bob. Hiya. You alright? Yeah, you can put a cartridge in me, love. Where do I put it? Where do I put it, Bob? Right up there, mate. Right up there. Are you sure, Bob? Are you sure you're a console? Yeah, Nintendo made me. I've been made by Nintendo. Have you really? Are you sure, Bob? You just look like a human. AI, mate. AI. State of the art. Well, and I shoved the cartridge there. Are you sure? Put it in, mate. Put it in. Is that what's going on in your house first? That you do realise that a stranger has broken in. You do realise that's not a console. That's a pervert. That's not a console. It's a pervert. It's a pervert called Bob. Mentally, I really enjoyed that walk. Arsenal fan said, Daze, I meant to put in my message. What can I expect from Pat in the ring today? You can expect, I would imagine, him to want to show that he can hold his own and try and hang in there. I would imagine Gunther will cheat because I think they'll want to protect Pat and make it seem like, oh, well, he could have done something. But I think Gunther will cheat to get the advantage, and then I think it'll be one-way traffic. And I think from that... And then, of course, the images will go around of Pat being beaten up, right? Which will try and build some sympathy for him. He'll have the excuse of, I was doing all right in the early stages until he did this. And, just however we can protect Pat, we will try and protect Pat. But ultimately, I think he loses, and I think he'll get beaten down. I think there'll be stretchers. We might get Goldberg coming out to try and make the save. Something like that, all within a 20-minute package. Something like that. Arsenal fan, 63. Shout out to you, buds. Daze, what examples of the Mandela effect are there in wrestling? You need to go to Wrestle with Andy's channel because he was doing videos on Mandela effect back in the day. I hadn't even heard of the Mandela effect until he did a video on it. So if you don't watch Wrestle with Andy's channel, you should be. It's brilliant. And he's been making excellent content since YouTube began. And that's one I remember him doing about wrestling Mandela effects. Hannah's example said Kurt Hennig's name does not have the N in before the G, or Vince saying that's got to be Kane, not JR. What are some more? Check out the man's video. Michelle says, I feel like everyone in the Discord hates me, says Michelle. Oh, no, I'm sure that's not true, Michelle. I'm sure that's not true. I know that you've been having a little trouble with that. I would say, reach out to the people that are in charge of it. See if whatever issues there were can be resolved. I'd like to think that any problems can be resolved. Any disagreements can be sorted out. So I would say just reach out and see if there's a way forwards. I'm not in there, so I cannot go through any details. I do not know details. So it's probably best to speak to those that are aware of what's happening. But no one hates you, Michelle. I don't hate you, Michelle. Let's go down. Off the posters, Triple H's booking dropped off. I don't know if his booking has dropped off. I think that there's been a lot of stuff that's happened in the build to WrestleMania that's been regrettable. I think Rock getting involved. I think bringing Cena's heel turn forwards. I think Bo's injury, meaning we can't do Wyatt Sicks Judgment Day. I think there's things along those lines that... and also, I think he found it a challenge, the extra 2 weeks of WrestleMania. I also think the European tour didn't help. I don't think he can say that. I feel a little sorry for him with that, because he can't come out and say the European tour was a big problem, because, of course, that is WWE trying to make money by going into Europe and doing a big tour. So he can't really come out and say that was an issue. But it was. I mean, we can tell that it was. We can tell that that European tour should not have took place at that time of the year. So add that in with The Rock getting involved and, you know, causing this big drama and then not following it up. Add in the fact there was injuries. Add in the fact we saw that whiteboard and we knew we were going to get Wyatt Sicks versus Judgment Day. Add in the fact that there was an injury to Ray not long before WrestleMania, which meant that we ended up having to do Ray Phoenix versus Grande Americano, and there'd been no real build for that match. It was just, do you know what I mean? It was a bit of a it was a bumpy road, wasn't it? It was a bumpy road. Sign in the crowd said rise above hat rather than hate, and it showed John Cena's bald spot. So, yeah, I think we're in a rebuilding phase right now. I think that not having the Bloodline is meaning that we've got a lot of TV time that's become available. And I think it's shown that the rest of the roster is a little bit underdeveloped. The Bloodline took up a lot of TV time. And so, yeah, we've just kind of not really developed the rest of the roster. We're trying to build up that tag division at the moment. That's taking time. We're trying to bring through some new stars. We're obviously trying to do this Seth Rollins, Bron Breakker story. That'll eat up some time when it's up and running. We're trying to get the Wyatt Sicks back. They were meant to be on TV. They haven't been on TV. That means that we've had to fill that time with something else. It's been a nightmare, isn't it? Yeah, but that's how it goes, really, with this kind of live entertainment. I think if everything had gone the way that it had planned, I don't think we would have had the year we would have had so far. If he could have executed everything as he wanted, you wouldn't have ended up with what you've ended up with. And some of it is, let's not, forgive everything. Some of it is going to be bad ideas. But I do think there's been a lot of disruption. Iron Sentinel said, what's the favourite finisher name? Mine is Greetings from Asbury Park. That is great. That is great. I do like the Soul Snatcher, the most current one for Sol Ruka. I think that works very well for her. Greetings from Asbury Park is excellent, though. There was one, what was that one yesterday, which caught my ear, which was kind of foreign. I can't even remember. It was like a finale or something like this, which I can't even remember who flipping did it. Was that in the Fraxium match? I remember hearing that yesterday, and it was kind of grand, and it had finale in it as well, and I was like, oh. But yeah, I agree. The Greetings from Asbury Park is excellent. Icarus and Rabbit said, do you hear the limerick by Timeless Tony Storm, the one about the man from Nantucket? I don't think so. It doesn't come to mind. I have been watching or trying to watch a lot of her promos, but... Okay, so Michael Cole says, we are closing in at the start of Backlash, and we're just seeing a shot of the arena. We're seeing a lot of people gathered around the table. Still, the stands are quite empty. Don't forget, Loopy Girl is there tonight. Let's go. What's this? What's this? Doesn't she mean descended? So this is Stephanie with Undertaker. Is this going to be Stephanie's Places, but this time with Undertaker? He's talking about Survivor Series and how disappointing it was. His entrance. Yeah, it didn't look brilliant. It reminds me a lot of... isn't there a SpongeBob meme? The translation of it didn't work. It's so interesting hearing The Undertaker talk about these moments. That's great. That's going to be unmissable. Stephanie's Places with The Undertaker. That is going to be unmissable. That is such a good clip. Them being in Madison Square Garden and like having a look back. Yeah, that's cool. Chris said Hogan ripped his shirt while pointing to the sky. Many remember Hogan always doing this before the match. He usually did it after the match or during mid-promo and not always at the start. WrestleMania said maybe the Gunther thing is a Mandela effect, but I do remember it happening. Also, definitely got twerking days on a stream. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, that's on the regular. We're just having a look at what went down in France last year. Off the Post said, is The Miz Hall of Fame worthy? Yes. Yes. I don't think it's a debate as to whether he's Hall of Fame worthy. It's just if he headlines, and I think he headlines, to be honest. What are the predictions for tonight, said Connor. Straightforward, honestly. The only one I've got a bit of doubt about is Becky Lyra. But I think Cena wins. I think Dominik wins. I think Gunther wins. I think Jacob wins. And I think Lyra, Becky, I'm really torn on. I really think that could go either way. It's going to make for a very interesting match. Tony said AEW is getting to 300 episodes in July. I'm hoping you've got time to see it live. It will be great, as we hope it is in your honor. Let's freaking go. Well, I wouldn't recommend doing anything in my honor, to be honest, but because I ain't watching, so it will be a bit of a waste. Nightmare said Hell in a Cell or Hell in the Cell. Hell in a Cell or Hell in the Cell. There is, in fact, one instance where it was called Hell in the Cell, says Nightmare. Nick the Chain Guy said, Daze, if you as a wrestler, what would your finishing move be called? I'm thinking the Stream Drop or the Market Drayton Driver. Probably the Runaway, because I'd just run away. That would be my only move. It would not be my finishing move. It would be my only move. Certainly if I'm in there with someone like flipping Bronson Reed or Bron Breakker, I'm definitely breaking out the Runaway. If I'm in there with a James Ellsworth, then I'm probably still running away, to be honest. Leanne said, I'm going to get showered. I'm going to brush my teeth at 11 and I'm going to be spotless for the show starting. I last went to Asda for snacks. I hope the matches are bangers. I hope the matches are bangers as well, but I really want this to be a really, really fun show. I'm really hoping this is going to be something really special. I'm going in with like lower expectations, but as we said, that might not be a bad thing. Raven said there's going to be interference in that Dom Penta match. And A. Jobson said Lyra is going to impress. Phil said, I've heard rumours that you instructed the crowd to pop for Travis Scott at Mania. Can you confirm or deny? I can confirm. I did tell them. They were all listening to me. They all had little headsets in, and I told them exactly how to react. So that is confirmed. Logan Paul is a poor man's MJF sign. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure either of those belong even remotely in the same sentence. Guys, John Cena is going to keep the title and OTC is going to win. Seth and Braun said Agiliki. Is that how you say it? Agiliki. I've gone with that. That's what I've got. That's your name now. I can't wait for Bronson Reed. We really brought a lot to every show he was on, said Rare Breeds. Let's go down. We're just looking at Jay Uso. Oh, I think it's probably more to do with Pat and Gunther video package at the moment. Okay, Daze, do we think Bayley is going to save Lyra tonight, leading to Bayley-Becky at SummerSlam? I think it's an option. It's impossible to say yes, no, that's going to happen. I think it's an option of what could happen. I don't know as to which way they're going to go with that match because there are many options on the table for that. So they could have Becky win, they could have Lyra retain, they could have Bayley get involved, they could have Bayley get involved before the match, after the match. She might not get involved at all. So, I mean, it's just impossible to tell, isn't it? Impossible to tell. I did do a poll, actually, on the channel, because that is the match that I think is the hardest to predict. So I did put a poll up the other day. We managed to get a couple of thousand votes. And Becky Lynch, 64% of you think that she is going to leave as champion. 36% of you think that it's going to be Lyra Valkyria. So Becky, 64%. Lyra, 36%. That's what you lot have got in regards to who is going to emerge victorious. So, yeah, I think it's closer than that. I'm not convinced at all that it's that wide. I think that it really could go any which way. Interesting. Of the post, some olds and some are young. I think it's a good mix, said Rare Breeds. Leanne said, we've had wrestling on lots in the background. Got to have wrestling overload on event days. Yeah, well, big event today and plenty for us to talk about, of course. Finley said, if you see me in America, I might say hi. But if you see me in Europe, I'm a very talkative guy. Oh, well, hopefully I'll see you in Europe then. Daze, how is the present between Seth and Roman? What do you mean, buds? I don't think there's really much there apart from the fact that Seth took the wise man. I think that we are likely building to a tag match. And we could get a singles match between Seth and Roman at some point down the road. I mean, that does feel like Roman's most logical opponent at the moment. But yeah, I think definitely Roman and CM Punk versus Seth and Brom definitely feels like a match we'll get at some point this year. But I think Roman's away for a little bit now. Obviously, he's not on the show. I'm not expecting him to be on the show tonight either. TJF said the best thing about AEW is Ospreay. The rest is just WWE rejects. Daze, I was responding to a super chat, says Rare Breeds. No problems. No drama. Off the post said, would you say the roster is far too old? I think there's a mixture, to be honest. I think the top end of the card is getting on a little bit when you look at Cena and you look at CM Punk and you look at Roman and you look at Seth. You know, Roman and Seth have been around for what? 2012 they arrived. So about 12 years, 13 years. If you think that John Cena arrived, 2002, 2003, kind of had, 12 years to that. That'll take you to 2015. I mean, it means they've still got a run, but, at that point, Cena is going more reduced schedule, By that point, Cena's already looking at Hollywood and, kind of reducing his time. And so I think if you've done, over 10 years, I think you've done the bulk of your kind of career. Or at least the prime part of it. You can carry on, but it might be that you only get used as a bit part player. It might not be that you're going to be the face of the company. I mean, that's hard, isn't it? I haven't really had a face of the company for 20 years. Have we? 20 years? I mean, you could maybe make an argument about Bruno, but even Bruno had the title for 11 years and, was kind of out the picture for a little bit. Pedro Morales was champion. If you think about Hulkamania was 84 to 93. That was 9 years. Hulkamania was 9 years. And then he ends up going over to WCW. And so he's completely away from WWE at that point. Stone Cold, nowhere near 20 years. Flipping Stone Cold's around about 5. Like 6, something like that. I mean, Stone Cold's a very short period of time. The Rock is about the same and then just comes in and out every now and again after that. But like to have someone on top for like 20 odd years is like, it's just, yeah, it's just not a thing. Or certainly not anything I can go back and think of. So to have Randy and Cena be around now, and Randy's not been on the top all that time. You know, you could say that Randy's been around for 20 odd years, but he's not been the face. You know, you can't say that because Roman's been the face and Cena's been the face. We're talking about people that have been the face on top for like 20 odd years. And I think that Roman's just had an amazing run, but I think the bulk of his work is done. I think anything after now is probably going to be him being in the mix. Him being a part-timer, coming in, doing the odd thing, which is working that kind of reduced schedule anyway now. So, yeah, I do think the top end of the card is obviously needing some fresh blood. Top end of the card is going to need people, you know, who's going to be around in 10 years' time. It ain't going to be Cody. It ain't going to be Punk. It ain't going to be Roman. It ain't going to be Seth. So, where's that talent that's got the next 10 years covered? Where's that talent that's going to represent? Who's going to be the face of the company in the 2030s? Who's going to be the face of the company then in the early 2030s? And I don't think it's Roman. I don't think it's Seth. I think you've got to look at people like Theory, Bron Breakker, Trick Williams, Obafemi. You know, these are the kind of names. Maybe a Grayson Waller being like a big heel. I think these are the sort of names that we're kind of looking at. Maybe a Jacob. I don't know how old Jacob is, though. He might not be. He'll get there, but how long he'll be there for, I'm not sure. But yeah, no, I think there's a nice mixture throughout the cards. I think throughout the card, I could probably find you people at different ages, different stages of their careers. But if I'm looking to see, like, who's going to lead this company, who's going to be that next face of the company, who's going to main event multiple WrestleManias, you know, WrestleMania 46, 47, 48, 49. I don't know that that's Roman. I don't know that that's CM Punk. I think they might have the next 5 years covered. But beyond that, I'm not sure. So there's definitely work to be done. I think this is why we've got Bron Breakker in the mix at the moment. I think this is why, you know, he's kind of involved with Seth. I think we see some potential there. But yeah, we do need to find a way of bringing through some more. How old's Gunther? Could Gunther be in that mix? He is 37. Yeah, I mean, look, Gunther's got 8 years. Gunther's got 8 years, I reckon. If he's only 37, I mean, he is 38 this year. But I think you're fine till you're like 44, 45. It obviously depends on injuries and stuff like that. But, yeah. But by and large, I think there is on the roster a good mix because NXT is just constantly pumping talent through, isn't it? So we're fine for the roster, but it is that top end of the card. Mackenzie said your finisher would be called the Brummy Bomb. The Brummy Bomb. Off the post said, did Mania cause us to lose respect for The Rock? I think it did for hardcore fans. I don't think it did for casual fans, although, to be honest, I was watching someone the other day that didn't watch wrestling, and he was saying that he just checked out a little bit of WrestleMania, and he was like, it was all right. I enjoyed the show of it. He enjoyed the entrances and the razzmatazz, but I don't think there was like too much that had grabbed him. And people in the chat, right, and he doesn't do wrestling. So this was a casual fan. But he does YouTube. And people in the chat were like, yeah, WrestleMania sucked this year. So it was very interesting, actually, to see casual fans talking about checking out WrestleMania and what they thought about it. And I don't know if, like, it's The Rock that's going to have ruined his reputation because he wasn't there. So I don't know that casual fans were really waiting for him. But I think the hardcore fans were. And I think there's been a backlash to his comments he made on Pat's show. I think there's been a backlash to, you know, stuff we've found out about how he got involved in the story and selling of the soul and all that stuff. And clearly that was never going to go anywhere. So there's been a backlash there to those kinds of things. So, yeah, I think that is definitely something which has soured people on The Rock from a hardcore point of view. JP Velt said, I forget how old Cody is sometimes. Yeah, isn't he 40 now or something like that? He's got like another 5 years. I think for me, like another 5 years for Cody. I think we're fine until, say, WrestleMania 45, 46. Because I think you can have Punk, you can have Cody, you can have Gunther, Roman, Seth. You know, next 5 years, I think we're fine still. But it's just beyond that, just past that stage. Who are the next people that are gonna, you know, be main eventing? Maybe you could get a little bit out of Gunther. He's a bit younger than Cody by a few years, so maybe you could get a little bit something there. But yeah, it's really interesting to think about who's going to take over from those guys, and they are kind of all getting on in age. If you look at the 5 guys that main evented both nights of WrestleMania this year, they're not spring chickens. I don't know how old Roman is, but as I said, I know Cody's about 40. I know that Punk's older than that. Roman is 40 in 15 days. Roman's 40 years old in 15 days. How old's Seth? Seth is 39 in 18 days. So as he said, I think for the next 5 years we're okay, but beyond that, where's those fresh faces that are going to be that next John Cena, that next Roman Reigns, that next Triple H, Stone Cold, Hogan, blah 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 blah. Right. Good night. I am going to watch some Backlash in the morning, said JWC. JWC, shout out to you. David's like, MJF. Well, MJF is interesting. Yes, I think WWE would absolutely snap him up if he became available. It's just that he has not been made available, and I think Tony's doing everything he can to keep him at the moment. So, yeah, I don't know that... I don't know when he becomes available, but he is still young, isn't he, MJF? So I do think that's a good shout. Oba, yeah, lots of potential with Oba. What was the other one that you said? Braun, yeah, I think that's why they've put him in with Seth. And Ospreay, apparently Ospreay doesn't want it. Ospreay's just not interested. He was quite passionate in an interview the other day saying he's never been a fan. It's never been like his kind of wrestling. He feels they're too sports entertainment, and it's just not for him. So I don't know. I mean, look, money talks. If AEW folds, money's always going to talk, isn't it? So I will be very interested to see if a big offer comes his way, if that changes his mind. But yeah, looking at NXT, Oba, Trick, Javon. I still have got hope for Theory, and Bron Breakker obviously were, doing great stuff with him. Maybe Carmelo could be in that conversation as well. So there's definitely names, but they're not quite there yet, are they? We need to do obviously a lot of work with them. JWC says, hope you enjoy Backlash. Thanks for the shout out. No problem, buds. Same to you. Connor said, Daze, this Backlash tonight, it's going to be insane. Rare Breed said, when will they get Ricky Saints going? Oh, wow, Ricky is interesting. How old is Ricky, though? How old is Ricky? Ricky Saints. He is 35. So That's okay. He's 35. I reckon you've still got 10 years there out of him. You'd probably have to get him up on the main roster sooner rather than later, though. This is pretty fun. Evolution of WWE video games. That's pretty good. I'm down for watching this. Superstars. I never really played Superstars much, but I did play WrestleFest. Yeah, the graphics did look really good. I remember playing, was it Rage in the Cage on the Game Gear? No mercy. Rikishi. Here comes the pain. Just bring it. Yeah, here comes the pain. I don't know what it is about 2K. I think they're too big, the games. I like the big rosters and everything, but I don't know. They're too big. They're too daunting. They're not. I don't find them to be pick up and play like the old games in the past. This is basically an advert for like 2K25, but the rosters are amazing. You can't fault the rosters. I still don't know what the island actually is. Yeah, I like the old ones, man. I think, honestly, around the 2000s, like, you know, Here Comes the Pain and all of that, I think that was the sweet spot. There we go. That was pretty fun. I think that was the sweet spot, though, honestly. I think that was where we had it the best. Was that we had these amazing games with features and everything, but they didn't feel like so big that it was like really daunting, like didn't know where to start. And the other thing as well is the flipping transaction stuff, isn't it? I mean, back in the day, you could buy a game, you got the flipping game. Now you've got DLC and everything, haven't you? Which I think is all moody and microtransactions and like the game themselves. I mean, like if you want to get the thing that's got everything, you have to spend like $100 or whatever. It's a joke. Back in the day, you bought the game, everything was there, there was no messing around, and you just played it and enjoyed it. The island, I think, is like WWE meets GTA, but just without all the violence, says Jim. I've seen people like running around the island, and I think you have to do little side quests and little missions. I think it's a good idea, but to be honest, I would like to see that be its own game. If that was like a WWE GTA type thing, I'd be down for it. But I think it's like that. Or if it is, it's just a little small side thing, you know? Wrestling said maybe the Gunther thing is a Mandela effect, but I do remember it happening. Well, I'm not going to judge you, buds. I'm not going to judge you. I think sometimes we do picture things we so desperately want to be true. And I think it's just a case of it being that for you. I remember the random rise in popularity in LA Knight a few years ago. That should be studied. Maybe a 5-hour deep dive analysis video, says Hannah. I don't think that would be a good idea. I think that it was interesting. I think that popularity is still there. I think that he's a very charismatic person. He's a good talker. I think the fans took to him. And I think we're seeing something similar with Joe Hendry. I think Joe Hendry is getting a similar sort of reaction now, where he is charismatic. He's got his catchphrases. He's got his like turnaround thing, and people have really took to it. And honestly, it's not stopped. I mean, it's been like this for a good few years now, and I would have thought the joke would have kind of wore thin, but I think he does an excellent job of constantly trying to achieve something new. So I think he got his fan base really behind like his song trying to do well in the charts. And then after that, he tried to get like to the TNA World title. And whilst that's happening, he pops up at a Rumble or he's over in NXT. And, you know, then he was kind of making noise about how he would love to face John Cena. And so he's constantly setting these targets and, you know, constantly working towards something. And I think that's just kind of kept things going, really. It's not been allowed to go stale because he's constantly trying to achieve that next milestone. Like, at the moment, he's trying to, I suppose, get into WWE. I mean, he's, you know, trying to get onto NXT. I think he'd like to win the NXT championship. You know, he's trying to do stuff like that. So I don't think it's gone stale because he's not really allowed it to go stale. I think that's very interesting. Daze, they played a replay from Backlash where the EST and Jade won the tag belts. I noticed that Asuka wasn't the legal person in the match. A neat little factoid, said LG. I mean, I don't think they can do much about that now, to be honest. But a nice little factoid. Cold Edit said, do you know about the mini replica title belts? I might get one, but they're out of stock. I don't want to pay that much for a full-size one. Are they worth it? Cold Edits, I think they're worth it if you're going to collect quite a few of them. I don't know that one on its own is worth it because they're about that big. I've got one of Macho Man, and it's about this big. So, I mean, do you know what I mean? It's not going to be a satisfying thing to have on your shoulder. It's not big enough to put around your waist. I mean, you're limited with what you can do with it. So you could put it in a bit of a frame, put it on the wall. I don't know what you'd want to do with it, but I think trying to figure out what you would, how you would display it or what you would do with it, I think is probably worth considering, because if you was going to collect a few and put them in a frame and have like, you know, because you can get a frame that holds like 8 of the mini belts, but obviously that's a big commitment. That's a lot of money to spend. And if you're going to do that, well, you might as well spend that money on a proper replica belt. So I like the mini ones. If you was interested in getting a belt collection and just getting a belt of like all the world titles, intercontinental titles, I think they're like £60-70 each for the mini ones. So they are expensive, but you know, you could pick up, I think a belt is like 400, like 399. So to get a mini belt for like 70 means you could have like 5 for the same. You could have 5 for like the same cost of a replica. Obviously, some replicas are cheaper than others, but yeah, I sort of feel like you need to think about what it is you want to do with it, how you want to display it, things like that. They're good. The quality of them are good. I ain't got nothing against the quality of them, but I don't know. It's one of those, isn't it? Sometimes you can try and save money because you don't want to splash out on the thing you actually want. But then the thing that you get that's a bit cheaper, it just doesn't scratch the itch the same way. And so, as a result, is it better to just save and get what you actually want rather than trying to cut the corner, you know? That's my honest opinion. David said 4 weeks of no TV wrestling. Hopefully, Backlash is going to deliver. Well, obviously, we are dialed in. We are less than an hour away now. And, yeah, I'm hoping that we are going to get a really entertaining show. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm optimistic, but I know there's a bit of doubt out there. You kind of... I woke up today and like it didn't really feel like a PLE day. But as we said, it could be historic. We're in St. Louis. It's a big main event. I think there'll certainly be a lot of interest around when we get to the main event. Off the Post said the women's division is set for the future. Oh yeah, I agree. The women's division is in a much better place than the men when it comes to looking towards the future. You know, you look at Julia, you look at Stephanie, you look at Jordan Grace, you got Roxanne Perez. Roxanne's like 21, like Rhea Ripley, I think I don't even know if she's 30 yet. Same with Liv Morgan. I completely agree. Women are in a great place when we look towards the future. The guys, not so much. Not so much. There's options, but we've got a lot of work that we've got to do. Right, Off the Post said, I think the women's division is more set up than the men's. There are a lot more younger women on the roster. Yeah, completely agree. I think we're in a really good place with the women. There's a lot of work to be done to continue to grow the women's division. Obviously, we spoke a bit about the tag team titles. We've spoke a little bit about trying to get some secondary feuds, more TV time for them. Like, that's a battle. I mean, everything's a battle, you know? I mean, like, we're trying to get Carrion on TV. We're trying to get the Wyatt Sicks on TV. Well, if you get them on TV, that means there's less TV time then for someone else. And it might be the women that get less TV time. Maybe it's the tag teams that get less TV time. Like, there's only so much TV time. And so it's hard. The balance is really hard. But I think it's really important that WWE specifically make sure the women have time. And, you know, if the tag division has to suffer, the tag division has to suffer. If there's other guys that have to sit in the back, the other guys that have to sit in the back, I think that you have to make sure that the women continue to get opportunities. But part of the problem of that is that I don't think the ratings are that strong for the women's segments. That's what you always hear. And I think part of that is because some guys aren't really that interested in watching, like, the women. You hear Jim Cornette not being, you know, crazy about women's wrestling. And some guys aren't that bothered or not as bothered about the women as they are the men. And I think we don't have loads of women that watch wrestling. I think it's growing. But, yeah, we're doing a lot of firsts, really. There's a lot of young girls that are starting to watch that I really don't remember this many young girls watching previous. Certainly feel like we're seeing a lot more young girls getting into watching wrestling. And I think they're being inspired by Rhea and Liv and Bianca and you know, those kinds of names. And, you know, Becky and Bayley and whatever. But if I look back through the kind of history of WWE, I don't remember seeing that many young girls. So it feels like it's really growing at the moment. It feels like there's real opportunity for growth when it comes to women's wrestling. So, yeah, the fact that we've got so many young ladies around means that it should be a very bright future for women's wrestling in WWE. David said, can't fit Raw and SmackDown into my life anymore. Well, that's understandable. It's hard to juggle everything. So, have to see if Backlash can deliver for you. I don't think Raw and SmackDown have been mind-blowing recently. So I don't think you've really missed a great deal. But it just comes down to it, doesn't it? I mean, like, if you are into WWE and you're into wrestling, it doesn't massively matter if the shows are mind-blowing or not. You just want to see the stories progress. You want to see the talking points. You want to... Do you know what I mean? This is like a world that we choose to spend our time in. And so whatever the world gives us, we take. Right, how long before we get a UFC WWE match? Said Off the Posts. I don't know that we'll ever get one. They're two completely different worlds. One's a sport, one's entertainment, so I'm not sure how you would cross them over. You certainly couldn't cross them over in UFC. So that would mean that you'd have to get a load of UFC fighters coming over to WWE. And I don't know that historically that has really worked very well. If you look at Ronda or Shayna and you look at, like, you know, Riddle worked okay, but you really do need a load of people that have got charisma, personality, that can not only, you know, do some stuff in the ring, but also can talk and cut promos and are charismatic. And to be honest with you, it's not really what UFC fighters are known for, charisma. No offense, but a lot of them are, you know, a bit dull. A lot of those press conferences is just a lot of shouting and not really much in the way of wit. Not really much in the way of, like, killer lines or anything. I mean, Conor was the GOAT of it. But, you know, you got a few, like, say, Sean O'Malley or whatever, but there ain't loads. A lot of them are just really dull. So it's kind of hard to see them do a crossover match. Tiffany said, how come you don't cover AEW? We used to, but we used to. We did it a few years ago. But I just found that it was a promotion that I struggled with. I don't want to watch a promotion that I'm just complaining about. So I just found that there was less and less and less on the show that I was enjoying. And it really was getting to the point where, you know, I was not feeling the show. I was looking in the chat and the chat wasn't really feeling the show. There was the odd person that was like, nah, this is good. But I just sort of felt like this isn't working. This isn't for me. There's no point turning up on a Wednesday and just complaining. I would much rather spend my time constructively and more positively. And so, yeah, I stepped away. And to be honest with you, I stepped away in early 2024 when the show was getting 800,000 views. And then throughout 2024, we've just seen this gradual decline with AEW, where it's now getting 600,000 views. And I think 2024 was a really bad year for them in regards to people stepping away. And we did it January 1st of 2024. We stepped away. And I think a couple of 100,000 people followed. So, yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of people kind of reached a similar conclusion that I reached, which was, hey, this isn't working for me. I wish them all the best. I really don't wish them any ill will. I hope their shows are successful. I really like Tony Storm. I really like watching Ospreay wrestle. I think there are some really good elements there, but I just find sitting through a 2-hour Dynamite just to find the bits that you do like is a bit of a challenge. But, you know, listen, it can be a bit of a challenge sitting through 3-hour SmackDown. So, you know, challenges everywhere. David said, I brought all the WWE WCW pay-per-views, 93 to 96. I want Hall of Fame, says David. David, shout out to you. I don't know what you mean by that. But, yeah, good. I like that period. I don't like 95. But 93, 94, I love. I mean, that's right as I'm getting into it. Jamie said, do you see anyone getting added to the Seth faction, or do you think it's fine as it is? Well, I think it's fine as it is in the short term. I think in the longer term, someone should be added. There was that thought that Becky could win today, and then at the top of the ramp is Seth and Heyman and Braun, and she joins them. So she brings a belt to that group, and she is then in with Heyman. And actually having Becky with Heyman is very interesting. And obviously makes sense her joining up with Seth. So I kind of like that idea. But again, we can't have Goldberg interrupting the Gunther Pat match. We can't have R-Truth getting involved in the Cena match. We can't have Becky joining up. We can't have something like that for every match. So it's kind of like, I feel like we need to pick and choose, or, you know, you're going to do one or two things. You know, Goldberg coming back and Asuka and flipping all this stuff. So it's an option of something that could happen, but I don't know that it's going to happen. But it's an option of something that could happen. Nick said, Loopy Girl is on TV. Is she? What, is she in the background? I've been keeping a little eye, but I don't know what Loopy Girl looks like. It makes it hard to look out for Loopy Girl. I don't know what Loopy Girl looks like. But if I see a girl, I'll just pretend it's Loopy Girl, and I'll go with that. Chris said, hello from Tenerife. Had to stop by and join the family. Chris, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. We are just 40 minutes away. It really is getting closer now. So we are just 40 minutes away. David said, I want to go in the Hall of Fame as a super fan for that time. Well, I don't think WWE do that. Did they? Did they put Vlad in? They did a documentary for Vlad, didn't they? But I don't think they've ever put any like fans in. She gave you a live shout out. Oh, what did she? Loopy girl. She's got a name on her shirt. You was too busy talking. Oh, sorry, Loopy girl. Sorry, mate. The community saw it, though. Yeah, I was chatting away. I don't expect anything major to happen on a flipping countdown show. I've seen enough of them. Seen enough of them to know they're pretty irrelevant. I didn't realise Loopy Girl was going to be standing there with a Loopy Girl shirt on. Otherwise, I would have paid attention, wouldn't I? Hang on, let me go. Can I go back whilst flipping he's talking? Let me have a look. Let's have a look. Am I looking for someone that's got Loopy Girl written on a shirt? Loopy Girl, I hope you appreciate this. I've actually stopped listening to Randy and I've gone back. Oh, I can see her, yes. Yeah, no, I can see her now. White shirt and it says Loopy Girl. Oh, very good. Let me, I'm going to see if I can get a screenshot of that so that she knows that we have seen it. Where is she? Where is the legend? Loopy Girl, I've seen you. I acknowledge you. I am screenshotting you. Although I don't know how I screenshot on this computer, you know. How do you do a screenshot? What do you press? Is it like control something? Oh, God. What's a screenshot? Control and S? No. What's that? What have I just pressed? Oh, Jesus. What do you do? Does anyone know? What do you do? Respect for letting us know. Oh, yeah, I can see her, said Suzanne. I'm in the screenshot. Press the ZF button. What's that? What's the ZF button? There's no ZF button. I ain't got one. Oh, God. Hang on. How do you screenshot? This stupid little keyboard. Look at this little thing. It hasn't got screen print. Hang on, what do you do? On Windows, press the print screen, but I ain't got one. Or use Windows and print screen. I haven't got a print screen on. Take a screenshot on your Android phone. I could do that, actually. But I've got it right here. Can't I just do this? Come on. I haven't got a print screen button, so what do I do? Use a sniping tool. What's that? That's a sniping tool. Windows key and print screen. Haven't got one. Use print screen. Haven't got one. Open the sniping tool. Search for it on the start menu. Oh my God. Oh my God. I've got a headrest. I haven't got a headrest. Jesus Christ. What's a sniping tool? Search for it on the start menu. Start menu. Sniping. Bear with me. Sniping tool. Press Windows and S to snipe. Snipe. New. What's that do? What do I do with that? Oh, Jesus. Okay, so you press S. Oh, God, the show's probably started. So you press Windows and S, and then you can snipe. Mate, by the time she appears on screen, I'm going to have missed her. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm getting, guys, I'm sniping Loopy Girl. Loopy Girl, I'm sniping you, love. Get ready to get sniped. Taking you out. Go on, Loopy. Come on, Jesus Christ, I've got show I need to do here. Oh, actually, there's another girl there that's quite cute. I might snipe her, actually. Shall I snipe her? There's Loopy Girl. Snipe. 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 What do I do now? Save. Save. There. There. Now put it in here. Oh, yeah. We've got somewhere now. This is such great streaming. This is why we're the flipping goats. Because this is the good stuff right here. And don't anyone say otherwise. Shut up. This is the good stuff. Guys, look at this that I just managed to sort really easily. No problems, baby. No problems. Guys, look at that. I just sniped that. Just sniped that, mate. Daisy's such a great sniper. Yeah. A lot of people saying I'm the best sniper since the JFK guy. R.I.P. by the way. R.I.P. Woo! That's a good snipe, actually. That's a good snipe, isn't it? Look at that. Daze, shift Windows and shift... I know. I did it. Mate, I'm a snipe master. They called me the snipe master. They called me the Snipe Master 2000. That's what they called me. They called me the Snipe Lord. There she is. Look, that says Loopy Girl, by the way. Loopy Girl. Can you just send me a picture next time? Dude, I've had to learn like a whole new skill set. Do you know what I mean? Live. While streaming. I mean, I aced it, but... no one does sniping like Daze. Some say is the greatest sniper. Yeah. I'm just like that. Reginald Arnold guy or whatever he was called. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Right. Daze, it's snip, not snipe. Oh, is it? All right, scrap that then. Guys, I'm not a sniper. It turns out I'm a snipper. I'm basically a hairdresser. Going anywhere nice? Oh, I want to be a sniper, though. Gotta be a sniper. I don't want to be a snipper. No, I'm a sniper. I can call it what I want. I can call it what I want. It is snipe, said Frankie. Yeah, let's go. Snipe was funnier, though, says Kelly. Daze, do we see Jeff Cobb tonight? Well, if we are, I'm going to snipe him. I'm a sniper now. That's what I do. Daisy Scissorhands, says Notorious. Oh, I feel bad, though, still, that I didn't see it live. But, do you know what I mean? I only kind of give it a bit of a... It's so odd, because, like, now they're showing me Bad Bunny against Damian Priest from Backlash 2 years ago. I mean, what am I meant to do? Sit here and watch it and care? I mean, I didn't care 2 years ago. Why would I care now? So, of course, I'm going to step away. And then when I step away, then, of course, I mean, things happen, don't they? Jonathan said, last time I watched AEW was for Sting's last match. But other than that, I've not watched since Punk left. Yeah, did I watch Sting's last match? I definitely saw it. So, I don't know if I streamed it. I don't think I streamed it. But I definitely saw that last match. But to be honest with you, it might have just been like a clip someone put online. I saw him coming out with his sons and everything. But I feel like I did see the match. Perhaps I watched it because it was Sting's last match. Maybe we did the watch along for that. I really don't recall. But yes, I did witness that as well. Other than that, I've not gone back. But I do, as I'm going through X, keep seeing timeless Tony Storm clips, and they are awesome. So I'm definitely into her character. Daze, you now have got another nickname apart from the Timeout Tribal Chief and the Punani Master. Is that a nickname? Am I known as the Punani Master? Jesus, yes. Let's get that going. Let's get that trending. Yeah, the Punani Master. I'm down for that. I didn't even know that's what you lot called me. That's what you lot called me. Really? Oh my God, thank you. The Punani Master, really? Wow. I didn't know you knew me that well, but that is so great. Well, thank you, everyone. That's really kind. So, yes, to the Punani Master, you can now add Snipe Lord. Yeah. Hey, this merch, it's just waiting to make itself, really, isn't it? Punani Master. Yeah. Snipe Lord. Let's go. Everyone knows you're the Punani Master, said Porky. Well, apparently they did. I didn't. I was the last one to find out. I didn't realise. No one told me. You'd think I would have had a thought or an indication, but... Adam said, I would love it if Jeff Cobb did his Lucha Underground gimmick instead when he debuts, said Adam. I don't think they've got the rights to all that, have they? Because it would have been great if Ricochet could have been Prince Puma, but... I don't know. Perhaps they could move something a little close to it. Cynthia said, Daze, the way they brought Alexa Bliss back last night was beep. Well, I think they just want to get it going, really. Get it going, and they've got a bit of an idea of something they want to do, and perhaps we can get the Wyatt Sicks involved a bit further down the road. It was a bit weird. I wasn't expecting it. It was very unexpected, but I'm okay with having some unexpected things from time to time. It's nice to be kept on your toes. Just like when I found out you lot called me the Punani Master. I never knew that. Kept me on my toes, kept me nimble, you know. Daze, you said you had some experience in the Punani. Expertise in Punani. Oh, well, I do. I mean, I do. I'm not sure I could call myself a master, but no, actually thinking about it, that does check out. Thinking about it, that does sound about right. With me being here endlessly streaming day after day after day. I'd say the evidence is right there, isn't it? Hannah wishes Daze would go for her Punani. Do we know how old Hannah is, by the way? I don't know if we actually know how old Hannah is. So we are staying away from that conversation. JP Ville said, Daze, the king of the Funko Pops. I don't have that many, to be honest. I've probably got around about 10. Sonny's got way more than I've got. Way more than I've got. But I do like those Hall of Fame Funko Pops. They're nice. Daze is the Poon Slayer, said George. Yeah, oh my God, these are so much better than the nicknames I usually get called. Corey said, keeping you on your toes is like telling you what baby batter is. Oh, yeah, I remember that from a few years ago. Yeah, that turned out to be pretty disgusting, didn't it? I think it was spunk. Ian said, Sue, partner, thinks that you're crazy. I think she's a fan. Well, I am the Punani Master, Ian. I mean, it does check out. I don't think she could resist, to be honest with you, but it's on like a more animal level. Do you know what I mean? A more guttural level. Resistance is futile. That's so it's not her fault. It's not her fault, but Ian, thank you, my friends. And Sue, shout out to you. Shout out to your Punani. Yeah, hope you're well. both of you. A. Jobson said, Daze, do you think we'll get Goldberg showing up tonight in a match with Gunther, to set up a match with Gunther? Yeah, I'm expecting some stuff tonight. I think we get some twists and turns. It feels a bit straightforward, doesn't it, outside of Becky Lyra? So I would like to think they've got some stuff lined up. This is the follow-up show to WrestleMania, and actually, one of the things we've had plenty of praise about for Triple H has been the PLEs. PLEs has actually been very strong with Triple H's booking. So, yeah, I think we should definitely get some stuff tonight, but I don't think every match is going to have something, as I've been saying. Nightmare said, the Jizzinator. I don't love that as much, but let's go. Let's go. Again, still better than what I've been called. Days, we need Boomer of the Month award, said Tyler. What would that be, Tyler? What would that entail? What would a Boomer of the Month award entail? We do Hall of Fame, but what would Boomer of the Month entail? I'm interested. I'm listening. But what would the criteria be? Red Reed said, I want no interference tonight. I just want clean matches, and I want awesome in-ring. Not JPEG said, is superstar Billy Graham still around? That is an excellent question. I am going to say no. I'm going to say I think we lost him a couple of years ago. I'm going to look. Something tells me he passed away. Pandemic-ish 2021. 2023. Something in my head said he had passed away relatively recently. So 17th of May 2023. So sadly not. Sadly not. That's a downer, isn't it? Just hear me out, okay? El Grande Britannicano. Like the name. Cena enters Money in the Bank. He wins it to prevent anyone from cashing in as part of his plan to ruin wrestling. I'm not a fan of it because it does actually ruin wrestling in the sense of you are then denying us that sort of cash-in moment where I think you could have some fun with Cena being champion and someone being around teasing a cash-in on Cena. So I actually think that would kind of ruin wrestling a bit. If you want to build heat on John, I mean, it's a way of doing it, isn't it? If you want to build some heat on John. But, yeah. Tyler said, like that Hall of Fame, the younger people in the chat would be able to tell us boomers. Like the Hall of Fame, but the younger people in the chat would be able to tell us boomers. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Joe Adamo said, Boomer of the Month is what I did to you at Madison Square Garden. It's true. He did call me a boomer in Madison Square Garden. That would surely have won you Boomer of the Month award if we were doing it then. Surely. George said, Hall of Fame is goated. I will be there one day. I'm sure you will, but I'm sure you will. When it comes to Hall of Fame, I think that it's just about being in the chat regular, providing insight or information or humor and, you know, just standing out, really. It's a hard thing to put into words because everyone votes for people and nominates people for different reasons. But, yeah, I think it's good. It's nice. We've obviously got a fair few people in because we've been doing it for a year and a half now. So we've got a fair few people in. And we always put in 2 in December. So Trini, of course, went in recently. Very deserved. But there's so many people that deserve to go in. So many. There's people that have been with us for a long, long time. And there's people that have been with us on a regular basis. You know, that have been in, like, near enough every stream. So, yeah, I mean, there's so many people that deserve to go in. So hopefully you all find your way in there over time. But, yeah, I think it's right that we keep it limited, keep it special. so that we can really just focus on, because, you know, if you was putting in like loads of people at a time, it would feel a little bit watered down maybe. So I kind of like how we do it. What would an episode of Raw be like if Dave Chappelle was a guest host? I don't know. I don't really know much about Dave Chappelle. He is obviously a US comedian, isn't he? Hasn't really done a great deal over here in the UK. So we don't really have guest hosts. I'm sure they would have him do some fun segments, but I don't really know what he's known for, so I can't really say, oh, we would get this character or that character, so it makes it a little bit challenging. I'm sure it'd be fun, though. The guest host thing was not too bad. It was pretty fun, but it was hit and miss as well. There was some times where some of the guest hosts were a little bit dull, a bit flat. But then sometimes they were brilliant. So, yeah, I don't know. We could definitely go back to that a little bit, but I don't think doing it like on a weekly basis is needed. Maybe just once in a while, like, you know, in a few weeks, we're going to have a guest host and it's going to be such and such for Raw. Like, that would be fun. I don't think we need to do it on a weekly basis, though. Nathan said we definitely have got to get Wyatt Sicks on Backlash this year. Cena is definitely going to win due to interference tonight. I'm officially the new Nathan Joshua Brett. Let's go Cena, says Nathan. Nathan, shout out to you. We're just seeing backstage with Dirty Dominik Mysterio. He's got that Intercontinental Championship on his shoulder, and he's giving Byron a bit of a dirty look here. That's not the point. The point, I've already beaten this guy. So Byron's like, I've got to push back on that a little bit because you didn't beat Penta. You pinned Finn Balor. So the United States Championship 4-way is apparently going to open the show now, according to Jackie Redmonds. Dominic says, do you want me to do your job for you? Dominic's quite entertaining, isn't he? Logan is so flashy, said Chris. His entrance has more highlights than his actual matches. Netforce said, do we think the booking could be better to try and make PLEs more exciting whilst keeping TV engaging? Yeah, I do think it's been a rough period, though, because we ended the WrestleMania and then we only had a couple of weeks until Backlash. So we very quickly had to go from that into here. And that's hard. I mean, that is very difficult. So it means that we've just not had much time to kind of really build this up. So, you know, it is what it is. We are where we are. And sometimes it is a case of like making the best out of a bad situation. I mean, wrestling very rarely is always like perfect and booked perfect because there's too many moving parts. So I sort of feel like the big thing about this show is that main event. The big thing about this show is Randy and John Cena. That is going to be historic. And so it is a case of focusing on that. Undercard will be the undercard. Main event is going to be the big deal. Last time they're facing. And, you know, hopefully the crowd's hot. Hopefully there's a few surprises. Hopefully at the end of it, we're like, do you know what? I didn't have high expectations, but that was pretty good. I enjoyed that. That was fun for a Saturday night. Hopefully it's that kind of a reaction. And, you know, I don't know why we can't achieve that, to be honest. I think we can. Byron sucks so much that it just works, said David. It makes you wonder if he does it on purpose. Michael said, came here to cheer up, and you always cheer me up when I have a bad day, said Michael. Well, Michael, I hope you've not had a bad day, but if you have, then turn that frown upside down, because, as we said, Backlash hopefully should give us all a few smiles tonight. The Raw guest hosts didn't even know what was happening on the show, said Tony. No, they didn't. They didn't. It wasn't, it didn't really work, but there was some good ones. Bob Barker, was it? I think was regarded as the best because we had him come in and do the prices right, and that was awesome. Take a 1990 said, Daze, The Rock is now ruining WWE. Triple H wanted Cena's heel turn at Mania. However, The Rock wanted Cena's turn at Chamber. See what we got at Mania and the whole Cena heel turn story. Yeah, I agree that he got in the way. I think that we looked short term. I think that, do you know what, though? It's not only The Rock that deserves criticism there. Ari Emanuel deserves criticism because he was the one that called up The Rock and said, we don't have that big unmissable moment. We don't have that lined up for Elimination Chamber. Have you got any ideas? And honestly, I think we look short term. We tried to make Elimination Chamber a better show by sacrificing WrestleMania. And that's a shame, isn't it? So I think The Rock deserves a little bit of grief for that. But I think Ari Emanuel does as well. And to be honest, I think Triple H does, because I know that Triple H is someone that people appreciate and he does a lot of good work and everything. But we've got to say that he also was very underwhelming on the road to WrestleMania. Do you know what I mean? Like, everything we was watching and everything that was going on was very disappointing. We were kind of hoping, like, day after day that something better was going to happen. We were constantly hoping like that each show was going to get better. We were constantly coming out of Raws and SmackDowns underwhelmed. You can't put all that on The Rock. That's not just The Rock's fault. So I sort of feel like Triple H has got to take his share of the blame as well, because I think that the overall road to WrestleMania was pretty mid and lacking. Without guest hosts, we wouldn't have had that amazing Bob Barker segment, says James. Very true. David said Jackie Redmond and Renee came from Sportsnet in Canada. Yamil said, do we think Joe Hendry appears tonight? No. No, there's not really a place for him tonight. He's not on the main roster. He's building towards Battleground with... He's building to Battleground with Trick Williams. So he's kind of... he wasn't going to be at Mania, obviously, if Kevin hadn't got injured. He was only at Mania because there was that opportunity. He was obviously in the Rumble. We did Jordan Grace in the Rumble the year before. She was the TNA Women's Champion. And so this year we had the TNA Men's Champion. That makes sense. But, outside of that, that I think is pretty much it for him on the main roster. We're doing a lot of stuff with him at the NXT level. People had better stay away when I'm driving because I'm like Jacob Fatu. I'm all gas and no brakes, said Nightmare. Hannah said he was like 7.5 excitement level for Backlash. Yeah, I'm probably still about that, to be honest. I am genuinely excited for Becky Lyra. I'm genuinely excited for Cena and Randy. I'm genuinely excited for the show not being super long. I think that I want a fun show. I just want to watch a show that's fun. I want to watch a show that I can watch and enjoy, and it's not going to outstay its welcome. Do you know what I mean? The kind of show that we can go off and, not feel knackered afterwards. Not like WrestleMania where, we're watching Stand and Deliver and then we're watching WrestleMania Day 1 after and all this stuff, I don't want to do all that. I don't want to watch I don't mind watching all of that stuff, but it is nice to have a show that's not going to outstay its welcome. So that's a positive. And then, you know, matches look okay on the undercard outside of that. Like, it's not going to be a chore to watch them. And so, yeah, it's not a show that I'm crazy excited for. It's not a show that's 10 out of 10. I'm not going to lie to you and say that I'm as excited for this as I was WrestleMania or as I will be for SummerSlam or even as I will be for Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank's going to be more exciting than this. But yeah, I do think at least we've got something in that Cena Orton match. At least there's something there that's going to make this worth watching. So I appreciate that. At Darwin, Stuart, thank you, my friends. Stuart with 5 Wrestling Daze memberships. Appreciate that, buds. Appreciate that. I didn't see that. Slipped past. Darwin said, do you agree Eddie Hearn claims UFC is going through a lack of star problem? If you look at WWE, they do have a lot of big stars like Roman, Cena, Cody, Punk, Seth, Drew, Randy, Gunther, upcoming with Braun and Heyman. I do agree and I disagree because I actually think that I'd be very interested to know the numbers of UFC globally. I think, for example, there might not be a great buzz for some UFC shows in America because, like, you know, you've got John Jones and you've got a few American stars, but, you know, there's a lot of champions that are non-American. And same with the UK. We don't really have lots of big UK names that are in there, right? So I sort of think that it can feel like in your country there's a bit of a lack of star power. But actually, what about those countries where they do have champions? You know, what about over in Australia with Volkanovski, Adesanya, New Zealand? What about over in Georgia with Marab? You know, there are places and countries where there is going to be a lot of attention. And I sort of feel like UFC is quite a global brand. They do a good job of going around the world. And they've got stars from all around the world. And I'm sure from a money point of view, the most money to be made is in America. But globally, I think the UFC does well. But it does feel to me, being in the UK, that there is a lack of big charismatic stars. You know, Connor is the benchmark. And, you know, we've had a bit of like a Colby Covington. There's been a Sean O'Malley. You know, there's a few names you can kind of come up with, but there's no one that's really come close to a Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor is a country mile ahead of everyone else when it comes to star power. So, yeah, you know, they'd love to have a few more of those come in through, but you can't, Dana's made a good point, you can't manufacture that. Conor was real, Conor was Conor, and you can't train people to be more like that because it's going to come across as being just fake. It's going to be fake. It's going to feel fake. And he doesn't want that. He just wants people to be themselves. And if you like them, you like them. If you don't, you don't. If you root for them, you root for them. If you don't, you don't. A lot of people root for people because they're from their countries. But yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a bit of an issue there. But it would be very interesting to know, is that the case globally? Is that how people feel in Georgia? Is that how people feel in Dagestan? Is that how people feel in Australia? Is that how people feel in New Zealand? Or is it just that in the Western worlds, it feels like it's lacking because there's no Connor, you know? So a bit more of an in-depth answer there for you than maybe you was expecting. But yeah, to me in the Western world, it feels that way. I can definitely see why Eddie is saying that, but I'd be interested to know if it feels that way globally. Certainly, they still do great numbers. They certainly, you know, have still, you know, happy with the money they're making, still making like great revenue. So, I mean, it certainly doesn't feel like there's any financial issues there. Phantom67, shout out to you, my friends. Phantom67 with 20 Wrestling Daze memberships. Really do appreciate that. I think that's so kind. We've mentioned it before, but we'll mention it again because it is worth mentioning. If you get a Wrestling Daze gifted membership, we do 3 streams, extra streams. One of them on a Thursday where you just come and talk. You get access to that, and we just chat about whatever you want to chat about. It's a lot quieter. I can get to more of your comments, and we do that on a Thursday. And then we've got a couple of like quiz games that we play. We do one on a Tuesday, one on a Wednesday, and you know, we do a couple of those, so you can come and join us for those. We are looking for tag teams. We're looking for members to kind of get together in pairs for a Tuesday, and we do like a game in pairs. And it's been quite popular. I mean, we only started it last week, but yeah, the game overall has been popular. There's plenty of people that play that. And we're always looking for new people to come and join us. So whenever we get those gifted memberships, we don't always see those new members joining us on those streams, but they're there. That is the perks, or part of the perks. Not only do you get your name in green, not only do you get access to those emojis, but you get to join us on those streams as well. So definitely take advantage of that if you've just benefited from Phantom 67's generosity or Stuart Little's generosity. There's definitely people looking for like partners, tag partners. There's a whole Discord and lots of stuff that goes down. Oh, it's worth mentioning the Discord as well, isn't it? We've got a Discord that's run by Sunny, that's run by Dormouse. They do excellent work. Community hangout there when the streams aren't on, so you can always pop in there as well. There's lots going on. So, Phantom 67, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate it. And MP Park, welcome as well. Becoming a member on the channel. Daze, what is the first match tonight? Well, apparently it's going to be the Fatal 4-Way, which is what I expected them to start with. And then I was told they were actually starting with Dominik and Penta. But as I said, I thought they would start with the Fatal 4-Way because I thought you would want that kind of bonkers, big opening Fatal 4-Way, you know. Daze, if you had to call it now, what would be match of the night? In-ring wise, it might be Becky Lyra. They faced each other before. I think that that could be a really fun match. I don't think the Gunther Pat one's going to be that competitive. I think it should be brutal. I think that Becky Lyra as a match should be the best. Dominik Penta will probably be pretty fun. But yeah, Becky Lyra, I'm probably leaning to. I think obviously they're going to want you talking about John and Randy. The only problem with John and Randy is that they're both getting on in age a bit. Randy's coming back from a big injury. Now he's got to carry a main event match. You know, he came back after ages. And then, of course, got laid out by Kevin. Michael Cole is coming out, and there's a big pop for Michael Cole. Actually, that's resulted in people kind of running to their seats. I think people know that Michael's on his way out and that the show is not that far away. So we are getting closer. We are getting closer. 5 minutes to go. The US title match is going to kick off the show, said AB Jobson. I think that's the right move, honestly. I think fun match. It should be really entertaining. Stands a chance of being the best match on the show. It should be fun, spot heavy. Yeah. Is the draft pointless, said Not JPEG. No, I don't think it's pointless. I think it tells you which show your favourite is going to be competing on, so I don't think it's pointless. Okay, who's coming out now? Is it Wade? I think it's Wade Barrett is making his way out. Mikey, shout out to you, my friends. Can we bring Corey back to commentary, said Dr. Lucha. I would appreciate that. I would appreciate that, personally. So here's Wade making his way down, getting a great reaction, and we are just minutes away from Backlash. We've been talking about it all night long, and we are getting very close to the start of the show now. So Wade is just running around the ringside area, touching skin with that front row. Boom. Boom. Are we going to see outside factors? If not, then Randy Orton will be world champion, says Big E. So we are literally moments away. Daze, would you ever do wrestler wing of the Hall of Fame and put a wrestler in? Ooh, that's interesting. Yes, we could definitely do that. That's a really fun shout. We could really do that. I like that. That's a good shout, that is. Yeah, maybe we could do that. Get the members to nominate wrestler. Okay, Pashard Owens is going to be doing the Star Spangled Banner right now. Adam said, I sold my house, Days. It took me 3 years. I'm so relieved. Dude, congrats. Do you know, I don't know that pain because I've not sold a house, but my dad is trying to sell a hotel. It's not his hotel. He works for some rich people. He runs it, but he's been trying to sell it for years, and it's been a nightmare. He's gotten so close, and then it's fallen through like several times. And he's at the age where he's waiting to retire. So like he's having a nightmare with that. So I've never sold a house. My parents have sold a house once, and that was a nightmare. 3 years. Yeah, I bet you are relieved, bud. I'm really pleased to hear that you got that over the line. So sit back, relax, and enjoy Backlash. Mikey, shout out to you, my friends. Mikey, appreciate the support, becoming a supporter of the channel. And Phantom67 said 2 things I want tonight. Let's go. Bailey to come out and kick Becky's butts. And R-Truth to come out during Cena Orton. Cheers, Days and community. Phantom67, thank you, my friends. And yeah, I think we'll get a couple of things tonight. We could get those things. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that we're going to get that and Goldberg and, you know, all the other stuff that's been mentioned. But I think we're in for some twists and turns tonight. I think we're definitely in for something memorable. The card is a little flat, a little undercooked. But as we said right at the start of our stream, that could just mean that it over-delivers. It could mean that we keep our expectations low, and as a result, we kind of get pleasantly surprised. So, there we go. We've just had the Star Spangled Banner sung, and we are about to get underway with Backlash. It should be the United States Championship match that's going to come on first. USA, says Mitchell. We got the Stars and Stripes in the chat. So, yeah, apparently they have made a few adjustments. Sean Rossap just saying that those adjustments have been made as well. Okay, let's flip over. I was just reading there that Becky was talking about MJF. MJF has actually responded. So I was just reading that. Okay, so we are in St. Louis. And we are going to be opening up with that Fatal 4-Way, I believe. We just saw Randy arrive in. And we're just seeing a little look back at WrestleMania. Okay. Holly Grant, shout out to you, my friends. Welcome. Appreciate the support, buds. Hope you enjoy Backlash. Hope everyone enjoys Backlash. We've just got the little opening video at the moment where we're just seeing Cena and Randy and a few things that went down at WrestleMania. We're just seeing Gunther choking out Michael and choking out Pat. Okay, Phoenix said, I've got low expectations, but that could be a good thing. I can just sit back and enjoy it for whatever it turns out to be. James said, what did Becky say about MJF? Oh, yeah, sorry, I was just reading that. So Becky says, Becky isn't the only wrestler in Happy Gilmore 2. MJF is in it as well. She said, you know, he's a very nice boy. We had great chats. Of course, he knows that he would lose a promo battle, but we had great chats. Unfortunately, it was way before this happened, but I feel like he would completely agree with everything I'm saying about Lyra. So I think it was part of her builds towards her match with Lyra. MJF has responded, I agree with Becky fully on Lyra. She seems like a horrible person and clearly a gross paw. I enjoyed my time with the man on set, a very nice girl and an upstanding citizen. However, I'm not too sure about her thoughts on a potential promo battle. Hashtag better than you. It's good, isn't it? It's a fun little exchange that between Becky and MJF. Seems like they enjoyed each other's company, though. So, yeah, it's pretty fun little pleasant exchange. No one taking any... Look at that. An AEW talent and a WWE talent not taking shots at each other's company. It can be done. It can be done. Right. Here we go then. We're seeing the crowds. LA Knight. LA Knight making his way out first of all then. United States Championship match has been reported. US title match. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Ray said the PLE's have been pretty straightforward lately. Not been too many OMG moments. Prove me wrong, Paul. Fatal 4-way, yeah, said Scott. Oh my God, sign of the night. Hi, Mom. And then it said Happy Mother's Day underneath. Is it Mother's Day? Is it in America? Our Mother's Day is on a different day. So LA Knight has come down. He's getting a great reaction. Pretty loud crowd, actually. There we go. Wade Barrett on the call with Michael Cole. Yeah, this is going to be physical because, of course, any match that's got Jacob in is going to be physical. You know what I mean? LA Knight. In the ring, then. Looking out at the fans. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. Right, here's Drew. Here's Drew. Hey, that was a good shout, that was, Andy, about members nominating wrestlers for the Hall of Fame. Lisa was talking about stream moments as well. And that was something that we discussed. I think I like wrestlers more, though, because I sort of feel like stream moments might be a bit... I don't know. I just worry that there'll be a lot of, oh, when Daze did this or when Daze did that or whatever. I like wrestlers, though. I like wrestlers. Oh, would I have to, like, do something and tell them, though? Nah. I can't be bothered. To have to, like, make an award and all that? Nah. Can't be bothered. I might send him a tweet. Well done. Oh, my God. How are we watching, said Regan. On Netflix. Netflix. Peacock in America. People are saying hello to Tommy. Tommy D, shout out to you. I hope you're doing well, buds. Mackenzie said Jacob is taking on his 3 victims. Listen, I hope Jacob has got some poop bags. Because he told me he was going to do a lot of dog walking. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. He said he was going to dog walk Drew. He's going to dog walk LA Knight. He was going to dog walk Damian Priest. Let's see if he can do it. Duran said, I think Solo causes Fatu or costs Fatu the title. Harry says Wyatt Sicks. Triple A said, Daze, what if the main event today is better than WrestleMania? I'd be peeved because I was there for Mania, says Triple A. Well, I hope it is, to be honest. I hope it is. I'd like to think that every show we watch is going to be better than the last show. And I think we can agree that WrestleMania set quite a low bar when it came to its main event. So, yeah, I'd kind of like for this to beat that. I could understand you being peeved, but it doesn't really matter because you can say you was there when Cena got 17. You can say you went to WrestleMania. You can say that you saw a 5-star match because I think the women got 5 stars on day 2 from Dave Meltzer, which I know people don't care about Dave Meltzer and 5 stars and all of that. But listen, if I've paid a lot of money to go to a show like WrestleMania, I want to get as many dubs as I can get. Yeah. So if I saw a 5-star match, I'm taking that as a dub. And you can say that you was at WrestleMania. You can say that you saw Cena get 17. So what if the match was a bit flat and Rock didn't come out, whatever, and Travis Scott did, and blah, blah, blah. Do you know what I mean? Listen, WrestleMania 9 is regarded as one of the worst WrestleManias ever. I would love to have been there. I would love to have been there. I would still love to have been there. Is there anyone in this match that we feel can't afford to be pinned? Not really. No, I think they could all take the pin. If LA Knight got pinned, it's not going to really derail much. If Damian gets pinned, it's not going to derail much. Neither of those have got a great deal of momentum for me. If Drew gets pinned, I think he's excellent at kind of bouncing back, like ranting and raving online. He'll blame someone. He'll say that it's because Damian got, in his way, and you know what I mean? Like, not really. I'm struggling to see. I mean, I think that Drew is the biggest name in this. I think Jacob's got the biggest long-term potential. LA Knight, Damian are in a weird spot, really. Actually, LA Knight versus Damian wouldn't be a bad feud with the winner getting a good push. The winner of that takes a big step forwards. Because I think they're both in a similar place, really. Neither of them feel like they're going to trouble a world title anytime soon. But actually put them together and, suppose in a way it would be like number 7 taking on number 8 in UFC. They're both in the top 10 rankings, but they're quite low down. They ain't nowhere near a belt. So, do you know what I mean? Number 7 versus number 8. And when I say a belt, I mean a world belt, a world title. I mean, they're clearly near this belt. Jacob making his way down. No Solo. I love being solo. Here he is. Dude wearing a ref shirt. You know what I mean? I couldn't do that at first because I'd never heard of it. And now I can't stop saying it. Jacob on the outside, on the edge of the ring with that United States Championship. Staring over. Looking in the direction of Damian. LA Knight. And he keeps licking the belt. I saw Kenny For Your Thought showing a picture of Logan in a shower naked wearing that United States Championship. So every time Jacob keeps licking it, people are like, no! Don't do it, Jacob! know where it's been. Right, here we go. We got 4 boomers surrounding a referee who's holding up that championship. Some pretty fun signs already. There's one here, which is... I'm going to put that in unseen, not that. This sign here says, why is the Mountie in Superstars 2 for the Game Boy? It's a good question, isn't it? Perhaps, you know, they need a bit of a jobber in there. It can't just be your Undertakers, your Hogans, your Macho Mans. But it's a fair question. Why was the Mountie in that game? There he is on the cover. Dream match, Mountie versus Undertaker. Actually, can't remember that match. We've got Morgan and Morgan written in the ring as well. So, love that for us. Oh, Jacob going into the ring posts. Netbreaker by LA Knight, yeah. Trying to pick up and slam down Damian. LA Knight going through the ropes. Drop kick there into Drew. Shoulder tackle there by LA Knight. Goes slingshotting over that top rope. People are asking a question, and you know what that question is. Or at least you should know what that question is. Where is green shirt guy? That is the question people are asking online right now. Where is green shirt guy? He's run out of money. I'm putting a green shirt guy has run out of money. Unless he's there and I just can't see him. Lovely. LA Knight going for the cover one. Just a 1 count. Just a 1 count. Just a flipping 1 count. Taker 1990 said, do we think that it disappeared? So I'm going to say yes. Word of Wrestling said, crowd can't beat Backlash France. Shocked it's been a year. Yeah, that is the benchmark. Oh, big shot there by Damian. Jacob goes down. LA Knight and Damian. High-low. Taking down Jacob. Morgan and Morgan. What? Isn't that like a lawyer or something? Is anyone going to watch wrestling and go, oh, Morgan and Morgan? I should call them. I don't understand. Lovely throw. I mean, we're talking about him, so it works in that regards. It's flipping yellow. It's a bit distracting. It's better than Prime. Bang. Nice net breaker. Stuck underneath. Net breaker there to Jacob. Jacob rolls out the ring. All 4 guys are down at the moment. Daze, I was obviously being sarcastic. Cena is my life. I would always cherish and be blessed that I saw Cena win 17. Mania was fun. Dream came true. And Cena winning was cherry on top, says Triple A. I love that. I love that for you. Kick there by Jacob. LA Knight goes down. Jacob. Booting LA Knight out the ring. Get out. Get out. Right now, climbing up. Kick coming in. Kick coming in. He's climbing up. Damian Priest with Jacob. Yeah. Everyone's worried about Big Shirt Guy. Right now, everyone's watching this match, but they shouldn't be. Instead, there's full-on that wrestle-up Green Shirt Guy not in the front row. Bro is missing tonight. Yeah. Crispy said he wasn't feeling the card. Do you know? What if this card is so bad? Green Shirt Guy's gone. Nah, I'm not going to bother. Oh my God. That would be a whole new level of awful booking if Green Shirt Guy has dipped out. because he couldn't be bothered. Against the rope. Bang! Big clothesline. Big clothesline there by Damian, who's on his feet looking to go over in the corner. Collides into Drew. Over the other side as well. Going over clothesline. Boom. Damian in the ring. Duck underneath. Lovely kick. Great kick. Love that. Let's go. See, this is where Trinidad Flag Guy can rise up now. We all know Trinidad Flag Guy is the real leader of the WWE Universe. This is his time. He needs to capitalize on this. Oh, like a Samoan drop onto the top of the barricades. There wasn't much distance, though, was there? He had him, and then he was like... It wasn't really very far. I want to see someone get planted onto that plinth. Why doesn't someone get planted on the plinth? Jacob! Jacob! Put someone through the plinth! Right now we've got Jacob. Oh, did you see that list as well? That Jim Cornette reacted to. Vince Russo put a list out of what makes you a mark. And it says, what was that one? You cried when Cody finished his story. If you did that, you're a mark. You're convinced that professional wrestling is real. You're a mark. If wrestling's the most important thing in your life, you're a mark. You don't just want to go to a wrestling show. You want to be part of it. That makes you a mark. Dave Meltzer is your god. You're a mark. You orgasm over Japanese wrestling. That makes you a mark. You hate any form of entertainment in your wrestling. That makes you a mark. You are opposed to seeing attractive women in wrestling. That makes you a mark. You walk around arenas with a championship belt over your shoulders. That makes you a mark. You get offended if someone calls you a mark. That makes you a mark. It's a good list. I've got it in unseen. The one that got me worried is he's like, you own a lot of black shirts. And I was like, oh, Jesus. But then it said, and you've got pit stains on them. And I'm like, nah, I'm all right on that. I'm covered on that. That's all right. Personal hygiene is okay. But I do own a lot of black shirts. I was like, oh, Jesus. But I am a mark. I don't care about that. I am a mark. Right now, Jacob going to the outsides. He's taking his time. Hey, look at him. He's looking out at the fans, nodding away as the fans are chanting, this is awesome. But Drew is up. Drew is up. He's raking at the eyes of Jacob. He's looking for a superplex. Here's LA Knight. He comes over. Drew is upside down in the corner at the moment. Daze, my friend, how are you? I'm good, Liam. Do you think the term jobber is still a thing? You don't really see jobber matches like you used to. I think the term is still a thing. I don't know that it's something that they would use, actually. It is a term that can still be used, but I think it's got, like, really negative connotations to it, hasn't it? If you call someone a jobber, it's not a nice term, is it? I think they much prefer enhancement talent now. But it's true. I mean, we don't have, like, Brooklyn Brawlers, do we, anymore? You could make an argument that we have, like, Akira Tozawa. Look at Jacob. Yeah, straight into Damian. Damian goes over that commentary table. Yeah, that I mean. And that gets the crowd going. Jacob going up. Oh, Swanton. Oh, BFT. And he does it. He does the chokeslam. South of Heaven. Claymore. Everyone's getting their finishers. 1, 2. Oh. Drew McIntyre claymores Damian, who fell on top of LA Knight. Referee started counting and Drew had to make the save. Jacob could do nothing in that situation. It's pretty fun, actually, isn't it? It's pretty fun. I think we knew this match was just going to be a big, fun mess. And that's kind of what we're getting, to be honest. 20-odd minutes in so far. Almost a 3 count, said Jennifer. It's a great opener, said Muggsy. Green shirt guy has moved to the 3rd row. He said too many accidents have happened in 2025. That's wise. That's why after WrestleMania, his life flashed before his eyes. So he's moved back. Right, Jacob getting up to his feet. LA Knight down. Drew down. Jacob back in the corner, looking to charge over. Coming in. Back elbow there by Drew. Jacob against the ropes. Kick coming in. Double underhooks. Future shock DDT. Drew grabbing LA Knight. Reverse. Kick coming in. BFT. No joy. Goes over against the rope. Stuck underneath. Drew. Kick to the midsection. Future shock connects. Kip up there by Drew. Very basic stage setup as well, by the way. Drew going back to the corner. He's on the outside, over the other sides. 2, 1. Charging in. Bang. Claymore. Drew gets it. Surely Jacob. 1, 2. Oh, it's Damian that grabs the ref, pulls him out the ring. Wow, I thought that Jacob would make the save, but it wasn't. It was Damian. Damian robs Drew of that United States Championship. But listen, he's in the match, he's allowed to. They both go over into the timekeeper's area. Damian down. Drew down. Here is Jacob. That might eliminate Drew and Damian. That might just leave LA Knight and Jacob. Headbutts coming in. Crowd are chanting for Fatu. Isaac said, how do we think we'll turn Cena face again? I don't see him being a heel in his final appearance. Yeah, we might not do it until like after his final match. We could... Oh. Big moonsault. I mean, it's hard to rely on The Rock, isn't it? It's hard to make a story out of The Rock and have Cena turn and being abused and all that. I mean, I just don't think The Rock's around. Oh, nice elbow there by LA Knight. Jacob goes down. LA Knight again in the corner on that middle rope, top rope. Again, big elbow. Big elbow. That won't do it. 2. Shoulder up, 2.9. Really flipping close. Really flipping close. Right now, we've got Drew and Damian. They're fighting in the crowds. Drew and Damian. Ref Daff said, I'm tired of these folks putting their hands on the ref. Dallas fight back. Yeah, really fun. Right now, we got Drew in the crowds. We've got like, is he going to put him through? Yeah, we've got some tables. So there's going to be like a suplex or something through some tables in the crowds. So we got these trunks. You can see a couple of tables set up. We got Damian and we got Drew. I feel like this is a spot we see on quite a regular basis now. No joy at the moment. Right now, Damian has got Drew. He's got him down on his knees. Straps are coming down there by Damian. Straps are coming down. He's got him. He's going to look to chokeslam him maybe. He's got him. Picks him up. Drives him through the table. There we go. Drew gets put through some table. I think there's a bit of blood there for Damian. I feel like, I don't know why, I feel like on pretty much every premium live event we see a spot like this, or we see it during like Raw or SmackDown from time to time, like Braun, and it was good though. South of Heaven driving Drew through those tables. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Daze, this Fatal 4-Way has to be one of the best matches ever, says Connor. Right now they are down. Is that a medic? What's she doing? She's just sort of like tapping his neck. What's she doing? Is she trying to find a pulse? What's she doing? Do something! If you're meant to be a medic, do something! She's quite attractive. I'll let her off. Oh, my God. Into the ring post goes Jacob. I don't know what they've been up to. But into the ring post whilst that's been happening. Right now, we've got Jacob on the commentary table. LA Knight is trying to pick up a piece of the commentary table, the top part, and he's smashing that into Jacob. He grabs Jacob, gets him onto the commentary table. Now he's going to look to go. He's looking over at that ring post. Is he going to deliver an elbow, is he, or a frog splash? This is kind of like a Logan Paul spot, isn't it? Logan Paul does these kinds of spots. LA Knight. Oh, Solo makes the save. Solo makes the save. That's interesting. Solo gets Jacob and gets him off of the commentary table. Now, that means Solo's around. Does that mean he could end up costing Jacob? It's probably in Solo's best interest to just get out of there now. He's done some at goods. What's... Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Jeff Cobb! I was just looking at Solo and then at someone from the crowds, and it's Jeff Cobb! Jeff Cobb's here, chucking LA Knight around. Oh my God, we're going with Jeff Cobb, not only on the main roster, but we're putting him with Solo. Oh my God, what does this mean? Oh my God, what does this mean? What does this mean for that group? So here's Jacob. If Jacob's going to mess with Solo now we've got Jeff Cobb in the mix. Yeah, look, Jacob's looking at Jeff Cobb. I don't think he knew about this. Solo's like, in you go, in the ring. Yeah, this is a problem for Jacob. This is a problem. Yeah, look, he's looking at Jeff Cobb right now. Oh, my God. Think of some of these matches. Jacob over the other side. Collides into LA Knight. But Jacob's distracted, looking over at Jeff Cobb. He's going over the other side, going up, looking for a moonsault. Gets it. Picture perfect. Of course it flipping is. Going for the pin. 1, 2, 3. Jacob retains. That's not the big story. The big story is Solo and Jacob and Jeff. And how this is going to play out. They don't look thrilled for him. They don't look thrilled. Mate, that's just changed the game. It's changed this game. Because it's felt like a lot of disrespect from Jacob towards Solo. Well, Solo's just got some support. He's just got some serious support. Yeah, there we go. Wow. Is this his newest soldier? Yes, I would say it is. Well, there we go. We've opened up with quite a big talking point. Fun match. And we get Jeff Cobb, who's coming in from New Japan. Jacob is walking away. Wow. Who's Jeff Cobb, said Justin. Coming over from New Japan. He's appeared a few times over in He's appeared a few times over in AEW, but he's consistently worked over in New Japan. I mean, he's good. He's a good big man. He's got great experience. There's a lot to like about him. He's good. He's a good wrestler. He would give Jacob a hell of a match. Jacob looks confused, and Peeve said, "Hey, Jobson." Yeah, and understandably so. This has got big repercussions because it's felt like Solo has been getting disrespected. And honestly, the fact he's not been like pushing back has been a little bit frustrating. So it seems like actually what he's gone and done is he's gone out and he's gone and got someone to give him some backup. And, all of a sudden now Jacob can't really continue to step out of line unless he's willing to, mix it in with Jeff Cobb, who is a seriously good wrestler. I like it. Goods. Daze, I was just typing the Daze personality to add some extra heel personality. Rabbit said, I'm confused. Who the hell was that? Yeah, Jeff Cobb over from New Japan. He'd been rumoured to be coming in. He was rumoured to be at this show. I didn't think he'd be used on the show, or if he was, I thought he'd be in the crowd. I did not think we would put him with Solo. Because again, you've got a lot of people that don't know who he is. So I didn't think that they would want to bypass NXT. But I don't know. I think I don't think they're too worried by the looks of it, of people not knowing who this is. And so instead, they've just pulled the trigger. I had to check out the live stream just to see the thoughts, said Jay. Yeah, well, good match. Unexpected that they used Jeff Cobb. So yeah, count me in. Night of Champions in Saudi is wild, said Dark Clouds. 99% don't know who that is, said NYC. No, they won't. I don't think that's a problem. I really thought they would have him go to NXT first. I think it's okay to bring some people up from time to time that people don't know. We did that with Braun Strowman in the Wyatt Sicks, or the Wyatt family, sorry. Mike said the entrance sets are a bit boring now. It is a bit bland, the entrance way, yes. I don't disagree. Oh, we're doing Lyra and Becky now by the looks of it. Jared said the final bosses took his soul. Yeah, I mean, I don't know when we're going to get the final boss back again. It's probably not wise to think we're going to get him anytime soon. So, we were talking earlier about how would you turn John back face. I mean, the way that I would have done it would have been that I would have had The Rock getting frustrated with him, mistreating him, having the crowd pleading with John to come to his senses. I would have done something along those lines. A little bit like how people were getting behind Otis to stand up to Chad, or like they were getting behind Daniel Bryan to stand up to Bray Wyatt. I would have done something along those lines, but we just don't have The Rock around enough to do that. So I think that's just completely out the window. I just don't think that's possible. Right, let's get this rid of this. We are doing Lyra versus Becky. This should be goods. Bang, bang, bang. Right. Barry said, I don't appreciate the term jobber. We are sexy people, said Barry Horowitz. Sexy people. Yeah, the jobber term is really interesting because it was just a term for someone that would be used to put others over. You did the job for other people. You was a jobber. But I think what's happened is that it's become a term to sort of like insult people with, and it's got like really negative connotations now, like, oh, they're just a jobber. It's kind of like used that way, and I think there's a real stigma to it now. So I think now they tend to go with enhancement talent. But historically, that is what they were called. Jared said the final bosses took green shirt guy's soul. Maybe. Perhaps he's going to be revealed to be the third man. Perhaps he's going to come down and help. He's going to assist John Cena. Solo's group: Solo, Jacob, Jeff Cobb, Tama Tonga, and Tonga Loa. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I don't know how old Jeff Cobb is. Let's have a look. He's 42. So, I mean, he's had a hell of a career already. He's been in Ring of Honor. He's been in New Japan, PWG, Lucha Underground. He was in the United Empire. He was been in and out of All Elite Wrestling. Just looking at his accomplishments, he won the Best Tag Team Award from Tokyo Sports, which is like the big wrestling kind of publication in Japan. He won Best Tag Team for his team with Great Okan in 2022. He was a former Ring of Honor World TV Champion. He was ranked the 23rd best wrestler by Pro Wrestling Illustrated in 2019. He's a former PWG World Champion. In New Japan, he won the New Japan World TV Championship, the Never Openweight Championship, and a 3-time IWGP Tag Team Champion. Lucha Underground Champion as well. He won the Young Lions Cup. I don't think he won anything in All Elite Wrestling. But yeah, he's got some accomplishments in New Japan. He's got some accomplishments in Lucha Underground. He won the PWG World Championship. He's 42 years old. He's certainly got around. But yeah, I mean, he's not someone that's going to be that familiar to WWE fans. Okay, here is Big Time. Big Time Becky. Okay, so who is up next, said Blue Will Sonic. Well, up next, Big Time making her way down to the ring. We just had the video package. So it's going to be Becky, Lyra, and this match could be really fun. So Becky in there, pretty standard, all in black, looking like you would expect, really. No outrageous gear. Just in that kind of man gear. Becky can be the man if I was with her, said Samuel. He faced John Moxley on an episode of Dynamite back in 2020, said Kader. Lyra will win, said Jason. Yeah, you lot seem to really enjoy that Fatal 4-Way. You seem to really enjoy that. Night of Champions has been now made official as well, by the way, in Saudi Arabia. That had been rumoured, but is now official. Here's Lyra. She's got some other wings. These wings look great, don't they? She had these wings at WrestleMania, but they were white and gold. Looks like she's had some others made, which are black and green. The Bird Lady making her way down. Coco Beware could have been doing that back in the day. Oh, God, imagine if Coco was still around and we had the Mixed Match Challenge. We could have Lyra and Coco Beware as a team. Those wings look great. They look so good. Those wings look so good. She must be thrilled with. They must be a nightmare to travel with, though. Imagine trying to get them in your flipping case. Sign in the crowd said, "We are awful people." So, and also there's a sign in the crowd of John Cena, and it seems like, I don't know if the guy's putting his hand through or if the sign moves, but the sign seems to be doing that. There's Calyx with that Women's Intercontinental Championship. Yeah, should be a good match, this. Should be a good match. Please, God, don't have that tie match end with interruption. Okay, here we go then. Becky and Lyra. Forget about the gorilla. It's time for a man versus a bird. Okay, here we go. We are underway. Lyra, Becky, Women's Intercontinental Championship on the line, a belt that Becky has never held. She pushes Lyra back momentarily. Comes in. Gets picked up, slammed down. Right now, Lyra is down. Becky is all over her at the moment. And Lyra trying to get back up to her feet. She's trying to break out of this hold. Back elbow there by Lyra. Lyra going against the ropes. Becky against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. Lyra goes down. Becky, I'm the best there ever was, says Becky. Becky against the ropes. Lyra down. Becky over the top. Nice. Leapfrog. Looking for an arm drag. Lovely reversal there by Becky. Oh, crucifix pin. No joy. Getting up. Oh, lovely arm drag. Great work there by Becky. Right now we got Becky listening out to the crowd. Lyra getting back up to her feet. Lyra is struggling a little bit in the early stages of this. Becky definitely getting the advantage. Back elbow. That looked moody. She's really holding her nose there. Going underneath the legs. Oh, grabbing the leg, trying for a dragon screw. No, Becky going down. She's going to try and turn her over, and she does. Seen this move before. I saw her do this to Tatum Paxley at a flipping NXT house show. Pulling back on the arms. I don't really know what the pendulum does. I don't really know where it's put in, how the actual swinging is. Like, doing anything. Yeah. Wade said it's just a bit for humiliation, really. Right now, she's got the legs tied up. She's saying a few words. I do like seeing wrestlers do that, actually, where they get an opportunity just to say, like, a bit of trash talking, surfboard stretch. So right now, she's got Becky up in the air. She rolls over, and again, she's going to reapply it, goes back. And again, she's keeping this hold applied. I don't know if I've ever seen this hold kind of like reapplied 3 times in a row like this. Yeah, really good. And she's going for the pin, but she's got her own shoulders down, so not the wisest. Duck underneath there, round the back. Lyra, no joy. Switch, Lyra, looking. Lovely suplex. Northern Lights, 2. No joy. Yeah, good bridge. Good bridge. Delwyn, shout out to you, bud, said, forget about H. That was effing awesome. This was the best United States Championship title scene has looked in years. Solo and Fatu are definitely on a collision course for SummerSlam. It was a great move by Solo to go and get Jeff Cobb, says Delwyn. Delwyn, shout out to you. Delwyn, really enjoying that opening contest. Really enjoying it. And I believe many of you did, actually. We need to end the poll, see what you lot have scored it, as Becky is thrown into the ring. Right now, we've got Lyra climbing up. Becky Lynch coming over. Down goes Lyra. Becky's got, like, marks on her arms. I think she's had a few scrapes. Shots raining down there by Becky on Lyra. No one rolled out the red carpet for Becky, so why should she roll out the red carpet for Lyra Valkyria? Right now, Becky is all over Lyra. She's on her back. She's going to slap her with that. Rolls her over. 1. No, I think she's got a bit of blood or something, actually. Yeah, you can see the mark on her elbow, can't you? Little bit of a mark there on Becky, big time. Defcon said, I'm so angry. I spent $30 on Cobb's Figure Toys Company. Well, it'll take him a long time to get a Mattel one out, to be honest. You're probably not going to get one for like 12 months. But I'm sure that you'll get one eventually. But yeah, you'll be waiting a while. JPville said, is Becky going to put over Lyra? Well, I don't know, to be honest, because she could beat her and then put her over further down the road. She doesn't necessarily have to do it here and now. So, hard to say. Right now, Becky charging in. Lyra moves out the way. Lyra comes in. Becky from that bottom. Kick to the chest. Lyra goes down. Nice pace. Looking for a Bexploder. Gets it. Gets it. Bexploder gets it. One. No, just a one count. Becky's saying to the ref, count it. And the ref's like, the shoulder wasn't down. She's having her words. I do like seeing Jess stand her ground. Good. Stand your ground. Tell her how it is. You're the one in charge. Right now, Lyra is over against the ropes. Becky has got a knee in her back. Look at the attitudes. Look at the attitudes. That is a sassy picture, isn't it? Look at that. Those rings are awesome. I want some. Hopefully they sell them on WWE Shop. Sass, mate. Attitude. Yeah. Like the flipping Met Gala. Is this your girl? Oh, is that her partner? That's Mr. Valkyria. Is this your girl? The fiance of Lyra Valkyria. He's a wrestler himself, I believe, over in Ireland. Into the ring post goes Lyra. Becky's like, is this your girl? Is this your girl? I'd be like, yes. Can you just leave the face? Do whatever you need to, but can you just leave the face alone? Don't hurt her face! Lyra down. Bro did well for himself. Bro did. Poor guy's got a lot of hate on Twitter. Has he? Why? Why has he got a lot of hate? Jealousy. Right now we got Lyra trying to get back up to her feet. Slap coming in. Lyra coming over. Shot coming back. Looking for another Bexploder. No, inside. Oh, roll through there by Lyra. Lyra trying to pick up Becky. Ooh, lovely work. Lovely work. Becky down. Do love the disrespect there. This your girl. What if she got the wrong person? And they were like, no. No, I don't know. I'm just a fan. I mean, if she wants to be, just, you know, that'd be fine. Charging over Becky. Ah, down goes Becky. When he proposed, trolls were saying that Lyra could do better. You're going to get that, aren't you? Rolling over, looking for a big boot. Gut wrench, picking her up. Powerbomb down there by Lyra too. No joy. No joy. Bob said, come on, everyone. We got 1.3 thousand watching. And we've got 741. Have we? 741. Hey, that's pretty good. Yeah. Guys, if you're not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. Yeah, we could smash 1,000 there, couldn't we? That'd be nice. Well, that would be an achievement on a Saturday, wouldn't it? Hey? Trini said, I hate when people do that, talk about someone's partner as if he or she is lucky to be with a star. You don't know these people. He could be a great guy. Yeah, but he could be awful, couldn't he, as well? He might not, like, he might leave his socks lying around and, do you know what I mean? He might have, like, food and just leave the plate in the living room and not put it away. I mean, like, the opposite could be true as well, Trini. Boom, look at that, a big superplex. He might put his penis in other women. 1, 2. Kick out. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Daze. LJ clearly wrestles for OTT in Ireland. Well, I don't think it's that clear, James. You can't say clearly. I don't know that he clearly wrestles for OTT. It's not that clear. Here's Lyra getting back up to her feet. Austin said, way to ruin it, Day. I didn't ruin anything. Listen, if he is putting his penis in other women, it's not my fault, is it? Round the back goes Lyra, trying to roll up Becky. 1, 2. Oh! Reversed. 1, 2. Oh, she's got a hand on the rope. Hand on the rope. Hand on the rope by Lyra. That's his name, said James. Yeah. Yeah, good work, James. Good work, buds. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Only dumb don't know that, says James. Yeah, good work, James. Yeah, I knew that. I was just joking, buds. Lyra down, middle of the ring. Come on, who's going to win, said Connor. The fans. The fans are winning. It's been a fun little contest, actually. It's been so fun. I ended the poll and I didn't even write the results. I just ended the poll. 17-1. Against the ropes, in the corner. Lyra charging in, bottom rope, kick coming in. She goes to the outsides. Come on, Lyra. Come on, Bird Lady. Goes over the top. Boom! Comes down on Becky. Trying to grab her. Chuck her in the ring. She pointed to her crotch towards her boyfriends. Oh, that's how you know they love each other. Leg drop to the back of the head. Becky is down. What'd you do that for, Lyra, you silly boomer? She did hesitate. She sort of dragged her over and then went, no, I'll pin her, actually. She got all lost. Moonsault. Knees up. Knees up. Knees up, Mother Brown. She moonsaulted, but Becky got her knees up. Look at this. Up in the air. Bird Lady. Leg drop to the back of their heads. That was lovely. Then she goofed. Then she did that, which was another goof. Right now, Becky is trying to get over to Lyra. Lyra trying to get back up to her feet. When do we think Jacob will turn on Solo? Don't know. I mean, that's become a lot more complicated now that Jeff's on the scene. Jeff has arrived. Shot coming in there by Becky. Shot coming in there by Lyra. Shot coming in there by Becky. Shot coming in there by Lyra. Shot coming in there by Becky. Shot coming in there by Lyra. Shot by Becky. Shot by Lyra. Shot by Lyra. Shot by Lyra. Kick there by Becky. Looking for an uppercut backslide. She's going for a backslide. No joy. DDT. Oof. Lovely armbar. Going for the armbar. No joy. Joy. She's got joy. Oh, she got out of it, though. Lovely work. Oh, my God. Like a disarmer armbar by Lyra. Look at this. Cook, ladies. Cook. Oh, she's going for that disarmer. Disarmer is in. Disarmer is in. Lyra trying to roll through. Roll up. 1, 2. Kick out. Mates, they've done so much work in this match. Lovely reversal. 1, 2. Kick out there by Becky. Kick out by Big Time. Trying to bang. She manages to get it down. 1, 2. I'm glad she kicked out of that because that would have been a mid finish. That would have been mid. But this match is great. They better be chanting, "This is awesome." No, they're not. Yeah, it's sort of there. There it is. There it is. This is awesome. Becky overacting as usual. But it doesn't matter because it's great. She's trying to unload on Lyra, Bird Lady down. She's looking over at Icy Freely or whatever it's called. She's gone to the outside. Where's she going? She's walking past the belt. She's going to the timekeeper's area. She's going to Alicia. She's grabbing a chair. She's grabbed a chair. She's going back. Yeah, Michael Cole is like, you can't, this is about the championship. You can't win it with a chair. It's true. It's true. Can't win it with a chair, love. Calix is over grabbing that chair. There's what's happening here? She's going to put the chair away. She's going to cheat. She's going to get the turnbuckle. We've done a really good wrestling match, and now we've got shenanigans, which is okay. Right now, no, reverse Becky. Oh, no joy. Suplex, that turnbuckle is still exposed. Big kick, lovely work. Going up, moonsault, connects, 1, 2. No joy. Oh my God. This is like a flipping Iron Man match. Except it doesn't have men in it. And we're nowhere near an hour. Becky is mean now. Holy moly, says Cameron. You know it irritates Lyra that people call her Bird Lady, said WrestleNight. Does it? She doesn't like Bird Lady. Right now, we've got Becky on Lyra's shoulders. Becky back down. Oh, Lyra into that middle turnbuckle. Middle turnbuckle. Slam down. 1, 2. Yeah, shoulder up. Lyra survives. This match really feels like it matters. It feels like it matters. It feels like they have fought so hard. They have put so much into this match that like it really matters who's going to win. Lyra's head being smashed into the ring. She's lost it. She's flipping lost it. Davidson cheering on Trinidad. Come on, Lyra. Oh, by that exposed turnbuckle. Well, yeah, okay, so what's Calix doing? No joy on the feet. Jess trying to get that turnbuckle pads. Oh, drives her down. Come on, Jess, stop being you goof. Stupid referee. Faffing around with the turnbuckle pads. Oh, I'm going to do this now, you idiot. It is her fault. It is her fault. Her priority is to be there for the 3 count, and she's faffing around. Jesus. This is a title match. There's a championship on the line. Flipping goofing around. You goof. Well, there needs to be a serious review. A serious review. We need disciplinary proceedings. We need HR investigations. Roll through 1, 2. Kick out there by Becky. Oh, did she poke her in the eye? What did she do? She's going to look to roll her up. Becky, 1, 2. No. Reversed. 1, 2, 3. Lyra gets it. Lyra gets it. Oh, my God. She gets kicked in the head. She got kicked in the head. Becky is unloading on Lyra. That was scrappy, but in a really great way. In a really great way. That match, so compelling. But it is Lyra that gets it. I feel like the ending was probably stretched out a little bit too much. Lots of bells and whistles and... Yeah, look at this. She's trying to get her arm. She's trying to rip her arm off. She's trying to rip her arm off. Why don't the refs, like, do something? Lyra is screaming in pain at the moment. Yeah, look, Adam Pearce is in there. Adam Pearce. Oh, Lyra's in tears. Lyra's in tears. Becky has snapped. Jason Jordan. Look at her. Adam Pearce. All trying to break this off. Break this up. Oh. Yeah, she's snapped. She's snapped. I'd be worried if I was Jason Jordan. She looks like she's about to murk everybody. I thought she was going for him. Be careful, Jason. Be careful. Oh my God, that dude's come dressed as Dominik Mysterio. We're just following Becky to the back. We're seeing that Lyra is okay. But boos for Becky as she falls short in her attempt to win that Women's Intercontinental Championship in what was a really, really fun match. She's holding it up. That's that championship. 3 manhandle slams. 3 of them. Well, that was a ride, wasn't it, kids? That was a ride. We laughed, we loved, we laughed again. But we do need to open disciplinary proceedings on Ref Jeffs, because that was a flipping disgrace. Sorry. I love you, Jess. Right, Daze, have you noticed how quick the audience boos Becky, not Seth? And they're both heels. Suppose Becky doesn't really have that song. I don't really know what the difference would be. Suppose they're making Seth quite cool with putting him with Heyman and having Braun, and I think maybe it's something to do with that. What's this? Relive iconic moments. Rewrite history your way. Welcome to the Bloodline's dynasty. 2K25. Daze, is that your girl? I'm Miles Bourne. That would have been epic. That would have been epic. Daze, when looking at this, was that the best 4-way of all time? As there hasn't been a lot of them, but I remember being memorable thoughts. It didn't feel like the best 4-way of all time. I thought the match was good. It didn't. I don't know. That opening match didn't blow my mind, honestly. I thought it was fine, but it kind of was a good opener. It did what I thought it would do. They all got their spots in. But I think that Lyra Becky match is miles better. So, I don't know. If that really is the best Fatal 4-way of all time, then it's a hell of a low bar. It would have been awesome if Bayley had returned on that match to get revenge, said Jordan. Nico said Seth will get more heelish and then maybe fans will start booing more, said Nico. Heyman announced that Bloodline Edition WWE game trailer feels cursed now. Yeah, it probably does, doesn't it? Cardi B sucks, said Austin. Why have we got to have her for 2 days? Because we're blessed. Because we've finally gone and got a proper celebrity and now you're hating. Huh? But to deal with Bad Bunny, who walks around thinking he's a bad man when he's flipping, do you know what I mean? 120 pounds, soaking wet. Oh, look at this footage. Is that OVW, is it? Their first match. Prototype. John Cena. I don't know what Randy's name was. I think it was just Randy. First match was on January 19th, 2002. Their last match was February 7th, 2017. We're thanking Killer Mike right now for just being him, really. Just being a ledge. Just being a ledge. Oh my God! I really thought we were going to do Gunther Pat, but what, is Gunther Pat the main event? What's going on? We're doing Dominik Penta now. Dominik Penta. Daze, what if you asked to host WrestleMania in London? I'd do it, and I'd be amazing. I'd be so funny. That match was still better than the opener. Just keep having Paul sing Seth's song, and then people will stop singing the songs, said Boomers for Life. Dirty Dom up next. It is Dirty Dom time. Dirty Dominik Mysterio next. Iris Sam, the guy that threw the bottle at Cena, got a lifetime ban from WWE events. Good. I don't know how you enforce that, but good. How do you enforce that? I have no idea. Do you just tell him, right, you're banned for life? You can never come to any events ever. And then just sort of hope he doesn't try. I don't know. How do you do that? Because you can get tickets in so many different ways, can't you? You can even buy second-hand tickets. How are you going to stop him? If I was him, my mission would be to get into a WWE. My mission would be to throw another bottle. I'm only joking, of course. That was a disgrace. Dom versus Penta won't be as good as the first and the second matches, said NYC. I don't know Cardi B because I hate rap, said Duran. Rap is rubbish. Dom versus Penta. You wouldn't feel that way if you were from the streets, buds. If you, do you know what I mean? If you had to fight on the streets like I did and the rest of the community, I think then you would appreciate rap for the art form that it is. I actually thought the bottle throwing was part of the storyline, said Mikey. Yeah, well, you're not wrong to think that. We wondered it at first, but no, footage came out of, you could see the person doing it, and then you could see that person being asked to leave. The other thing as well is I really don't think, on reflection, WWE would want to do that because they wouldn't want that to be seen as something that is allowed to be done. Do you know what I mean? If they planted someone to have them throw a bottle in, you're sort of sending a message of like, well, that guy did it. Do you remember when that guy did it? Like, there's people out there that might think that that's an acceptable thing to do, and it's just not. It never has been. Unless it's WrestleMania 3 and so many people are throwing things that you'd have to kick everyone out. Flipping Andre's cart at WrestleMania 3 was just drowning in rubbish. There's not much you could do about that, apart from make an announcement. Please stop. You're upsetting the giant. But, yeah, no, I don't think that's something we would want to encourage. Iris Sam said he's got to get advice from Chad Gable on future disguises. Yes. Yes. Edward said, is Cardi B a wrestling fan? I don't think so, because I've never heard her say anything about it. Probably just a check from them. Yeah, but I don't give a flip. It makes no difference to me if a celebrity is a fan or not. Couldn't give. I find them more annoying if they are. If they are a fan, then they tend to want to get involved and get in the ring and all of that. Like they, I don't know, feel like they know enough about it to be able to do it, you know? I find that annoying. If you're not a fan, it's probably quite easy to go, no. We only allow highly trained people in the ring. And they'd probably just go, yeah, okay, I understand. So actually, if she's not a fan, have her do her little speeches, a little whatever she does. Yeah, all of that. Yeah. Have her do that as she's doing the announcements, attendance and whatever. Maybe backstage giving some tips to, Otis who wants to try a bit of rapping. Lovely. Love that for us. Maybe on day 2 she does a bit of Wet Ats Bussy. Yeah, that track that she did with Megan Thee Stallion. Maybe she does a performance of that. Lovely. Down for that. But I don't need to see her in the ring. I don't need to see her in the ring. We've got highly trained wrestlers for that. But if they're fans, they're like, no, I've watched it. I know how you do it. It's like, no, you don't. Shut up. Go away. Go away, singer. Drew said, I could see if she was touring or had an album about hosting, but I think she will not thrive. I'm not bothered. I've heard of her. I'm thrilled. I've heard of her. I like a couple of her tracks. That's good enough for me. I'll be like, do Bodak Yellow. Do that one. Do the Panani one. The wet Panani one. Do that one. She can't hear me, but, you know. And I'm sure she's got other songs, you know. I don't know what they're called, but... A bit of that with... You don't like a female singer that basically wears next to nothing, used to be a stripper and sings songs about wet vaginas. You've got a problem with this. You and me are going to fall out. Me and this community are going to have big issues, you know. We're really looking at this from two different places. I just don't even know who you are anymore. I don't even understand this community anymore. What do you want? What do you want? Flipping Ryan from Ryan's Toy Show. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Is that the celebrity you want? I want cute strippers that sing about vagines. That's what I want. And do you know what? That's what I'm getting at SummerSlam for 2 days. And you've got the nerve to complain. Right, here's Dominik. A lot of you would not have survived the Attitude Era. You wouldn't have coped. Razor Ramon's toothpick is harder than you. Sign in the crowd said, I love Dom more than Tendies. I love Dom more than Tendies. Let's go. Dominik Mysterio making his way down to the ring. Rare Breed said everything about Penta is class. Daze, it's true, but you might get a huge pop or loud boos. Oh, no. If I was hosting, there would be nothing but painful silence. Absolutely nothing but earth-shattering silence. Dirty Dom in the ring, and I'm sure we're going to get a lot of outside interference. So we just had a banger for the women's Intercontinental. Can the guys match that in any way? I think it's going to be a challenge. They worked at a hell of a pace. Right, here we go. We are underway. Bell sounds. And Dominik just having a few words there with Penta. Pushes Penta back. Drop kick there by Penta. Shot coming into the midsection. Another kick coming in there by Dirty Dom. Why does Dirty Dom take inspiration from cows? I don't understand. Like, his boots normally have that kind of pattern on. Now he's come dressed like full on as a cow. Trying to go over. Boom. And he's back up on his feet. Daze, do you think we could see Solo, Jacob at SummerSlam? I do, yeah. I do think that. Triple H said, if you don't know, you will. Jeff Cobb is here. So, there we go. If you don't know, you will. Penta in control. I met Gunther at a gas station. The guy is huge, said Mikey. TJF said, Cardi can barely be a rapper. She's a slapper. Part of the reason why I still love her. Going over. On that top rope. Drop kick to the outsides. Penta. Penta looks pretty fly all in blue. Dominik against the ropes. Oh, lovely work. Wow, that was very impressive. by Dom. He went through the ropes, suicide dive, grabbed into a... Look at the replay. Bang, bang, bang. Mate, that's sick. Suicide dive into a DDT. Who's this? Is this Will Ospreay in disguise? What's going on? Dirty, dirty Dom. Dirty, dirty Dom. Oh my God, Dirty Dom's out wrestling Penta. Dirty Dom is out wrestling Penta. These two slapping away on the outside into the ring steps. Yeah, Wade Barrett just said is outmaneuvering one of the best in-ring competitors. That was sick. Dirty Dom, go on. Cardi B got cheated on twice by Offset, but she still went with him, dubbed with him, says Nico. Well, I don't know the ins and outs of things like that, to be honest, but I wish her and her cheating partner all the very best. Dominik going over the top rope, landed on Penta. 1, 2... I think it is great that Penta's come dressed as someone from Avatar. That does definitely add to the entertainment factor. Do it for Wakanda. Do it for Seconda. Shots coming down there by the cow. Unloading on Avatar. Dominating Dominik. Jesus, Michael. I don't know. Maybe he is. Maybe that is what he's into. I don't know. Michael, is that a rumor? Is that something you've heard? Dominating Dominik. Okay, headlock keeping Penta grounded. John, hello. Hope you're doing well. Paul said, thank you for helping me. Paul, thank you. Shout out to you, buds. The Mad Cow, Dirty Dot. Let's go. Viper, let's go. That's the new nickname. The Mad Cow. We could have, like, farmyard noises when he comes walking out as well. I mean, this thing will just write itself. Knee coming into the midsection. And over against the ropes. Kick coming in there by Penta. Over the other side, Penta. Oh, down goes Dirty Dom. Wade Barrett is goated, says Corey. Daze, what is a cow fighting a member of Blue Man Crew? Yeah. The Blue Man Group, yes. They had a show at Universal Studios. I never went to it. But they did have a show, which was very popular. Oh, crossbody there by... Penta down, Dominik down. Mentally, I'm still thinking about that flipping suicide dive into a DDT. I'm not sure if I'll ever get past that. Dominik is the first level boss sign. Daze, someone at SummerSlam needs to walk up to Cardi B and say, who the hell told you it was open mic night? maybe have Brandy do it. That's her line. Oh my God, we need a Brandy Rhodes Cardi B rap battle. Let's go. Kick coming into the midsection. Suplex. We need a Nikita Lyons Cardi B. Nikita Lyons released a diss track online. Let's get Nikita Lyons and Cardi B going at it. 619. Misses, silly boomer, silly cow. Kick coming in there by Penta. Over the top. Oh, that's great. That's nice. Into a pin. Lovely work. 2. Kick out. Lovely work. Well done, everyone. Well done. Is that the Dominik moment? Let's have a little whooshy whoosh. Look at this. Bang. Look at that. Look at that. Through the ropes. DDT. Do you know what? Oh, here we go. Going for the pin. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I sort of feel like looking at it. I don't know why. It's really good. It's really good. It's really good to go from a suicide dive into a DDT. Perhaps it's because he sort of gets caught and there's a bit of a pause and then it goes into it. I don't know. I feel like it could be made better. Perhaps it's because the way Penta sells it. He doesn't get spiked. Perhaps if he got spiked, it would look better. See, this leg's like that. What's this leg doing here? That's right. We're criticising it. Destroyer on the hardest part of the ring. You gotta be kidding me. It's really good. This move is really good. And I think it's something he needs in his arsenal. He could do this in all of his matches. I think I'd like to have seen that a bit more spike. That leg needs to be up here. Silly boomer. That's right. I'm telling Penta how to wrestle. Right. We've got the rest of Judgment Day have arrived. Right now, Finn Balor, timekeeper's area, grabbing a chair. So we got Carlito, we got Finn, we got JD. They're all going to be out of there. Look, you, and you, out of there! Oh my God! There we go. Out of there. Daze Penta was a good talent, but it's a big but. It's a shame he's not in AEW anymore. I hope him and Phoenix get success, says Tony. Penta over the top of the referee. Down goes JD. Down goes Carlito. Oh my God, look at those two. They look like lovers. Carlito had his arms all over JD there after that move. Penta getting back in the ring. Super kick there by Penta. Dirty Dom down. Dirty Dom down. Dirty Dom down. Finn Balor trying to get back in there. He's been out of there. You've been out of there. Oh my God. It is El Grande. El Grande interferes. Here we go. Climbing up. Dominik. Boom. Splash. 1, 2, 3. And there we go. Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom retains. So, El Grande is a real problem, isn't he? He's a real problem. El Grande Americano is a real problem. Look at him. Look at the pose. Look at the pose. Go back to him. We just saw him and he was like, oh my God, what an image. What a shot. Grande Americano chilling on the outsides. So good. Look at that headbutt. Headbutt. Devastating headbutt. It allowed Dominik to get the win. He does that so well. Bang. Look at that frog splash. Absolutely textbook. Textbook. Show me El Grande. Show me El Grande. I want to see El Grande still lying there. There's Dominik. Love that. Love that for him. Dominik getting the job done then. Yeah, clearly the best part of the whole night so far is that moment where we just saw El Grande chilling. Easily the best part of the night so far. Right, we've got to get a poll sorted. We have to. So this is the Lyra match. Lyra, great, 57. Good, 20, bad, 3. Okay, next up. We've just got an advert. I don't even know what this is for. Is this for re-ad season or something? All time. Great. Good. There we go. Yeah, Grande. There we go. Look at this. Look at that. Look at Grande. Grande Americano. Amazing. What have we got here? Old Spice. Look at that. We've got the 24/7 belt back again. Old Spice 24/7. That's clever, that is. 24/7 protection, and they've got it represented with a 24/7 belt, but not on a green strap, on a like a burgundy strap. I've gone burgundy. Yeah. Okay, on Monday we got AJ Styles, Finn Balor in Louisville, Kentucky. Perhaps Jim Cornette will be there. JP Ville said, I'd love to see an Iron Man match. Mackenzie said Penta cheated in the Rumble. Now he's fighting for the title. JP Ville said Finn is great at pretending to be happy for Dom, but not really feeling that way. Demo said Gable is Grande Americano, best luchador ever. Gable. Demo, shout out to you, buds. CM Punk is back tomorrow. CM Punk. Liv Morgan's tweeted, my daddy Dom. Saturday night's main events. Jey Uso, Logan Paul. Made official. Dun 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 dun. Pressure. Daze, make that picture of El Grande your background. Da da da. Okay. 40 years ago. Da, na, 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 na. It won't work. Let's go. Let me try it here instead. Oh my God, this is such a challenge. I don't know why this is so hard. There we go. I'm going to be a little bit close to his junk, aren't I? Look at me. It's like I'm in his junk. But there we go. That was a flipping nightmare. I just could not get that to work at all. Right. Yes. Next up, Gunther Pats. We are getting through these matches. We've only got one left after this. Daze, I think the next fight with Gunther and your favorite announcer will be your all-time favorites. Well, I mean, let's see how it goes. I'm mentally ready for them to do whatever they can to try and make Pat look good. That's what they're going to try and do. They're going to try and make Pat look either heroic or like he could have won if he hadn't have been cheated or whatever it is. Afterwards, I fully expect it to be like, God, you put in such an effort. You're so amazing. Blah, blah, blah. But I expect Gunther to win, of course. I expect Gunther to win. This is the dumbest match ever, said Ajax. I do wish it was something else. But, well, look. We've had good for an hour and a half. 5 minutes for this match. Nah, I think they're going to give it time, honestly. I think they're going to give it time. Unless they've got another segment lined up that we don't know about. But, yeah. Crispy Wrestling asking, will Goldberg show up here? Are we about to get Goldberg? Goldberg. Get him out of here. Mark 420 said, how much would you sell one of your beanie hats for? I don't have many, to be honest. I've only got about 3 or 4. Is this supposed to run another hour and a half with 2 matches? No, I think it's meant to go to about another hour. I think we've got about an hour left to go. I don't think they're looking for this thing to go long. David said, I'm here for this match. I hope Michael Cole gets involved. How did Gunther end up here if it's not going to set up Goldberg, said Word of Wrestling? Russell said, thanks, Daze, for all the work whilst I'm grilling. Oh, is that like a sex thing, is it? Is that a sex thing? Grilling. Sex. Sex and grilling. What's that mean? Grilling for relation. What does grill mean? To grill someone is to ask them probing questions. Oh no, might not be a sex thing. Oh, hang on. Grilling, it's the act of kicking someone up the arse from behind whilst they're bent over. Oh, is this what you're doing? To insult someone. I just read. Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're... I don't know what you're doing. I'm not sure what you're doing, but shout out to you, my friends. I hope the grilling is going well. And I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel about being on in the background whilst it's happening, but well, you know, whatever purpose I need to serve, I suppose. I'm very versatile. I'm here for the community in whatever moments they need me. So God bless you all. Yeah, God bless you all. Right. Dave, you're a perv. He just meant cooking, says Keith. Well, I don't know what he meant, do I? I don't know. Michael Cole said he's going to be very biased. Well, that's unprofessional and he should be fired. Jesus, what's wrong with everyone today? Ref Jess didn't do her job properly and now Michael's not doing his. Triple H hasn't done his either recently. I swear, if Gunther loses, I'm gonna riot, said Nico. Porky Peg said, we support grilling. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. John said, the press conference is a couple of hours away. It must be more than 2 matches. I think they can always get to that press conference early, though, can't they? I don't think it's, like, set in stone. I think they just put, like, a little rough time. But they can always get to it whenever. Justin said, fun fact, Goldberg is on a show called The Goldbergs, and it's all about other Goldbergs, said Justin. How is the crowd this evening? They've been pretty good. Yeah. I've heard Loopy Girl in particular. She's been great. She's been making plenty of noise. WrestleRant said, Daze is sweating right now. Oh, mate, I'm chilled. I'm chilled. Gunther is ready to squash, said Porky Pig. Christopher said, is this where Goldberg returns to set up a match? Well, it could be. We have had a lot of stuff, though. Are we going to get more? The Ring General. Start filming Barbie 2 so Cena leaves. Gunther's got a big smile on his face. Gunther. What was that last match? Dom. Penta. God, why is Michael Cole banging on? We are awful people sign. Please return Ilya Dragunov. I don't even know what flag that is. There's a flag being held up in the crowds, which I don't recognize. If this isn't a squash match, I will riot, said Nathan. Right. Hopefully we won't be opening Raw on Monday with a 10-bell salute for Pat, says Creative Humor. Hopefully we will. Right, here we go then. This is being brought to us. This is being sponsored by Karate Kids. And we have got about 50 minutes to go. Michael Cole's going to interfere, said Darksides. The Mad Dragon, said Victor. Yeah, he suffered a serious injury at a house show, so he's expected to be out for quite a period of time. Crowd are chanting, you tapped out. Because, well, for some reason, we thought that was a good idea. And flipping Gunther's got to deal with that now. Gunther needs to drop some of that weight. Gunther, he's dropped loads of weight. He needs to put some of that weight back on. He was a lot more imposing when he was fat. Plum Girl, shout out to you. Take a 1990 said, Days, Cardi B has been a lifetime-long wrestling fan. She was supposed to host in 2021, but she couldn't do it because she was giving birth to her son just a few weeks before the show. John said, are we going to get Fat Gunther back? I don't think so. I don't think we're going to get Fat Gunther. Gunther looks great, said Pooter. Tony said, what if WWE pulls a Rocky Balboa versus Ivan Drago with Gunther as Ivan and your favourite announcer as Rocky to make him look like $1 million? Well, then I'll be very interested to see the wrestling world's reaction. Very true, Days. I agree Gunther was more intimidating when he was fat, said Word of Wrestler. I know it's probably not a PG thing to say, but he was. He has sort of lost a little bit of his aura. This match has already gone on longer than it should have, said Notorious. Plus size Volta was imposing, said Flowers 8. Thomas said, make him bleed, Gunther! Make him bleed! Lovecat said, is there a stipulation in this match? No. Just live, laugh, love. That's the stipulation. Gunther looked good as a champion, and now they're making him look like a joke, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Days, do you think Jacob Solo happens at SummerSlam? Yes, I think there's a chance we get that. What match will Days sponsor in the future? I'm not gonna sponsor any. Chopped by Gunther. So this is kind of going the way that we expected. They're making it kind of 50-50-ish in the early exchanges. And then I think there might be some cheating, or there'll be something where Gunther starts pulling ahead. We got a botch at Ajax. Come on, interference, said Suzanne. Do it, Cole, said Ray. Gunther is getting some chops thrown at him. And again, Gunther throws a chop back. Should have wore a football jersey, said Josh. Does this match hinder Gunther's reputation? Not if we just finish it. Not if he just beats him and brutalizes him. I mean, he had a non-wrestler in front of him and he beat him, you know? Skinny dudes have got no aura, said Frankie. Okay, Pat goes down. Cole needs to give Gunther the DX chop. It's a shame that Gunther's world title run was boring until the J feuds. But that is true, actually. Michael is saying just pin him and move on. Gunther is not going to be invited to the next big night, said Ray. I don't even know what that means. Gunther is not even using full chops. Gaia said it should have been over by now. He went for an elbow. Gunther gets up. This should have been the first match. Now it's spoiling a great show, said Mikey. They could... Well, let's not let it spoil the show. I don't want that. You don't want that. Hey? Michael is getting involved. He's on his feet. He's cheering away. They're making Gunther look like a clown, said Aya. Daze, was it a botch or a work, said AD. I don't know what you mean, but what do you mean? Corey Graves with the interference. Yeah, let's go. That's what I want. Corey Graves. Imagine if Corey Graves comes out to raise Gunther's arm after. That's what I want. They're stretching this, said Porky Pig. Well, look, we got Cena and Randy after this. Oh, God, these you tapped out chants are so annoying. You did that to him, Triple H, and you had to know that you was doing that to him. Gunther's like, is this your guy? Looking for a German. Pat needs help. This isn't fair, said Simper. No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think it should have been an Iron Man match. We should have gone an hour. A lot of people are saying it's too short. I say go longer. Don't end the match, said Dro. Sometimes you just need to kill time. A lot of people say that we should have had, like, invested more in Carrion, and I'm like, well, how can you say that when we're getting such classics as this? I feel like Wade could get involved after the match, said Phoenix. Maybe Barrett interferes, said Arrows. You're appealing to logic, but it's falling on deaf ears. Gunther is in control and he's just walking around showboating. Gunther going over. Carrion can't get on TV, but this numpty can said by the bonfire. Forearm shot coming in. It's just not a contest, is it? It's like, even if Pat wins, it's going to be like a fluky Gunther was distracted kind of situation, you know? Bathroom break match before the main event. Yeah, historically, this would have been like a 12 Diva tag match. We got rid of them and we're doing this instead now. Gunther in the middle of the ring. Gunther looking for a suplex. Some kicks there by Pat. That kick looked rubbish. McIntyre is currently being checked out by medical. Oh, really? Is he? What, did he suffer like a serious injury as a part of what went down earlier? That's interesting. Drew McIntyre injured during spot. Yeah, let's have a look at that, shall we? We'll keep an eye on this, but I don't know. This thing feels like it's already... They're just exchanging forearm strikes. You've already morally won this. According to PW Insider, the incident occurred when Damian delivered his South of Heaven finisher. But instead of crashing through the table, McIntyre's head missed it and hit the floor. Right. He's being monitored as a precaution. Michael's getting really animated, but... Boston Crab... it's good cinema. You don't know what you talk about, said Brandon. Michael Cole is over at the ringside area. Gunther into a... Throwing some... Sell it, Pat. You're getting elbowed in the head. Sell it. Crowd are chanting Michael Cole. Gunther grabbing Michael. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we doing this? Why is he going after Michael Cole? Michael Cole saying, end it. He's pushing Michael. He's got Michael. There's a boot, which looked rubbish. There's a boot there by Gunther, which looked better. Oh, God, please end. Please end. Please end. Even, it's got to the point now where even I was like, okay, I understand. 2 count for Pat. Okay, Michael's on the outsides. Michael grabs the leg. 1, 2, kick out. Michael was trying to help Pat win there. Well, now Gunther's got a reason to be upset with Michael. Sleeper by Pat. Gunther breaks out. Clothesline. Oh, that sign in the crowds. I just saw that. The arm does move on that Cena sign. The arm does move. So it's a Cena sign where the arm like does that. Okay, Gunther has got the sleeper hold in on Pat. Michael is on the outsides. This match is brought to us by Karate Kid Legends, and we might be nearing the flipping end. You're joking. He's trying to flipping Hulk up. You're flipping joking me. You're flipping joking. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I can only hope that people are seeing what I'm seeing. I can only pray to the Lord above that people are seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, mercy. Sweet mercy. The match is over. Gunther wins. I don't even give a flip if Gunther had lost. Just end it. Well, there we go. There we go. So, Dom Penta. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, it's done. It's over. We survived. No Goldberg, though. He did release that hold unless he's about to put it back on again. I don't know what Gunther's doing. He's in the ring. He's just looking at Pat. I don't know if he's going to shake his hands. I don't know why he would. He's a heel. Just leave the ring. Just leave the ring, Gunther. He's a flipping commentator. There was loads of cheating. And Gunther walks away. No, he's not attacked. There's no Goldberg that's come out here. So, there we go. It is what it is. I thought he was going to hurt Cole, said Penny for your thoughts. Okay. That was pointless, says Davids. I will have to agree that hulking up bit was cringe, says Kelly. The only thing that could make that match worse is if it was a 1 hour Iron Man match, said Jim. I don't understand what the benefit of it was. I don't understand. I mean, was it really just that Pat wanted to have a match? And so they found a way of getting him a match. I mean, outside of that, I cannot see what that has achieved. I'm glad there was no Goldberg, said Steve. Cena Orton. Yeah, Cena Orton. We get to move on to that now. One last time. That was the definition of filler, said George Vlogs. My 3-year-old started crying because he thought that Gunther was going to hurt Michael Cole, said your mommy days. Shout out to you, shout out to your son. It is true, wrestling caters to all kinds of people. There may have been some casual fans that enjoyed that. So is this what's this? Is this a film? Karate Kid Legends. For the first time ever, two legends unite. I didn't know what it was. Hey, there's Cody with his Wheatley vodka. Yeah. How have we got an hour left for this match? I'm a Villain said this PLE is going to finish early. Well, I was only expecting it to go like 2.5 hours, to be honest. Austin said we needed Goldberg. By the Bonfire said they've pushed a gobshite into a PLE match but can't find time for Carrion. I know, the Carrion thing's really frustrating, isn't it? It's really frustrating. Some people actually want to see Goldberg said excellence of execution. Now we need Cena to slap the ref and get DQ'd, says Nightmare. That match made me miss Cody even more. Sweet baby child Cody Rhodes. Bless us with your presence. Jesus, Wade Barrett's impressed with everyone. You showed me some out there, Michael. UFC 315 starts at 10, said Aeros One. Okay, what have we got now then? What are we moving on to? Money in the Bank. Money. Orton wins 15 tonight, says Thomas. So, okay, so they're talking about the press conference. Sometimes that's some interesting things on the press conference. Okay, we're just in the crowd. We're just seeing someone in the crowds. Okay, we're just having a look at John Cena, Randy Orton, their careers by numbers. WWE debut. Both debuted in 2002. 17 world titles for Cena, 14 for Randy. 9 other championships for Cena, 6 for Randy. Undisputed WWE Championship coming up next. Okay, let's end this poll. All time 15. Okay. Well, that last match scored higher than the main event of WrestleMania, I think. Right. Whoever wins Money in the Bank will be the one to get the title off Cena. Hopefully it is a young star like Bron Breakker or Chad. Okay, one more match to go. John Cena and Randy Orton. Tony said, I love that last match. It makes me like the old times. Okay. But none of you know wrestling because you're not real fans, Tony. Gives me great pleasure to block you for being a douche. Great pleasure. And I don't block anyone. I don't block anyone. I never block people. It's all right to like that match. But go off on other people like that. That's very disappointing. Does that mean only douches like that last match, Tony? Did you have to be a douche to like that last match? Thoughts, prayers with Tony. Thoughts with Tony. Oh, I'm going to leave some prayer hands. Oh, Tony, look at these prayer hands. No. Days go into that. Not really. I just don't care. I was just bored. I can't believe we're seeing this match already. Though it could be Cena's. I don't think it'll be Cena's last match. It's his last match with Randy. Punk's gonna win Money in the Bank. Yeah, I don't give a flip if people like that last match. If you like that, listen, Pat's got his fans. That's fine. But I do draw the line at people going off saying, none of you are real fans and all this kind of stuff. Silly Billy. Right, we just got a video package right now. Have you guys heard about Drew? Only that he's getting some checks because of how that spot went. Is this PLE going to be shorter than a Raw or a SmackDown? Yeah, I expect it to clock in. I reckon we'll have another 30, 40 minutes. Max said, I think Travis Scott gets involved and Cody comes back, takes him out, and it's left to Orton and Cena one-on-one. Okay. Apparently Travis is in Barcelona, though, so I don't know that he's around. Yamil said Randy could come out in a bold, sinister character. I've been watching WWE in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, 2020s, but I'm no real fan, according to Tony. Well, none of us are, apparently. Okay, Randy chants. Crowder with him. Here he is. Randy coming out first. Loud cheer, good pop. Nico said, Daze, thanks for the stream. Here's my daily love. Nico, shout out to you, buds. Here's Randy. Randy making his way out, looking around at the crowds. Plum Girl, shout out to you, my friend. Randy making his way down to the ring. Bluebell Sonic said, we got the main event match. John Cena, Randy Orton. Daze, I know you like Haribos. Have you tried the new nostalgic ones? No, Gav, no, I haven't. I don't mind a bit of Haribo. I don't really eat them, to be honest, that often. It's only normally during like bigger streams. Certainly if I need a little bit of a sugar boost or something. But no. What are the nostalgia ones? The crowd has woken up, said V85. Please, wrestling gods, let this match deliver. Well, here he is, Randy Orton. Making his way down. And he gives a little kid a fist bump. This feels like an episode of Wrestling Superstars, said Joe. Scott said it's a dub crowds. Slumdog Millionaire said, who won or hasn't the match started yet? No, match is starting now, buds. We might need to get a normal background for this. We need to lock in. It's main event time. Okay, so Randy is in the ring, doing his pose. The Heroes of Wrestling pay-per-view was better than this, said Davids. Fizzes are the best, said MP. Okay, Randy is over in the corner. My first WWE event. Oh, look at that little girl. Oh, that's lovely. My first WWE event. Look at the smile on her face and everything. She's thrilled. So she should be. Home of the Viper. Let's go. So Randy just going back against the ropes. He's got a big opportunity here. What? Talk to me, talk to me. Okay, so Randy's in the ring. Lots of energy, lots of noise, lots of excitement. Michael Cole said, I still get goosebumps every time these two get in the ring. So Randy's in the ring. We're just waiting for John. It's going to be interesting to hear the reaction. It's going to be split, but I think there's going to be a lot of boos, you know. Let's go, Cena. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. Yeah, there is dueling chance of let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks. So Randy is in there just waiting. And here we go. Boos are ringing out. And here's John. Let's go, Cena, said David. John Cena sucks. So loud Cena sucks chants. But we did have Let's Go Cena chants as well. So it's not totally people behind John or against John. Cena in the entranceway with that towel. Dun, 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 dun. Boos. Boos as he's making his way down to the ring. Let's see how this is going to go then. I still don't get why he wants to be a heel in his final time, not shaking hands, being the Cena we know. I'm still confused, said Word of Wrestling. I think they just wanted to mix it up. They just had an opportunity to do something which was going to sort of stand out from the norm. And the norm would have been shaking hands, thanking people. And that like seemed to appeal. They wanted to try something adventurous. They wanted to deliver the heel turn. I heard Triple H talking about it, and he was like, it was just one of those that was, what if we never do it? Will we regret having never done that turn? And it's like, it's debatable as to whether they've made the right decision or not, but this is the decision that they've made. And I think it's got its pros and its cons. We might not really know how well it's worked until we are, you know, at the end of the year and we can look back. Alicia Taylor then doing the intros. Let's see who you lot think's going to win. Who leaves as champion? Is it going to be Cena? Or is it going to be Randy Orton? Who do you think leaves as champion? There's Randy. From St. Louis, Missouri. Big cheer for Randy. The Viper. Randy. Randy is right over to him, right in his face. Orton's got a good size over Cena. Cena turns around, shows that championship. Boos for Cena. Boos for Cena. Some people in the front row are applauding. He is the last real champion. There we go. Cena holds up that championship, gets his intro. Cena in blue. These guys know each other very well, said Cameron. Alicia Taylor knows what's up. Unlike that other announcer that keeps messing up, said Dr. Lucha Lala. It's like The Rock just couldn't make it, so he gave most of the script and story to John, said Word of Wrestling. Lonnie said, Daze, have you noticed how he has the belt behind him and the towel in the direction of the door? Do you think this could be a call out to the Funhouse? No, I don't. I don't think it's Funhouse related. I think it's about closing the door on his career. He has that backwards because obviously the camera follows behind him, so it's a way of showing off the championship. Okay, bell has sounded. And we are underway. We've got Orton, we've got Cena. Randy Orton, John Cena will tear the house down. Right now, we've got Cena, Randy, locking up, breaking apart. Circling round at the moment, Cena trying to lock up again. I don't know what I don't know that I'm expecting this to be a great match, but it is historic. Randy, Cena locking up. Separate apart, circling rounds, crowds really making some noise. Daze, have you noticed? Oh, we read that one. Daze, Randy is way better shape than Cena. Orton has got many years left. Cena's got his hand out, looking for a handshake. Randy is laughing a little there. Orton in the middle of the ring. Cena is right in front of him. Looking to shake hands. Oh, is that a poke of the eye there by Cena? He put his hand out and then he poked Randy in the eye. Going over against the rope. Shoulder tackle there by Randy. And then a poke back there by Randy. Cena goes to the outside. Little poke back. Guys, we're poking each other. Lots of poking going on at the moment. Cena goes to the outside. He's over by the barricades. He's looking up at Randy. Randy standing over in the corner. Jessica... Really appreciate that, my friends. Jessica sending in 10 Wrestling Daze memberships. It's very kind, buds, and they've been snapped up. I expect to see some of these new members joining us on those member streams. Shot coming in there by Randy. So, Jessica, really do appreciate that, my friends. He poked me in the eye. The water boy said, Jessica is the best, said Joe. Jessica is a goat, said I'm a villain. It is so appreciated, isn't it? I think people really do appreciate that. Right now, we've got Randy going back against the ropes. Cena goes down. Randy over the top. Leaping over. Oh, shoulder tackle. Cena goes down. Cena trying to get back up to his feet. Randy comes over. Nice takeover there by Randy. He's keeping Cena grounded at the moment. Anthony said, sorry, I'm a little bit late. No, not... Well, you are, but no problems. Jessica said, let's go, Orton. Yeah, Jessica, thank you, my friend. That's so kind. So I really appreciate that. Jake said, dub Jess. Nico said, the more members, the better. I do say this. I mean, it's obviously a lovely way of supporting the channel, but I think the more members that are around on that side, the more things we can do with the members side. And I think even the members would agree that we've seen real growth there in regards to introducing like games and, we've gone from doing 1 stream a week to 3 now on the members side. And, we've been having chats about what we can do in the future. And that's because of the kind generosity of people, and there being like more members around. It does give us more opportunity to do things. Cena has jumped out the ring, though. He's walking away. Randy from behind, nailing Cena. Cena was walking off there, but of course Randy's not going to allow that to happen. And right now Randy is all over John, driving him back to the ring. Another big shot there by Randy. Back in the ring. Speaking of that, can you all do me a favor? Well, do Daze a favor. Like the stream, said Metal Mama. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Let's end this poll, otherwise I might forget to do it. Okay, so you lot have voted, and you have said that 74% of you think that John Cena's going to win. 25% of you think that it's going to be Randy Orton. Cena is up over in the corner. And I love that Cena sign. I found that very distracting this evening. Shots coming in there by John. Shots coming in there by John. Kick coming in by Randy. Randy throwing down shots there on John. Cena in the corner, crowd chanting away as we're reaching close to 20. He keeps going, though. He's still going. Yeah, counting along. They love it as well. Counting along, and they love it. Orton having a little look over at John. Knocks John down. It's been one-way traffic recently. It's been one-way traffic. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Randy Orton in control. It's going to take a lot more than that. It's going to take a lot more than that. Stomp coming in there by Randy. Another stomp coming in there by Randy. Another stomp there. The Garvin stomp where he works his way around. The body. Working on that arm. Daze, I don't like that Morgan & Morgan sponsor in the middle of the ring, said Christopher. Knee comes down. He's just absolutely dissecting him at the moment, isn't he? He's absolutely dissecting him. Randy Orton very much in control. Kick coming in there by Randy. The whole show has been better than WrestleMania other than that last match, said Steve. It's been a fun show. I agree. Imagine if that last match had been like Wyatt Sicks or, you know, Karrion Kross or something like that. We could be looking at, if that was the case, this could have been a really, really fun show. I mean, it still is. Right now we got John and Randy. John's got a headlock on. Going back. Oh, Randy's got a headlock now. Randy with a headlock. I honestly think Cena is struggling. I don't think he's the kind of wrestler that we remember anymore, which is more than understandable. Crowd have made some noise. Orton's done quite a bit of work in this match. But we're just seeing a lot of headlocks at the moment. Orton dropping Cena down. Cena just saying something there to Orton. I don't know what Cena's saying, but he always calls stuff in the ring, doesn't he? Called an audible there, said Neil. Yeah, he's done that all throughout his career, calling audibles and chatting away. He tends to talk more than the commentators. Okay, duck underneath. Cena, shoulder tackle. Over the other side, shoulder tackle. He's got Orton, picks him up, drives him down. Orton's been in this situation many times. He looks around. Flicks the hand out. You can't see me. Mockingly says Michael Cole as the knuckle shuffle connects. Is a knob, says Wade back. I wasn't expecting him to call John Cena a knob out of nowhere. Clothesline by Orton. And again, over against the ropes. Nice. Power slam there by Randy. John's mad that they just don't realise, said Jason. Cena looks a bit spent, said Swifty. Never gets old, says Barnaby. It is so great seeing these two again. I know John's past his best, but Orton's doing it, you know, Orton's doing some carrying here. Cena's, you know, putting in a few things. He had a 5 knuckle shuffle. Got the STF in, but it's not really in. Orton definitely looks like he can get over to the ropes here. Trying to get over to the ropes. No joy at the moment. Cena grabbing Orton, middle of the ring. Cena to the outsides. Orton coming over, grabbing Cena, dragging him, draping DDT. Gets it. Gets it. We're doing all the greatest hits, you know. We're doing all the greatest hits. Randy is looking over at Cena. Randy getting up to his feet. I think TKO are ripping the fans off. I bet these tickets weren't cheap. Yeah, I mean, you get to see Randy and Cena, though. And they're loving it. Crowd are making lots of noise. Here we go. He's going to that dark place. Here we go. The Viper is ready. Cena getting up. Orton. No, you could kind of tell. Oh, it's going to be an AA. It's going to be an AA. Randy. Oh, he reversed it. He reversed it. He kind of reversed it into an RKO. Just as he got flipped over, he went, bah! Look at this. We're seeing the slow-mo. And yeah, he does grab him. Bang. Yeah. So Michael's saying that both men took each other out, but that was a lovely little move. AA into like an RKO. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Both guys are down though, and it's actually John that's getting back up to his feet first. Crowd are really invested in this. Really invested. Cena back up on his feet, going over to Randy. Shot coming in there by Randy. Shot coming back there by Cena. Randy, big boots in the midsection. Shot to the midsection there by Cena. These two trading blows. Headbutt by Orton. Headbutt by Cena. It is back and forth at the moment. Shot coming in. Cena going back against the ropes. He comes back with one of his own. Two absolute legends exchanging shots. European uppercut comes in. Shot back there by Cena. Someone's got to do a big spot. Here we go. AA. Go. Boom. Goes for the pin. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Mate, you could tell that it was coming. You could tell that a big move was on the way. Boom. He got it. I thought there was a chance that he might have done that then. Just a chance, just a whisper. I expect Cena to win. I think we're at the point where the show could end. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks chance. 2 count. This is better than Cena-Cody. Sadly, Cody had to carry that match, said Gaius. Randy will be able to punt kick and then someone will interfere, said Nightmare. Right now, we've got Cena going against the ropes. Randy going for a clothesline. Cena over the other side, shoulder tackle. And again, oh, RKO! RKO out of nowhere as Cena was coming against the ropes. He can't capitalize, though. Cena has rolled over. That was great. Cena going against the rope. Bang! So great how he can hit that out of nowhere. Look at that. I mean, really didn't expect him to be able to hit it from that. That was nice. This match is good. I agree. This is way better than the WrestleMania one. I wonder if that WrestleMania one just came a bit too early. He's going back for the punts. He's going back for the punts. Charges in. Doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. Cena with an AA. Gets it. 1, 2. Oh! Randy Orton getting his shoulders up. Yeah, he did go for the punt, but he couldn't connect with it. Lady Gardens, says Wes. Well, I've not seen any Lady Gardens in my life. But we are definitely cooking here. Punt kick. AA, said Kader. We're breaking out all the big moves. What's he doing for? Is he going to go for a flipping RKO? Is John Cena going for an RKO? John Cena? Is he going to do it? Is he going to go for the punt? What's he going for? He looked like he was going for the RKO. Now he looks like he's going for the punt. He doesn't get it. RKO. No. Ref down. Ref down. Ref down. Right, we've got something cooking now. Ref is down. John Cena going for an AA. Gets it. Do you know, I really thought, smile on his face, is happy about this. I really thought he was going to go for an RKO there. That was an opportunity for him to RKO Randy Orton. John Cena says, shush, be quiet. He's going to go out the ring. He's going to get something. chair maybe. Referee is down. John Cena's going to try and capitalize on this. You can't see me, John, saying to Michael Cole. He's grabbing the championship belt. History. John Cena with that championship belt. So Cena says history. He's getting in the ring. Randy. RKO connects. RKO connects. Oh, God, the referee's coming over as well. Randy, 1, 2. Oh! RKO. And the referee was like, oh, he was so laboured. That was a big opportunity. If the referee had a little bit more about him, that would have been the 3 right there. But John Cena gets out the ring. Randy going out the ring. That was a big moment right there. That was a lovely spot, actually. Why didn't we put these kinds of spots in the WrestleMania match? Why didn't we do this? I don't remember referees being down and, 3 counts being close and all that sort of shenanigans. Jeremy said, how many wrestlers can carry Cena in his retirement tour? We're going to find out. I think Cena has done a few things here, though. I know he breaks out the greatest moves, but, he still gets reactions from them. Right now, Randy is stripping the commentary table. Referee having some words. From behind, referee down. Referee goes down again. Right now, he's grabbing Orton, hurls him into a ring post. Cena hurling Orton into a ring post. Right now, Cena looking at the referee that's down, looking at the commentary table that's been stripped. Is he going to AA him on that table? I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know what John's thinking. Let's go, Cena. Cena sucks chance. Yeah, he's definitely looking to use that table, isn't he? Someone needs to get R-Truth as the replacement ref, said Dark Angel. So he's got Randy on his shoulders, but no joy. Randy has got Cena. Is he going to AA? He's got him on his shoulders. AA! Cena AA'd onto the commentary table. Oh, I've been waiting for Cena to do an RKO to Randy, and then Randy does an AA to Cena. Commentary table does break eventually, but it didn't break when Cena first hit it. Randy knocking that plinth over. So, commentary table did break apart. But Cena down. Randy has come over. He's having a word there with Cena. Don't know what's being said. Right now, he's going to smash his head into that table. They loosened the screws on that table, said Dr. Luchalala. I hate that the new table never breaks, said Corey. Yeah, I don't really understand why, because they did change it. We have seen that table break. It hasn't really broke all year, but then it did break on the show the other day. I think they did make a change to it. Right now, we've got Randy. He's got a smile on his face. He's going to get the table. Randy, get the table! There we go. That dude's really into it. It's been a fun match, this, honestly. R-Truth is coming, said Alert 3. Table has been set up. So we've got a table set up around the ringside area. He's going back around. See what happens when the fans say we want tables earlier, said Boomers. Here we go, John. Oh, shot coming into the midsection. There's a woman there with an RKO shirt. She's like, nah! As Randy's getting smashed. On the shoulders of Cena. No joy. Randy, here we go. He's going to AA again. He's got him up. AA through the table. Randy Orton. Bang. Mate, he's just AA'd him through the commentary table and through that table. And now he's drinking Prime. Heel turn. Heel turn. Randy's turned heel. I can't believe it. Just when I was rooting for him, he goes and drinks some Prime from the hydration station. Let's go, Cena. Let's go, Cena. Let's go, Cena. Right now, he's grabbing him. This is cooking, said Ninja. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. If he goes on to lose this match, though, I hope he blames Prime. If he goes on to lose this match, I hope he's like, oh, I should never have had that sip of Prime. I would have won if it wasn't for that. Right now, yeah, a lot of people online are saying that this is better than the WrestleMania main event, and yeah, it's not even close. It's not even close. Oh, God. Orton is primed and ready. All I can think now is Prime. Here we go. 1, 2. Kick out by Cena. Kick out by Cena. Defcon said, I've counted 7 table breaks since the Netflix Raw. Oh, really? 7 table breaks in 2025 so far. Right now, Randy having a word with the referee there. Yeah. Here we go. He's arguing. Cena. What's Cena got? Has Cena got the belt? What's Cena got? Cena. Oh, knocks out the ref with the belt. RKO. But there's no ref again. We need another one. We need another ref. Oh, my God. We just got refs down everywhere. Right, here is he going to count? No, I thought Nick Aldis might count. We need a ref. Did you not bring a ref? Did you all come running out and forget to bring a ref? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Nick Aldis is like, well, I don't know what to do. Get a ref. Where's Jess? Get ref Jess. Get her. It's Calix. Get Calix. Oh, my God. How have we run out of refs? Phone up AEW. Get Aubrey if we have to. Get a ref. Oh, my God. There's no point talking to him. Yeah, you deserve that. You deserve that, you stupid boomer. And you. I don't even know who you are. Ah, look at that. And you. Laying them all out. Boom. Do the crowd next. No flipping refs. We ran out of refs. How did we run out of refs? He just laid out so many officials. He is never going to make money again. He is not making any more money for the rest of his life. Cena down. Randy standing over. And I think he's going to go for that punt, you know. I think he's going to go for that punt. Randy backing up, backing away. Pack it up, pack it in. Let him begin. He's going for that punt. We haven't seen it in ages. It would be pretty sick to see it. Here we go. Oh, is it R-Truth? 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 R-Truth has got him. He's pleading. RKO to R-Truth. Oh, my God. He was pleading. Low blow. Low blow. Right now, John, with that championship, he's going to look to nail him. I don't think R-Truth was... and he does. Are we going to finally get a referee? We still ain't got one. There's still... Oh, here's one. One's appeared. One's arrived. Just in the nick of time. One. Mate, I don't know how people are going to feel about R-Truth after that. I don't know how people are going to feel about R-Truth. I know that R-Truth, like, just wants to protect his childhood hero, but he's just helped cost Randy there. He's just helped cost Randy. Wow, that was bonkers. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. Truth and Cena, that was garbage, said Soul Blue. Let's go. It was good. I think it's a really fun match. Let's get the poll, shall we? That's the worst ending, said John. I don't like the R-Truth moment. I think we knew that Cena was going to win. The R-Truth issue for me is that R-Truth is someone the fans love. And he's just gone and got involved in this match, and he's just gone and cost Randy. Jamie Noble was planted. Okay, get in your thoughts. Every match had interference tonight. This is one of the worst PLEs, said Scottish Outlooker. Low blow by Cena. The fans had a really fun time with that main event. Randy carried that, said Phoenix. I hope we do good by him soon. That was a... Oh, what's this? Cena's talking. Could this set up his next challenge? What I need is competition. I don't need you. Is this where Goldberg comes out? It's going to be Goldberg. I really feel like this is setting something up. I really feel like this is setting something up. He loves doing this, Triple H. Having that little trademark thing in the corner. No. No. He hasn't done it. That's a weird ending. With him saying, what I need is competition. You're looking at the last real champion, but then not following it up with anything. That's a bit weird. It really felt like we were about to get something there where, you know, Goldberg was about to come out or something. That's what I was thinking. Goldberg was about to come flipping walking out. We needed Goldberg. That was beep. That was a strange ending, said JJB. I agree. I agree. That was a bit strange doing it that way. I just wasted 3 hours, said Whodat. Ooh, that's interesting. I am sensing that people are not massively crazy about what we just saw. JP said, boycott WWE. What, it was that bad? Oh, hang on. Are you like a big Randy fan that was really pulling for Randy? I don't think we really expected Randy to win, because we know that John was a big favourite. We know that we're doing that John is the last real champion. We know that he's looking to leave with that championship. So, to be honest, I wasn't expecting Randy to win. It was just, how are they going to do it? And I think for me, the R-Truth thing is, well, I don't know. It could be part of a bigger story, of course. But I don't know. What, is R-Truth going to keep coming in and saving John? And I don't know. I'm not. I just think that if John attacks R-Truth, you're going to want people to feel sorry for R-Truth. And to be honest, if John attacks R-Truth now, I'm not going to be bothered, because he's just cost Randy. And so I sort of feel like he needs a bit of a comeuppance now, R-Truth. He deserves to flipping get beaten up a little bit. I'd imagine Randy will probably want to do it himself. So that's why, for me, I'm not sure that's the right way forwards. But outside of the R-Truth thing, obviously lots of shenanigans. We were expecting that. That crowd were great for it, really red hot, and I thought it was pretty fun. But Meat said it was effing dreadful. It was a garbage PLE with a poop ending. What makes you say that? I thought Becky Lyra was good. People enjoyed that opening match. I thought the opening match was good. I thought Becky Lyra was better. Penta Dom was a big step down. Gunther Pat's one of the worst PLE matches I've seen. And I'm not even saying that myself. You lot even scored it one of the worst PLE matches. You gave it good 70. But it's very fortunate to get that, because 30% of you said it was a bad match. So I'm not even alone in saying that. I think that we needed Cena and Randy to kind of pick us up from that match. And I think they did. I mean, they did for me. I found myself really getting into that match. I'm not shocked that Randy has lost. Not shocked by that. It was just, how was you going to do it? And they've done it with R-Truth, which I'm not keen on, for the reasons I've said. Scoring this is going to be a bit difficult. I don't know what you would score it. Put your scores in. What would you score this PLE? You can obviously score the match right here, but what would you score the show? What would you give the show? What did you think about Backlash? What did you think about Backlash? Lyra was great, but the rest of the show sucked. And really worried for SummerSlam, said Alan. What about the Fatal 4-Way Buds? Did you not enjoy that? I thought that was good. Some people really enjoyed it. I mean, you lot scored it great 78% in our community, which is really high. Great 78. That is above the Becky Lyra match, which got great 75. So there was only 5 matches. The first one got great 78. Second one got great 75. Third one got great 53. I think it's fortunate to get great, honestly. I think that it's high-end good, but I'm not sure I can say it's great. Great 78, great 75, great 53, Pat Gunther, good 70. And then, of course, we're just getting the main event now. But at the moment, great is leading. So 4 of the 5 matches look like they're going to have got a great rating. So I'm genuinely, I am very interested in those people telling me this was garbage, this was a dumpster fire. I promise you, I'm not just saying, I am very interested in your thoughts, because I'm not quite seeing that in the scores. I'm not quite seeing that in like some of the comments. I've just put a poll up, actually, a thing up on Twitter. I mean, feel free to leave like your thoughts and we'll go through it. I'll try and pull some out now as well. Wrestling Russ said, I actually like the show. Taker 1990 said 7.5. Last 2 matches ruined it. It's like a Mania repeat. Did you not like the main event, buds? Blue World Sonic said overall this weekend Backlash is a C. Lance said good 70. Yeah, good 70% for Pat Gunther. It's really lucky to get into the good range because bad got 30%. So it means that everyone else voted good or above. So good 70. David said the ref bumps were amazing. And then the RKO spree was wild as well. Jordan said the only great match was the women's match. Yeah, I do. I think the US title is a little high. I certainly don't think it was the best match on the show. I think it was the women's. I think Dominik Penta was fine. I would have had that lower. So yeah, I can understand people saying that the community scores are a little high for this one. I think the injury might have caused the 4-way to end short. Oh, it was still fun. I would still, no problems with it being in the great range. 4 out of 10. There was too many spots in that main event. I think you're going to get that, but I don't think John Cena has got it in 2025. I don't think John Cena's had it for a few years. I think that he is lacking that athleticism, that explosiveness. I think we saw that in the main event of WrestleMania. I think that it was hard for Cody. Cody needed to really carry his end. I think, to be honest, WrestleMania suffered because there wasn't more shenanigans. I think they needed more shenanigans to try and hide how much Cena is going to struggle in 2025. I think he's doing one last run so he can say goodbye to everyone. But to be honest, I think his body is done. I really think his body is done. You might be able to put on a good match, a great match. I mean, this is going to come out as a great match. But I think it is the shenanigans, the refs being down, Nick Aldis coming down, the RKO spree, the AA through the table. You know, it's the spots that I think are giving this match the score. It's certainly not the exchange of headlocks. You know, it's the spots that's giving the match the score that it's going to get. And if you take those shenanigans away, I think you're going to be left really wanting. I think you're going to be left with very little. I don't know what Cena's got to give in 2025 in a singles match, a main event singles match. And that is going to be a bit of a problem for the rest of the year. So I would expect more shenanigans in future Cena matches. I mean, Cena's going to main event SummerSlam. It'll be against a big name. And I would expect lots of shenanigans. They're going to make sure there's a hell of a support. And you know what? Maybe we are going to see R-Truth a lot. Perhaps R-Truth is going to be in that role a lot. Perhaps he is going to be helping out Cena throughout, and this is something that, you know, I'm thinking they're going to try and build up sympathy for R-Truth. Maybe that's just not the plan. Maybe the plan is we need to have R-Truth helping Cena, because if he doesn't, Cena's just going to struggle. I thought it was good pay-per-view, said Catherine. Main event was fire. Nico said the Netflix move, I was hoping it would be better, but it's really up and down. Honestly, I really think the opinions video we're going to do is going to be very, very interesting, because that is your opportunity to get your thoughts. You can go to my Twitter account now and get your thoughts in. I'm only telling you because I feel like there's people that have got stuff to say. So here I've put up the feedback required. What did you think? We've already had 37 responses. I'll try and give that a fair bit of time tonight. I'll try and give that some time. Let me just jump over into my feed and we'll see what people are saying. Cena is still the champ for now. That's interesting. So CM Punk is watching and is interested. That should be Money in the Bank or SummerSlam. I don't know if we've got Cena on Raw, but it's going to be very interesting if we do. John Cena got emotional at the end of the show. Is he starting to regret his actions? Did he get emotional? I didn't see him really getting emotional. Was this after the show? Oh, is this part of like the press conference thing? Maybe he is having a little think about... I don't know that he's regretting his actions, but I mean, that is history, isn't it? He has just won his final match against Randy Orton. Like, that is very much a chapter closed. I mean, it's one thing to say goodbye to WrestleMania. It's another thing to say goodbye to Royal Rumble, but it's another thing to say goodbye to people. And arguably, probably not arguably, his greatest ever foe, you know? For a card with less build-up, this was pretty damn good, said Roman. I don't know, I've got to tell you, I'm getting a very mixed reaction from the community. That CM Punk thing is the big talking point. Crispy Wrestling said it was a good match. John Cena uses dirty tactics to win, which we knew he would do. Last real champ leaving St. Louis for the last time. We just looked at that. Last real champ. Backlash was better than I thought it would go, to be honest. To be honest, I only follow a lot of like quite positive people. Raj Giri said Cena wins after all kinds of effery. I actually loved that match. It was a ton of fun. Live now, it almost looks like Cena got emotional when the crowd were chanting, "Thank you, Cena." Backlash was good from beginning to end. Backlash turned out to be one of the best PLEs of the year. Every single match delivered. In all fairness, some of the people I follow are a little bit OTT with their WWE support. Do you know what I mean? I mean, this is why, you know, I read some of this stuff and I'm like, there probably is a need for people to just be flipping. Well, you know, people have got different opinions. But I do sometimes think people are positive because it plays better, you know? Rather than just being honest and saying, actually, that match did not deliver. This match was not very good. That match was good. If you say everything's good, no one's ever going to believe you when something is actually good. Which is why, honestly, for me, I think this show was okay. I'm not madly in love with it. I mean, I may go back and rewatch that main event. I think the women's match was, I think, for me, the best match. Lots of bells and whistles in the main event, but I expected those. I really expected those. I kind of feel like I got the match that I was expecting. R-Truth dead-ass won that match for Cena. Oh, hang on. I was just doing that poll, wasn't I? Because I don't want to be late on that. Hey, I just need to put this poll up, and then I'll jump back in the chat for a minute. What did you think of Backlash? Backlash. All time. Great. Good, okay. Bad. What did you think of Backlash? Right, that poll is up. Let's see if we can just get back to the chat, get a few more thoughts, and then we will obviously run away. I mean, not literally, because, you know, I'm not in that kind of shape. Let's go, boom, into the chat. Did we do... Are we up to date with Super Chats? I don't want to miss any Super Chats. Slumdog Millionaire said, who won? Cena! Just to save the time, Travis is going to interfere. Now, there'd been rumours that he was in Barcelona, so I think we were pretty safe on that front. Jeremy said it was a great match, but the end made it just good, said Jeremy. Okay. I can understand that. I can understand people having a little frustration with the ending. Darwin said they delivered a 10 times better main event than the night 2 of WrestleMania. It was an excellent match. I really enjoyed it. The show overall was fantastic. R-Truth setting up a match story is there. People are not paying attention. crazy about the people not paying attention line. I think it's fine to say that you enjoyed it, but I don't know. I think it's fine to say you enjoyed it if you enjoyed it, but I'm not a fan of R-Truth being involved. I mean, it absolutely could be heading towards him constantly helping, and then John, you know, turning on R-Truth down the road, whatever. But to be honest with you, I'm not after an R-Truth match. I'm not after John Cena R-Truth. R-Truth is a joke character, and I think if there's going to be a beatdown and you're going to make it pretty brutal, then could be interesting. But R-Truth loves John Cena, so I don't know. Maybe that's a little side thing that's going on. Maybe that's a little side quest that they're looking at doing. But I don't know. I think we've all got ways that we would have took that story. For me, I kind of felt like R-Truth was going to show John a lot of love, and then it was going to be a case that we was going to get John Cena attacking him, beating him up, and then that was going to build a load of sympathy for R-Truth. Well, I ain't got no sympathy for R-Truth right now. You can attack R-Truth. I ain't going to give a flip. He's just cost Randy Orton in this match. Randy Orton has just been screwed by R-Truth in St. Louis. And at the moment, that does not strike me as a good move. But, again, let's see where it's going, because clearly they're investing in something here. Let's go back to the chat. I think we saw the beginning of the Cena face turn at the end, said Marcus. Hannah said, when looking back at the event, it was a solid show. Was it between Mania? Maybe, but only time will tell. It would have been nice to have had Backlash in Mexico. Oh, I would have loved it in Mexico. Daze, was the drink it in reference towards Jericho with his contract ending in AEW? What do you mean, buds? Oh, is there something being said at the press conference? I'm not watching the press conference. Joe said, where does John Cena go from here? Because, of course, his title defense would be Money in the Bank. Well, I don't know what the next show is. If it is Money in the Bank, then yeah, I expect him to be there. I think that it could be CM Punk next. I mean, CM Punk, John Cena are synonymous with Money in the Bank. Equally, you could do that at SummerSlam as well, though. But CM Punk's got to be coming up soon. Halford said an R-Truth heel turn joining Cena would be interesting. Why can't we get matches like the Street Profits TLC match on PLEs? I don't know, honestly, because I think the reason why you didn't get that match at WrestleMania was because of time. They actually gave that match like about half an hour, and they, you know, don't really give WrestleMania matches that amount of time. But you know where they did give matches about half an hour? Tonight. Tonight. You could have had that TLC match instead of the Pat Gunther thing. You absolutely could have had it here. But, I mean, I wouldn't be down on us getting a TLC match at SmackDown because it made that SmackDown better. So I think really what we want are more great matches rather than saying they should have moved it to here. Well, it's fine to be on SmackDown because I watch SmackDown every week, so I want to see great matches. So I'm quite happy with it being there. But, yeah, could you have not done a little bit more? Could you not? But I think what this show was it was a little bit of something for everyone. If you kind of like your spots, then you had the four-way. If you like your wrestling, then you had the women. If you like your luchadors and some of that action, then you had Dom and Penta. If you like your celebrity, kind of, if you're a fan of Pat, then you had that. And listen, if you're here for Star Power and Legends, we did that in the main event. I think that, unfortunately, we didn't really dig enough into any area. It might have been nice to have had another match that could have rivaled Lyra and Becky. I mean, maybe people will say the main event did that, but main event seems to be giving us split opinions. People seem to be a bit divided on that main event. Paul said Backlash only went 2.5 hours. It's not long enough. Nico said they need to save stuff for the regular shows. WrestleRant said Lyra is on a good streak right now. The last month in ring and on the mic has got to give it to her, said WrestleRants. Cena Rock at SummerSlam. Could you imagine if he was free? That would be huge. If they could get that. Maybe do Punk at Money in the Bank and then Cena Rock at SummerSlam. It's not a bad shout, that. Jacob is at the press conference, said Dark Angel. A. Jobson said, I've got to say, that was so much better than I expected. I really enjoyed tonight's show. It was much better than what we got at WrestleMania, said A. Jobson. Well, I'm going to catch up with the press conference once we're kind of wrapped up here, because we'll get a couple of comments, then we'll wrap up. And I don't know. I'm not quite on top of Unseen. It's probably best to wait for the press conference to end and then just include a load of that into Unseen. What have we got? I thought he had turned heel. Maybe he didn't. Apparently, he mouths it. He says horrible. Does he? Read his lips. Horrible, said We Want Cody. So he might have said horrible. For a company sponsored by Prime, that's a lot of Gatorade I see under the ring. Let's go. Well spotted. Well spotted. Maybe we do Punk Cena next. I think we could. Yeah, I like that Rock shout. I mean, I don't want to get my hopes up for the flipping Rock being available, but it's not a bad shout if it can happen. Right, Drew hit his head for real. Yeah, I don't know if we've had an update on that yet. I hope as well. Cena, in-ring facial expressions and acting is awful. It's like he's doing it on purpose, said Irish Sam. Kader said, that's a dub for Gatorade. That's 3 hours of my life I'm not getting back, said Jadam. Will you watch UFC tonight if you don't watch the highlights or promos? No, I won't get a chance to watch UFC tonight. I've got to watch the press conference stuff, and I've got to do opinion videos and Unseen and all of that stuff. So I've already mentally written off. In fact, it's already past 3 o'clock, so UFC started already. Art and entertainment is subjective. If it's good or bad, no one should tell anyone how to feel, said Nathan. This is like Saturday night's main event skit, these post-interviews. Isn't Cena on Saturday night's main event? Well, he's on the poster, but I don't know if that means he's wrestling. He's on the poster, though, so does he defend there, or is it that he's going to sign a contract? Could it be a contract signing? So I'm not sure. I don't know that it's guaranteed that he's going to wrestle on that show, but I think it's pretty much guaranteed he'll be at Money in the Bank. It had no tag matches. One ladies match was like an El Grande Americano burrito with no filling, said John. How was Cena Orton? Was it good? All they did was signatures and finishers all met. Oh, how was Cena Orton good? I think there was lots of close falls. I think there was lots of times where he delivered an RKO and it looked like Randy might get it done. You know, you got John using the belt, referees getting knocked down, Randy getting frustrated, dishing out loads of RKOs to the people that had come down, the officials, table spot, commentary table spot. I mean, it's shenanigans, isn't it? Loads of spots. I think the actual wrestling between them was very limited, but I think we have to accept that in 2025, Cena matches are going to be that way. Your bells and your whistles are going to be in full effect. It honestly was the match I expected. Not quite the finish I expected with R-Truth, but Cena winning, retaining is what we expected. Lots of bells and whistles I expected. And honestly, I think overall it was more entertaining, way more entertaining than the WrestleMania main event. I'd have took that as the Mania main event. If I could switch them over, I would take that because I think it was better. Did you notice that Cena talks out loud He's always done that, bud. Yeah, he's always done that. You can go back to Cena matches in the past and seen that. Nick said, I've got an unpopular opinion. Go for it, buds. I'd love to see a Cena Rob Van Dam match again. A throwaway, like on a second tier PLE. That was a memorable feud. I don't. The only issue I'd have with that is I don't know that Rob can. I don't know where he is in 2025. I know that Orton can carry his weight. I don't know if Rob can. And Cena, I think, is limited. I don't know that you can get much more out of Cena than what we've seen in the Mania main event. I mean, this is the second match now where Cena has looked okay, but it's not Cena of old. And I don't think it's right we expect Cena of old. So, but he looked okay. It was what I was expecting, honestly. I think I'm not down on it. I didn't really expect any more. Cena women is the dumbest way possible. Is now the gimmick. I blame The Rock, said Fetty Gator. Justin said it was a good change of pace. Hearing Jacob be a real person for the first time, I got real respect for him. Randy RKOing Nick twice now could lead to something. WWE Eat said, do we think Cena will take and retire the belt in that last PLE? I don't think he will. I think he'll try. I don't think he'll succeed. Restaurant said there's a difference of giving honest feedback and being delusional and just being a troll in the IWC that loves to complain. That is true. Honest feedback is welcome. I enjoy honest conversation with people. This is why people that didn't enjoy the show or didn't enjoy that main event, I actively want to hear from those people. Because I think they're being genuine. Certainly people in the chat, I think they're being genuine. And I'm very interested in people's thoughts. But yes, there are people out there that whatever happened tonight would have hated on it. Whatever happened. Not interested in those people. But I don't think we have those people in our community. So, yeah, it's why I really need to go. But I've been reading what you lot have been saying. Jim said, I've got a feeling that Rob might be even more limited in ring than Cena. He really could be. I mean, I think they wanted him to wrestle on that NXT show, the ECW one. And he didn't. Instead, he just made a few little appearances. I'm not sure what shape is in. Cena is like Casper. He could at least try to get some vitamin D. Poppy Crocs said, when are we going to get Gunther Cena? Maybe that could be his last match, but I mean, one of them's going to have to turn face. Secunda said, I didn't like it at all. That's fair. Triple A said it was really good. Main event was good. Goosebumps. It was nostalgic. It was fun. It's always difficult to make everyone satisfied. It was good. People will always complain. Well, do you know, I really feel, though, that the community after this main event are a lot more split than I've seen them before. I can't remember for a long time seeing this much dissension or like the split like this. It seems like people have really come away with some very different opinions. And I think that's very interesting. Because as I said, genuinely, I think everyone in the community, certainly if you join us on a regular basis, you don't hate wrestling. You don't hate WWE. Like, you want the best for the company. And if this has not done it for you, that's a shame. And, you know, hopefully WWE can, you know, pick things up on Monday with Raw. Because obviously we're going to need to find out what's next for Cena. And what's next for Gunther. But, yeah, I think that there are people being honest here that this didn't quite do it for them. But, yeah, I'm not coming away from it feeling like it was a disaster or anything. I don't know what I would score it. I'm probably around a 6.75 type range. Don't know. It's very interesting. Let's end this poll anyway, because I do need to run away and start working on videos. If you really want to get your thoughts in, I am going to do an hour long. Well, I think an hour long. It might need to be an hour long. I'm going to do an hour long opinions video. And it's not my opinions. I'll, do 5-10 minutes at the start. But it will be the community's thoughts. And the only thing I ask for is genuine, honest feedback in that. And I think we will get that. So, we've had over 100 responses to that. So I'm going to try and give that some time. So I don't know how many I'll get through, but I'll do my best. So I'm going to run away and do that. So there we go. That was Backlash. Really seems to have divided opinion. If you enjoyed it, brilliant. If you didn't, don't worry. It's done. It's over. It's in the past. We move on. We're going to be back, obviously. We'll do Unseen. We'll do Unseen tomorrow. We're going to be back on Monday. We'll be back with Raw. And obviously, we'll be starting a few hours before. And we'll be getting people's thoughts and everything. I'm really interested to kind of do this opinions video, so we'll see what people are saying. Mr. B said, my honest dislike of the main event was the lack of creativity to use R-Truth. It was just a copy and paste of Travis. I've said my piece on that. I'm not a fan of the R-Truth moment. So I can agree with you on that. It wasn't bad enough, though, to derail my enjoyment of that main event. I found myself getting quite invested in some of those RKOs, the AAs, the table spots, referee going down. I mean, it's shenanigans. But it was going to have to be shenanigans because John Cena probably should have retired a good few years ago, but has just been popping in and doing the odd match here and there. I don't think his body is able to really deliver matches of any kind of quality in 2025. So, shenanigans. Right, I'm going to run away. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support as always. I'm going to work on some videos. We'll get Unseen done. I'll try and do Unseen probably before Opinions. I don't know. It might take a while because I'd like to give that Opinions video quite a bit of time. But I might do a little video on that ending. See what people are saying. I might do a video on that first, actually. I think we could do that quite quickly. So I'll try and work on that and get something out. And then either Unseen or Opinions, I'll work on that. So, yeah. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Thank you for all the support. Everyone sharing their thoughts and opinions and good stuff as always. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.